Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So great to see all of you here on time. That's great. Thank you for coming. I'm Mike Gisandi. This is Alex Sheng. We're two of the conference planning committee co-chairs. This is the chair. This is Super Bowl. Everything you see today is because Dr. Sheng was a really diligent leader and fearless leader. So really pleased to thank him. I'll just embarrass him at the beginning of the day. So some housekeeping. We're going to watch a movie first. This is going to be a day, I hope, that's quite rich with discussion, and we're going to get into the weeds on misinformation and related topics and trust in healthcare and such. But we wanted to start the day putting a human face to this topic, and I think that you'll really enjoy this film by Meg Daniels. She's a documentarian who is a professor of cinema at Elon University. She's also sends her regrets. She had planned to be here today, but it's finals week apparently at Elon and her chair wouldn't let her leave. So she has to administer some tests, but she wanted me to extend the opportunity to chat with her. So if you'd like her contact information after the movie or later in the day, please let me know. She'd love to interact with folks who came. So let's turn this on. We've got just one housekeeping, a couple slides. Oh, we got to do this. Nope, we're going to just start. All right, let's enjoy I'm Still Here, Love. You guys see it on the... Tragic news. The CDC confirmed that a 50-year-old male from King County in Washington State has died from COVID-19. The deceased had not recently traveled into or out of China, and there is no evidence that he had close contact with an infected person.
My dad was Randy J. Watt, and he was so many things. Dad of Jessica and Danielle, grandfather to Jillian, Griffin, and Benjamin. Wonderful, kind, musical, and loving. He was beyond intelligent.
My dad gave me the best advice of my life, and I wasn't able to return that favor.
So this was in the hospital after he was born. Me and his dad, we were so young. This was his umbrella from his baby shower, September 29th, 1996. He was this big, chunky, tall, little sweet baby, and he never changed. Even as he got older, he was still soft-spoken, which is why we always called him our gentle giant, and just a joy to be around. He was just a little sunbeam.
That was like magic.
D'Anthony graduated from Wittenberg University in 2019. We decided to go into teaching. Dee taught at Arbondale High School. He excelled in everything he did. He made me so proud. All of us. He did everything right.
Fred, do you have a hair cape?
Oh, we showed when we did already.
Died 2 weeks ago. Can you bring me back? It's fear.
I had a lot of...
I was probably coming here for over a year before we started talking about, hey, bringing health professionals in You have to take the time to build the relationships. I gotta tell my white brothers, you need to come to a black barbershop. They don't even talk to their barber or stylist. They're on their phone or looking at a newspaper. This is a relationship. And with all the polarization in the country, nobody asks you what political party you were in when you come in the door. Fred starts speaking Arabic. I can't believe all the languages he speaks. You leave a different person.
Without a question.
You leave with a spring in your step, no matter how you came in.
My name is Freddie Spry. Lewis Henderson was one of my best of friends. I know him through the community outreach he was doing back in the 90s. He was helping out so many different groups of people in our community. Big Lou, I still can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I couldn't even imagine how he would get COVID. He didn't be around no one. Like when he come get his hair cut, like I would have to have everybody out of here to cut his hair. And he kept his mask on all the time. He didn't take his mask off his face until it was time to do his face. And sometimes he would leave it on, be like, no, I'm gonna do my face later. He didn't play around with his health and COVID. He was like, man, people are dying. You can't take this lightly. This is serious.
I'm Mike Brown, been a barber for over 30 years. What we doing?
Cut down a little bit.
Cutting down a little bit, coming up. Okay. When I was in high school, I used to have a line outside of about 4 or 5 guys waiting on my steps. I had one pair of clippers. The clippers used to get so hot, I would have to take a towel, wrap around them to cut people's hair. Clippers was so hot, as soon as you touched their hairline, it turned to a scab. Everybody was burned up. Oh, Mike cut your hair. I love being a barber because of just how you make people feel. Their whole swag changes. They go from down to feeling confident, they're smiling, they're happy, they're talking. My original reaction to the rollout of the vaccine was, I'm not taking it. I was on the hell no wall and you couldn't pay me to take a vaccine. I didn't know what it was. I had no clue about it. They just were saying, take this. And I really was against it. For my people in the struggle that I've seen, you never cared about me before. Tuskegee, it goes even further back to atrocities that they've done to our people. Why do you care now? Was my thought process. It made me kind of think like, they really trying to get rid of us. They want us to take something we don't know nothing about.
What's one of your favorite memories you have of Pap-Pap?
I think I was about 10 years old. I was on summer break from school and up visiting Pap-Pap in his house. His house was simple, but perfectly Pap-Pap. The one thing in that house that really grabbed my attention was his guitar. And immediately I needed to know, what is this? How do you play it? Teach me, Pap-Pap. And I remember him grabbing a piece of yellow notebook paper and a pencil and just drawing out 3, 4 chords. And he said, this is enough for right now. This is enough to get you to learn how to play guitar and to play a decent amount of songs.
One of the songs that used 3 of those chords is Little Bastard by the Ass Ponies. And of course, all week long, we had listened to that song on repeat because as soon as he showed it to me, I was like, this is the coolest song ever. It says a bad word. And I was like 10 years old. But he didn't want me to sing the word bastard because he didn't want me to go home and say bastard.
Spend a week with Pap-Pap, come back saying bastard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a physician assistant. I've worked in inpatient cardiology since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. I think a lot of people believe that they're invincible from COVID. But if any of those people who have said that could see the glass box that these COVID patients, take their last breaths in, I think it would scare the shit out of them. I've also witnessed the grief that their families experience in not being able to be there with their loved ones while they die. I've suited up as if I were going into a war zone and walked into the room to a patient who's sitting there helpless, just looking at you for any last sliver of hope. Fine 1 minute, crashing the next, and then gone.
I remember being at the beginning of the pandemic. At that time, I was scared to go to work. I remember very distinctly several shifts in early April of 2020 where I was fearful, at one point almost to the level of tears, that I was going to catch COVID and I was going to bring it home to my family and that, they could have a bad outcome. I researched the use of social media for medical education and how knowledge is transferred to physicians using social media. If used correctly, it's a wonderful tool for medical education. And at the beginning of the pandemic, we really only knew reports coming out of New York City, but those reports were very valuable, right? I knew what a chest X-ray image of COVID would look like because my colleagues in New York City were taking photos of X-rays and putting them on Twitter. So this isn't the normal way to disseminate medical information where you could take an image on Twitter and it's instantaneously sent to all of our colleagues. It was information that we needed. It was very valuable at the time to know what a chest X-ray looked like, to know to flip a patient prone. These were life-saving pieces of information that came through odd channels.
So I remember the beginning of the pandemic. I remember sending D'Anthony a meme. We were making jokes about the fact that we, as Black people, couldn't catch the coronavirus. It wasn't a Black person's disease. I don't know where it came from, but it was really heavy on social media, especially Twitter. And it was jovial. Sharing those things with my son and us laughing about it. In hindsight, I realized how wrong we were.
To have core information, and information, frankly, that changed week to week was really frustrating. So those frustrations were quite common, and the frustration of the week kind of changed, particularly as farcical treatments came out on television and social media, and then we were challenged by patients to provide those treatments. For all of the time that healthcare workers have spent on the front lines treating this pandemic and trying to learn about the virus and learn about appropriate treatment regimens, we have folks on TV with great influence peddling nonsense and false information that can harm people. And this can be politicians, but it can be sports stars, it can be celebrities.
So there are many things that you can do, such as optimizing your vitamin D level.
You would recommend quercetin?
There appear to be growing connections between Viagra and treatment for the coronavirus.
They give you free shots of toxic waste.
Yes, sir.
How could you allow him to stick a needle into you saying he's helping you?
During the pandemic, an industry emerged of COVID deniers, vaccine deniers, anti-vaccination advocates, and others who were generally skeptical of government intervention and the leading edge of science that was attempting to fight the pandemic. And they really made a lot of money. In 2021, the Center for Countering Digital Hate published a study called The Disinformation Dozen: Why Platforms Must Act on 12 Leading Online Anti-Vaxxers. This was a profile of Joseph Mercola, the Reza Islam, the Bollingers, and a number of other disinformation leading spreaders.
People who've had these shots and now they're magnetized. They can put a key on their forehead, it sticks.
We have lost both our personal Instagram channels. We outnumber the people that are perpetrating this against us by at least 1,000,000 to 1.
I was able in graduate school to be able to research the Internal Revenue Code and make sense of it. If I can research that, I can research medical articles. Not that much different in the lingo.
examination of these individuals and their social media presence makes clear that they were not spreading such information solely out of a misguided desire to share their sincere beliefs against vaccines, but rather they appeared to be motivated to attract eyes and clicks and subscribers and customers and attention to themselves, all of which would lead to profits from online traffic, from advertising, from speech fees, and of course sales of their products. A significant number of them have the title doctor. It does not have any bearing on whether they are an expert in what they're telling us about vaccines. An overly simplistic analysis that they're doctors is not a valid way to determine which one to listen to.
The Nation of Islam has been a place of comfort for me. Not to say that I am a part of the nation, but I've always respected the work they've done for our people. A lot of it came from Reza Islam. I think that Reza has a lot of really great points, especially with issues concerning the Black community. I just think with this one issue that maybe they're wrong about it. But I shared a lot of the information that Reza had been sharing with us online with my son. At one of his book signings, I actually went and got this book for my son that he signed for me. I never had a chance to give it to Dee.
Social media influences what you think and what you believe, and then that influences how you behave. I didn't know until after my dad was gone that he was very active in an extremely right-wing conservative social media platform where they all felt safe sharing their disbelief in the pandemic, sharing their disbelief in the virus, questioning ulterior motives of the government in the vaccination. And when you are alone and spending much time with like-minded people taking in all of this disinformation, that's going to form your opinions, and then that's going to influence your choices and your actions. Gab doesn't practice what it preaches, and they stand on that Jesus is Lord and that Christianity reigns. I'm looking through some recent posts on Gab.com. Quote, "Nobody is infected with COVID. There is no such thing." And this person says they can fuck off with this COVID bullshit. You guys can all fuck off because my dad's dead. That's how I feel about it. My dad chose to stay isolated for over 2 years because he was choosing not to get vaccinated, and he didn't want to get COVID, and he didn't want to die.
That's gross.
He believed that there were a lot of lies, and people that some of us believed were trusted sources of how to behave and how to take care of ourselves during the pandemic were not to be trusted. He wasn't stupid, he was smart, but he never opened up about his opinions. Those are conversations that cause a lot of division, and maybe none of us talked about it because we didn't want to fight about it, because we just wanted to love each other. And when you start talking politics and when you start talking about controversial things like to get vaccinated or not getting vaccinated, it does and it can ruin relationships.
In my mind, as an attorney, that transforms what they're doing from, for instance, political anti-government or critical of the government speech to commercial speech where they're out there selling things. And that really is an important distinction when it comes to the First Amendment analysis. I view this as no different than a company that is releasing a pollutant into the environment.
In 2021, Ron DeSantis was the governor of Florida. I do remember seeing on television the beaches being open, DeSantis being proud of the fact that businesses were open, that Florida was open.
People know that Florida is a free state. They're not going to be shut down. They're not going to have restrictions.
I noticed that DeSantis was speaking more and more on how, in his words, ridiculous and what a hoax COVID was, and he was speaking out against masks.
There's been talk about potentially people advocating at the federal level imposing compulsory masks on kids. We're not doing that in Florida, okay? We need our kids to breathe.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take it. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this bogus theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
So D'Anthony started teaching in January of 2021, and masks were optional at that point. They continued to be optional throughout the year, and when he started back in the new semester of August, and many students were not wearing them, he had to be in person with the unmasked children. It's the money. You say economics because you're worried about the money. So you're literally putting money and a dollar amount over the safety of the public's health.
Hundreds of people got vaccinated today at the Summit County Fairgrounds. By the end of the week, thousands more will get the shot.
Cowboy hat, cigarette in your mouth. Somewhere on State Route 7 in Ohio. I hope he wasn't driving in Texton. He would have been about 26 in this picture.
I think that there's fear of COVID that drives people to get vaccinated, and then fear of whatever side effects of the vaccine people choose to believe that drives them not to get vaccinated. I mean, I work in a hospital. I was there during the heat of the pandemic, and still when the vaccine first came out, I said no. I had doctors, actual doctors, tell me that they had heard it could cause infertility if you're a young woman and you get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that scared the crap out of me. I hadn't really seen the worst of what COVID was about to bring. It took me a while. I didn't get vaccinated until August of 2021, my first dose.
When they talk about how the Black community is unvaccinated and they talk about dying in record numbers, it's not that Black people just don't want to get vaccinated. They just don't trust white people. They just don't trust the government. There's Black people in government too. We don't trust them either, okay? So it's not about just not trusting a certain group. It's about not trusting the system, because the system has let us down over and over and over again. It affects every aspect of your thinking, the way that you don't go to the doctor, the way that even when you go to the doctor, you're turned around. When my daughter contracted COVID, I made her go to the hospital over and over and over again because they don't take her serious. And we see that in healthcare a lot. Oh, okay. She had to be maybe 2, so he would have been what? Not everyone trusts with good reason. We know not to. She was so cute. Again, this was from Dee. So it was like a Mother's Day card that he made me. That's supposed to be me. She says you. Yeah, that's Dee's handwriting. And I know that when it comes to healthcare, things were different for my Black son.
I began to see that, I was blinded by conspiracy theories from people that I respected. All the conspiracy theories that were out there, people just take them with no validity. They don't do any research. They just take it. It sounds good to their itching ears, and they run with it. But most of the people don't have any fact. They have belief. Grandma said, Uncle Joe just sitting around drinking, coming up with their myths, and has no validity, has no truth. Anybody that said, the reason why you shouldn't take it, the 5G towers, the stopping the reproduction of your race, the clone, the ID chip, there's so many different elements that you could follow. It's just what you're dealing with out here. And they really have no reason why they're saying no other than no. People are dying. You don't have one simple fact of validity with the message you're saying. Everybody's listening. What are you saying? You're killing people.
As the pandemic raged on, it was people in my community. It was African American and Latino people that were dying in record numbers. And then when we realized the majority of the people that we were losing were unvaccinated, it started to make us really rethink what our community leaders were saying. And I know that our government failed us, but sometimes because I shared so many things with him, I feel like as his mom, I failed him.
The use of ivermectin by physicians is considered an egregious act now of medical care by the Federation of State Medical Boards, with statements cautioning physicians to not use the medication. They consider it inappropriate medical care, but they also consider it a spread of mis or disinformation. So physicians who do prescribe that medication now risk sanctions or frankly losing their license.
These medications have actually been shown to prevent COVID.
It's just wrong not to let someone try a cheap, inexpensive drug.
If any medical board wants to have a discussion with me, bring it on.
These people that post disinformation put a lot of information out there, such as COVID is a hoax, it's the government trying to control us, that we need to buy certain food kits to protect ourselves to make money.
We're in a COVID-19 infodemic. Infodemic refers to an information epidemic that we're in, where there's an abundance of health misinformation, health disinformation, and correct scientific information. And so much so that it overwhelms the end user. The amount of misinformation and disinformation is far outpacing correct scientific information, and it's difficult to reach patients because of that. Information that was spread through right-wing media, online platform, fueled a lot of these opinions. That information overload is a real psychological problem that needs to be overcome during an infodemic. How do you debunk a fixed belief?
People don't know where to turn. It's like a game, but it's a game that plays with people's lives.
I did not know that he was against taking the vaccine until I took the vaccine, and I was trying to get everybody to take the vaccine. And he was like, I'm not putting that in my body. Lewis had mistrust, I would say, from in the medical industry, America with its secrets, the history of what took place in this country from slavery on up. Just the doubt of not knowing kept him from getting the vaccine. I had to speak at an event at the museum in Baltimore. When I got about 20 minutes away from the destination, I received a phone call. It was his big brother. He said, man, we lost our brother this morning. I was like, that's sorry to hear that, but that's crazy. Why Lewis didn't call me and tell me y'all lost your brother? And he said to me, no, Lewis died. He died this morning. Died from what? He said, COVID. I said, man, COVID? When did he get COVID? In disbelief. Now here I'm going, I'm about to go speak at an event in front of all these people to speak on vaccinations for COVID-19. I just lost one of my best friends, one of my mentors. And when I got up there in front of all those people and I talk about the vaccination, I just could not help but to break down and cry in front of everybody.
He got sick around somewhere between the first and second week of August. He went to a walk-in clinic because we've been told that if you catch it in the beginning stages, you're more likely to survive it to be okay. But because the guidelines that are set by CDC and the government said that he was not one of the people who could get treatment early on, he was refused. He was on a forced air mask. And if he took it off, he wouldn't survive. That's the state he was in when I made it to the hospital. He had been asking for his mama. He said it would take a few days, but that he would be okay. I kept taking video and pictures of him so I could show him his survival story, how he fought through. A couple of weeks later, he did wake up. I got to feel him squeeze my hand. I got to laugh with him. And they all said it. He was their miracle patient. We were standing outside of the room when he started to suffocate. They rushed the crash cart, and the woman asked me if I understood what was going on. She needed my permission to intubate. I had been told once that happens, that they don't come off of it. And I told her no. She started to scream at me, "Is he vaccinated?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Are you vaccinated?" And I said, "No." She said, "Go fucking get vaccinated." Said that he was on life support. They told me it was time. I needed to go talk to my son.
I can't wait to show you this video whenever you get better. You'll be able to see this and you'll have a testimony to what God was able to do and how far God was able to bring you.
And she told me to tell him goodbye. I love you, baby. If they would have given him the treatment earlier, if he would have qualified, if he would have been under the guidelines as someone who was worthy of saving, they would have saved him. And they chose not to because they were told not to, because young people don't die from COVID, and they were fucking wrong. I should have protected him better. I should not have allowed myself to be manipulated. They told us that young people weren't dying. They told us that if you were healthy, you were okay. And Danny was all of those things.
none of us got to be there at all for the entire 12 days. And it was agonizing. He told us a few times that every time he moves, his oxygen level drops. That's torture. Their lungs turn to cement. He sent me this text. He said, just so you know, we're starting talk of palliative care. Having him tell me there's needles everywhere and how confused he was, and getting medical updates like this on my screen is just wrong. He knew he was dying, and he left this video to tell us all goodbye. He says, it's Tuesday,
January 4th, 2022. Randy Watt was 64. The chances are I'm dying. Jessica, Danielle, I love you with all my heart. Jillian, Griffin, Benjamin, I love you all. COVID, it's a hell of a way to go. But this is a goodbye. Take care, y'all. Take care.
We all wanted to be on a group FaceTime, my daughter, my sister, and I with him one last time, but the timing just didn't work out, and we ended up each being able to have our own goodbye, and it was really short. I just remember my hands were trembling, and I could see his face. I don't know that he could see me, but he was aware that I was there. He said, I love you. I'll always love you. And those were the last words I heard him say to me.
Some of those memories will haunt any healthcare worker for the rest of our lives. And I just never thought that would be me or that would be my family.
When I tell people I lost my baby to COVID, I'm hit with about three things. One, was he sick? Well, did he have a pre-existing condition? What was wrong with him? To say, oh, it probably wasn't COVID. No one tells that to people who die of cancer. No one tells that to people who die in car accidents. You don't look for a way to diminish the pain that the family goes through. There's this stigma related to COVID deaths now where people just don't care. If they learn that you died of COVID and you were unvaccinated, it becomes so what? That's what they get. You don't see any other group of people who are treated like those who have loved ones that died from COVID. We're treated almost like we're the plague.
There have even been people who have asked me those questions before expressing condolences, as if the fact that his unvaccinated status would erase the impact of his death on my life. I might share that my heart's broken. It doesn't seem to stop people from still sharing their opinion that they think COVID is a hoax. Almost all of us who are going through a loss due to COVID are experiencing disenfranchised grief. work just the week after my dad passed. One of the first people I talked to asked me why I had been out, and I mentioned that my father had passed and that he had died from COVID. The first question that person asked me was, had he been vaccinated? And I said no, and they said, that's good. He probably would have died from the vaccination anyways.
Even though the person died from disinformation, it doesn't leave a mark. You can't do an autopsy and find the disinformation inside the person. Disinformation just floats in the air, and it poisons their mind in a way that is no less harmful than breathing in secondhand tobacco smoke.
When the pandemic hit, we were getting mis and disinformation flooded through the barbershops. I was sitting to Dr. T, and Dr. T was like, you know, we got to do something about this. When the people see me, I'm one of them. So if I'm coming with information and I have a change of position, you should ask me why, Mike. Tell me why. But let me show you why. I'm telling you, I was one just like you. I didn't get vaccinated, but here I am vaccinated and boosted. I'm fine. I'm in the prime of my life. You're still not vaccinated, and you still have those same threats that could happen to you, or you could pass to somebody else. What are you going to do about it? And that leaves with food for thought. It's not an answer to make them say, oh, where can I sign up? But they can go home and think about that. Yeah. He really let me see that using my platform to advocate health, you're more than just a barber. Now you can give the people that you care about most healthy information that could save their lives to live healthy. That's one thing we all have in common. We can be different colors or nationalities or genders or whatever, but we all want to be healthy.
Now, one of the things that we've learned about reaching people in Black and brown communities is that nobody wants to go to the doctor or the hospital, but everybody wants to go to a party. And if you're ready, you can actually get vaccinated.
Health is wealth. Don't get on the shelf. Gonna take care of your life.
Here's the key when they hang in the mirror. I'm feeling better already. I'm feeling better already. We had people who showed up who were hesitant, but they came for the party. And I'll never forget, the guy says, I got vaccinated. I'm still hesitant, but I got vaccinated. That was our whole point. No shame, no blame. You don't have to change their worldview or their political affiliation. But people know if you give them the information they need, they'll naturally gravitate towards saving their own lives. And out of the tragedy of COVID are silver linings. And one of them is the mobilization of Black barbershops and salons as trusted information centers, not just for COVID, but for all the health disparities cutting people's lives short. I would say that the COVID pandemic, it completely validated the significance of what we're doing here right now. So they're natural leaders, natural influencers, and they're part of changing how we reach African Americans and other minorities where they live, meet them where they are. Far too many Black people are living shorter and dying younger. Or say living sicker and dying younger. That's what it is.
Dr. T is an amazing guy.
My dad loved the Ohio River. It's really important to me on the first anniversary of my dad's death to do something that I felt brought honor to him and really reflected him as a person.
Jess, do you have the lighter?
I have the lighter and I have markers.
Neil Young is synonymous with my memories of my dad. Every time in my adult life that a Neil Young song would come on, I would usually pick up my phone and text my dad and say, listening to Neil Young and I'm thinking about you. It was my instant connection, and it still is whenever I hear him. But Neil Young was a definite part of that.
Yes.
Oh my God, so that was my daughter. First of all, my daughter, that was supposed to be me. It says I love my mom. Love Princess, because that's what she called herself. Oh, of course. That's my daughter. The hardest thing has been talking to my daughter about her vaccination status because she's had COVID and she's beat it. She feels like that she won't get COVID again. So when she got COVID again, she texted me one day saying, "Ma, I don't want to die." She promised me that she would get vaccinated once she recovered from COVID. I decided to go with her. I told her we'd make the appointment and we would go together. I went to get my booster. She had an appointment to get her first round. When we got there and sat down, she said no. When I asked her why, she asked me, "Ma, have you not read all the things that they say about the vaccine?" But who's they, baby? Who? Because we lived it. And even though I'm her mother, she still has all of these outside voices from the media, from the CDC, from everything that she reads and sees online. Everything that she's heard and everything that she's processed is still overpowering. And it's so intense. And she believes it so much that even after losing her big brother, she still won't get vaccinated. That is powerful. That speaks volumes to the influence that news and media and friends and society has on your mind. We do not want to believe it, because that's like saying there's a power out there that's overriding my own thoughts and embedding certain things, fear, into me. That gives up your power. And who's going to admit or acknowledge that that has happened to them? Nobody.
These people's identity had become so thoroughly invested in this anti-vaccine disinformation that they were unwilling to change, even in the face of overwhelming contrary evidence and great personal loss. We don't seem to be able to depoliticize our thoughts on these things.
I think we all search for something to help us feel safer. And for a lot of people, it's a lot safer to not believe that something this horrific and deadly is real. None of it takes away from the fact that he was an amazing dad. I really didn't think he was going to die.
Next is Lydia Dorsey. At this time, the next item on our agenda is public comments.
My son's name is D'Anthony Dorsey. Does that name sound familiar to any of you? For those of you sitting on the board, his name should sound very, very familiar. D'Anthony was a teacher at Arbondale High School, and it's a name I hope that you guys don't forget. And on September the 14th at 8:32 p.m., they called his death. My son died from COVID at 24. The reporter from NBC said, "What was the response from the high school and from the school board when your son died?" I'm here to hear your response. Because there wasn't one. There was not a phone call. There were no flowers sent. There were no condolences from any of you. No one came to pay their respects at his funeral. He was mine, but he was yours also. He was all of ours because he taught your children. So here, one of the school board members who had previously made a comment about, "I'll wear a mask if I want to, you wear your mask if you want to," admitted to the fact that she was against mask mandates. And I went back to my chair, told her I had something for her, and I presented her with a mask of my son. And in here, as I toss it to her, I say to her, "My son is a prime example of people who have to suffer the repercussions of people like you doing whatever they want to."
I was contacted by a reporter from the New York Times about my dad being affiliated with
such a large publication as the New York Times was very intimidating and scary. But I did, because it's important for me as part of my advocacy work to make sure that people understand that they have to be careful about what they accept to believe as the truth and where they gather their information from. It also helped me learn more about my father's death. He was so against the vaccination. And unfortunately, I had to learn in this article in the Times. And it wasn't until going over some final quotes and the information to be sure everything was correct with the reporter that I learned this about my dad. He told his wife that he regretted his decision not to get vaccinated and was finally ready to do it. It was too late. That right there is my dad's message to me. Knowing that about my dad made every nerve-wracking, difficult part of the New York Times interview process more than worth it.
Continuing to tell his story and to say his name and his legacy and what he meant to us will have an impact on other people. And I try to speak back to my own community and say, listen, look at my son's story. Look what happened to him. We have to pay attention.
I think the only way out of this, and it's not an easy solution, is to emphasize critical thinking skills in a society-wide way, make those a centerpiece of education. And we may not change people's hearts and minds initially, but I think what we would do by breaking down those walls is allow people to consider other viewpoints.
No conversation that's a bad conversation. Everybody's views are respected. And there's a lot of kidding that goes on, and people come back. So you don't have to close the deal all at once. And I think that's the other magic of this place. You can take the time for people to let ideas marinate, and they can think about it. These brothers are warriors because they're not giving up. They've seen the positive results. No black barber would say, I'll get you in and out in 10 minutes. It doesn't matter how much hair you have, you're going to be here for half a day just to get caught up on everything. That's how trust begins. I think that's where the healing begins.
I'm about to open up my Pep-Ap's guitar that was gifted to me.
Little bastard, all fish belly white, wears gym trunks and a tank top shirt. And when his grandma sees him playing with a knife, she says, put that down, you're gonna get hurt. And they call him little bastard, and they say it to his face, and he says, don't call me little bastard, call me Snake. I was there for your first breath, I was there for your first steps.
Okay, all right, Jer. I love you.
I was there for every heartbreak, I was there for every mistake.
Okay.
Every
breath is getting harder.
So what were we thinking?
I don't know. You dressed me.
My God.
You know, sometimes we're more than just barbers. We're therapists sometimes, you know, in the relationships. It just feels good to give back to people.
This is like a safe house on the Underground Railroad.
Operate by night and getting bit by dogs. I'm a raccoon. Where?
Well, I hope folks found the documentary helpful in motivating our discussions going forward for today. Really, if our efforts go on to prevent this from happening to maybe one or two other families, I think I feel pretty good about having done a pretty good job today. So to formally kick off the conference, I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. She had to jump off of a call about the Ebola epidemic to be here with us today. So Dr. Seema Yasmin is a public health doctor. You may have seen her on CNN. She's trained in medicine at University of Cambridge, in journalism at University of Toronto. Dr. Yasmin serves as an officer in the Epidemic Intelligence Service at the CDC. She's currently the director of Stanford Health Communication Initiative. She's a clinical assistant professor in the Department of Medicine. She's authored 11 different books. Her reporting appears on New York Times, Wired, Scientific American, and many other outlets. She's been a CNN medical analyst for 7 years. She's obviously a very widely sought after speaker, has delivered keynotes at the Vatican, at the White House, venues similar to this, and our scholarly work focuses on evidence-based tools for providing cognitive resilience against anti-science disinformation and establishes information access as a social determinant of health. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, everyone. How are you? That was a really heavy watch. I do stand-up comedy now because it just feels like a more stable career than public health in America. So I had written a bunch of jokes about ivermectin, which I don't feel very comfortable delivering now that I'm reading the room. But it's wonderful to be here among my peers who spend more time debunking Facebook videos than reading EKGs these days. On the flight from LA yesterday to Atlanta, where I used to work at the CDC, I was thinking, how did we get here? This is not the career I thought I would have in public health, where I would be fighting algorithms and the detox queens of TikTok. Have you heard of them? You pay them $70, they send you possibly liquid ivermectin. I haven't deduced exactly what's in those vials. You then take it, and then not only do you report that your depression is cured, your cystic acne has vanished, but you then take photos of your toilet bowl. Yeah. Post that on TikTok and declare yourself cured of everything. This is where we are, not the career I thought I would have. Alex failed to mention, probably out of politeness, my stand-up career and the fact that after medical school and journalism school, I am now a professor at Stanford, but I've cut that back to 25% because I am in clown school. Again, to survive public health as a career decision that I made years ago, but also for a more serious reason. And in case anyone has a phobia of clowns, it's not necessarily Ronald McDonald clowning, although there is some of that. But clown school, especially in LA, is a very serious performance art in which you break the fourth wall constantly, you're connecting with the audience, and it's a bit antithetical to have a definition of clowning, but if you were to have one, it's the celebration of failure in public. What could represent being a doctor in America better than clowning these days? So I won't tell you my ivermectin jokes. I will say that I was on my flight here thinking, maybe we should frame this as the inaugural meeting of the Medical Misinformation Support Group, because Lord knows I've been looking for one. It is a safe space. We can share the pain. No one will judge you for having tried to explain mRNA vaccines using a napkin and despair. But again, does feel like the most pressing issue in medicine right now, that if we don't have trust and connection with our audiences, with our patients, what do we have? What is possible? There's been such a fracturing and such a polarization. And as Alex said, I just got off a call about the Ebola response. And we know that central to controlling this contagion, which has already spread so far and is so terrifying, is controlling the spread of rumors and controlling the spread of fear. Because, not to be too punny about it, but those things are viral too. And having come here to be an officer in the Epidemic Intelligence Service many years ago, I noted that every time I was sent to a hot zone, it was never just a pathogen that was spreading. It was fears about a government response. It was fears about vaccines. It was speaking to colleagues in Uganda and the DRC now, people are upset that there's a concerted effort to control Ebola when in some of those regions, people don't have access to clean water. And they're very upset about that. And it did remind me of investigating an outbreak of invasive group A strep in the Navajo Nation, which was killing people, and going door to door, telling people in my nicest British accent, please wash your hands while this outbreak is spreading. And people in the Navajo Nation looking at me and saying, wash our hands with what? Running water. We cannot afford to be that disconnected from the communities that we are caring for. And I believe that there are many bad actors, and this is what I study now, is the spread of anti-science misinformation and disinformation. I've written books about it. I'm very much writing books for kids these days because I think the critical thinking that was mentioned in the documentary needs to start young. Ironically, I was raised a conspiracy theorist in the UK in an immigrant family that had reason to distrust the British government. I then, of course, became a physician and a medical journalist, writing about critical thinking for kids in America and getting the curriculum into schools started to make me a conspiracy theorist all over again, because there's also a concerted effort to not mandate any kind of critical thinking, media literacy, or digital literacy education in schools. That does make you a conspiracy theorist. You do start to understand that a population that cannot think for itself and that can be controlled so easily is appealing to some in power, and especially those who want to be authoritarians. Where does this leave us? One of the things that really upset me in the early days of the COVID response was how much the responsibility was on us to do all of the things, to be reading up on an emerging novel infection, to be understanding the fears of our patients, to be trying to get our hands on much needed PPE, and to be suddenly expected to understand the art and science of debunking and pre-bunking, if we even knew what pre-bunking was at that time. This is the keynote that I'll give at the end of the day, and so I break this down a lot in terms of what we can do on the shop floor, in terms of having conversations that move the needle. There is a science to this. There are people in other scholarly fields who study us, study the way we communicate, and for decades have been documenting the deficiencies in the ways that we communicate. So we default to something called the knowledge deficit model, and I'll talk more about it later, but essentially, the communication scholars tell us that it has very little hope of breaking through somebody's biases. And so it feels unfair to me that we should not be equipped with evidence-based tools for dismantling misinformation and disinformation about medicine, science, and public health. Again, brings me back to this notion of how did we get here? This is not what I thought I would be doing, but what I do now is study that spread of misinformation and disinformation, but also because I am British and we are not naturally optimistic, I spend the bulk of my time looking at evidence-based solutions and strategies for countering misinformation and disinformation. So actual things that we can do in our personal lives and, like I said, on the shop floor that hold some semblance, some science-backed evidence of actually changing someone's mind It is possible, but it's possible when we use the right tools. So I'm excited to talk about that. I'm excited to learn from all of you today about what you're dealing with, what you're finding is working, what isn't working, since this is the biggest, in my opinion, pressing issue, not just in medicine, because the spread of misinformation and disinformation is content agnostic. It impacts everything from how we view our neighbors and how we think about immigration policy and how we think about the climate and gun control and all of these things which impact our health. So I will save my jokes for an LA comedy club. I do have a comedy special that I'm taping called Where Is My Wife? Again, because I think that would just solve most of my personal problems. But I will save that for another time. There might be some jokes in the keynote. But I hope we have a really fantastic day, not just learning from each other, but also building connections with each other. I'll say the B word, burnout is huge, and moral injury is huge. And so much of that can be precipitated and exacerbated by the culture we're living in, where there's been a divorce between credibility and expertise, and where doing your own research used to mean that you had a lab, and now means that you follow someone called Wellness Dad 420. So thanks for having me to kick this off. No ivermectin jokes, because the documentary made me cry. But looking forward to getting to know more of you, learning from you, and then I will be sharing my research and my work on how information access should be considered a social determinant of health, and what it means when people say, but I did my own research. So thank you.
Thank you, Seema. That was a teaser for the afternoon for her keynote. I'm going to go ahead and pull up our slides deck for the entire day. Okay, good idea. I just want to acknowledge some organizations that provided generous funding for this conference. Through that. So welcome to Consensus Conference 2026. If Seema is our entertaining and inspiring host for the day, I'm your boring logistical guy. So before I go through our agenda for the day, I was hoping our co-chair cohort can come up and introduce themselves. For those who came in a little later, I'm Alex Sheng. I'm the residency director for Brown and Mercy Medicine. I'm one of the co-chairs in the planning committee today. So.
Hello, I'm Seth Truger. I'm an ER doctor at Northwestern in Chicago. I'm also digital media editor at JAMA Network Open, and I'm MD Aware on Blue Sky. Also, I have some slurred speech. You may have some trouble hearing me, so I will keep this short. Thank you.
Hey y'all, Lauren Westifer from UMass Chan Bay State. I am a clinician investigator, woo! And that was for research, not for Bay State. And former social media editor at Annals of Emergency Medicine and sometimes podcaster.
My name is Robert Batista. I'm from the University of Missouri Sinclair School of Nursing. Although as a nurse, I've conducted research on how and why health professionals correct health misinformation from social media for a long period of time. So I'm here with them collaborating on this work, and I'm very pleased to see everyone. Thank you.
So I'm Mike Gizzani from Stanford. I'll just say that I wasn't on the film enough minutes to get a SAG card, and it kills me, Thank you all for being here. I used to believe social media was the best tool for medical education, and I've switched my research to how do you fight disinformation and view it very differently now. So I'm really glad you're all here. Welcome.
being the last one of this group. Michael Gottlieb, I'm at Rush. I'm the Vice Chair of Research there, and a lot of my work is in misinformation, also vaccination outreach and how we can improve this. So thrilled to be here. Thrilled to have such an amazing group of people here. We filled this room, which is so incredible. There's so many people here committed to how do we approach this, and so just incredibly honored to be a part of this and excited for today's day. Thank you.
Yeah, we have previously asked people not to sit in the back row, but we have so many people that I'm glad that you guys were able to fill it up. We also have a disclosure for Dr. Gottlieb here. And I want to thank our Senior Director, Foundation Business Development, Melissa McMillan, there she is, and our SAEM Board Liaison, Nick Moore. We couldn't have done it without them. And to get us all on the same page, we're going to use the term health misinformation as defined by Brian Southwell, who is one of our keynote speakers today, who defines health misinformation as publicly available information related to health or healthcare that's misleading or deceptive relative to the best available evidence and runs contrary to statements and actors or institutions who adhere to scientific principles. And this is the 6 working groups that have formed over the last 6 years and includes many of you here. It's great to meet you all on Zoom, but it's even better in person. So it really spans the gamut from social media, public health, marginalized populations, artificial intelligence, trust, and medical education. And it includes, emergency physicians, non-emergency physicians, academics, journalists, researchers, public health experts, APPs, medical students, and patient representatives. I want to acknowledge the enormous amount of work that's been done over the last couple of years. SAEM, I don't know if you guys just got the email, a call for proposals for 2028 for the next topic, and our group submitted that exactly 2 years ago. And since then, we recruited many of you here to be here. We applied for an HRQ grant. We oriented many of the working group leaders. Many of you guys were at a virtual kickoff conference a year ago. We work with Librarian Brown for a literature search. The working groups put tons of work into a literature review, identify gaps in the literature, develop research questions, use the modified Delphi method to refine them, and got to help us be here today with the research questions ready to go. We were able to secure some additional funding and with the help of SAEM put on this conference. And today, through a series of keynote lectures, a moderated panel, a couple of consensus building sessions, we're going to define the research agenda to address health misinformation for emergency medicine by voting to rank a prioritized list of research questions that will serve as our research agenda going forward for the next 10 years. This is the conference schedule for today. We're kind of at 9:10-ish right now. We have a keynote coming up, we have a panel, then we have our first consensus building session. Then we have provided lunch for all of you as well. Hopefully you have an opportunity to chat with each other, to network during that as well. There will be another keynote in the afternoon, followed by a consensus building session, and Seema will end us on a high note as we close towards 5. So for our first keynote, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. David Rand. He is a Henrietta Johnson Lewis Professor and Professor of Information Science, Marketing, and Psychology at Cornell, and previously held tenure appointments at MIT, Yale, and he's published over 250 papers, including in the New England Journal of Medicine, and over 20 papers in Nature and Science. He uses experimental and computational social science to explore why people share inaccurate information and what interventions reduce such behaviors. And his recent work is particularly focused on how dialogues with generative AI models can correct inaccurate beliefs. So go ahead and pull up his slides.
Thanks so much for the invitation to talk. I'm really looking forward to telling you guys about work that me and also I said the whole sort of social science of misinformation spreading has been doing for the last while. I feel like that that movie was a really emotionally evocative way to start this. And I feel a little bit awkward because I feel like some of the things that I am going to propose are not super consistent with that take. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so no disclosures. Don't need a ton of introduction, I think. about the misinformation problem. In social science, obviously, like, falsehoods have been around as long as communication has been around, but starting in 2016, there was attention to this sort of new kind of inaccurate claims, so people are calling fake news, that were, spread widely, often on social media, posted as if it's sort of, accurate information. And then during COVID, again, health information had been around for a long time, but a particular type of health misinformation got a lot of attention during COVID, as we heard a lot about. And so for the last 10 years, there has been a lot of work going on in social science trying to understand why people believe false claims, what to do about it. A lot of that has focused on political misinformation. Also, there's been a lot of work on health misinformation and like COVID misinformation in particular. And so the basic question across all of this work is, what is it that makes people believe false claims? And then also what makes people share them, but just thinking about like what makes people believe false claims. I'm gonna sort of synthesize a decade of work. I feel like there are some factors that have been identified that make people more likely to believe a claim regardless of whether it's true or not. So these aren't things that make people particularly vulnerable to misinformation, but they just are, things that anyone can use essentially to, or like factors that make anything more believed. So the first one is repetition. If you hear the same claim again and again, it starts to seem more accurate. And we showed that that was true even for really like extremely low credibility claims. Enough repetition, basically the mind uses familiarity as a heuristic for accuracy. And so as it comes easily to mind, you're like, oh, that's probably true. Also, the extent to which claims are aligned with your pre-existing beliefs. Confirmation bias, people are more likely to believe things that align with their beliefs. But an interesting point about this is, although confirmation bias is often talked about as a mistake, essentially, it's not actually necessarily wrong in the sense that a totally rational, truth-seeking Bayesian agent that was just doing their best to have accurate beliefs would often actually engage in confirmation bias, because when you get a new piece of information, you're updating your beliefs both about that information and also about the source. And so unless you have really great confidence in the source, if it's a claim that contradicts what you already believe, it can actually, it's not irrational to conclude it's more likely that this source is bad than that everything I know about the world previously is wrong. And just because it's not irrational doesn't mean it doesn't lead you to the wrong conclusion, but it's a little bit of reconceptualization that it's not necessarily, oh, this is a total mistake, but if you understand where people are coming from and like, it's not a crazy thing to do. Like when a guy stops me on the street and tells me he was abducted by aliens, it doesn't make me any more likely to believe that aliens exist. I just think that he's a crank. But that's not because I'm really invested in aliens, So you have and then, relatedly, and this was something I think that is really important that came up a lot in the video, is the importance of trusted sources and elite sources. When we say elite, it's sort of, I don't like political elites or social elites, influencers, things like that. And again, it makes sense that you're going to take information more seriously from someone that you trust. And then there's like a lot of work on what are the things that make people particularly vulnerable to falsehoods, or susceptible to like not being able to discern what's true and what's not true. One thing is a lack of critical thinking, a lack of reasoning. There's a lot of evidence that the people that are better at solving sort of critical thinking puzzles are less likely to believe false claims. If you distract people, if you put people in an emotional state, it makes them less likely to believe it makes them more likely to believe false claims, worse at telling true from false. So this is like a really central aspect of all of this. And in the medical context, a lot of the time, people do really get emotional and worried and stuff like that, and being in a state like that can make it harder for you to recognize what's true and what's not. Relatedly, a lack of digital literacy and lack of media literacy is associated with not being able to tell truth from falsehood. And there's also a motivational component where there are, people vary in how much they say it's really important to be accurate versus it's important to respect my identity and, my politics and things like that. And so the more people are motivated to be accurate, the more their beliefs tend to be accurate. So with this as a sort of like psychological backdrop, the question that I want to spend most of today talking about is what can be done to try to reduce belief in and sharing of falsehoods. There's been a lot of work that has been focusing on what I'll call sort of light touch interventions that typically are preemptive, so things that you can do before people have been exposed to or a given piece of information, or without having, the critical thing that's advantageous about this is these are interventions that they call content neutral, which is to say you don't have to know what specific pieces of misinformation people are going to be exposed to. You can just try to get them generally prepared. And, the most fundamental version of this, which I didn't put on the slide because it's not something that is, it's not studied that much because it's really hard to do, is training people to be critical thinkers. So, okay, great. If you can reform the education system and get people to really think critically, great. But that's sort of a little out of scope for the kinds of things that we are looking at, which are things that are more, within the power of the moment to address. So one thing is simply reminding people to think about accuracy. And this seems sort of ridiculous, but there's a lot of research that suggests that when people, particularly when they're on social media, they're just not thinking about accuracy. It's not an accuracy-focused space. You're scrolling quickly, the news is mixed in with cat videos and pictures of babies and whatever. And so people just forget to think about accuracy. So just essentially priming the concept of accuracy can reduce misinformation sharing. We've shown this in survey experiments, we've shown it on field experiments, we have big digital ad experiments we did with 60 million people on Facebook in collaboration with Meta, and just prompting people to think about the concept of accuracy makes them less likely to share inaccurate content. Similarly, providing simple digital literacy tips can help people tell true from false headlines. We have some work that suggests that largely how it's doing it is getting people to pay attention to the sources. There's all these different digital literacy tips that people have looked at, and when you look at them one by one, a lot of them don't really seem like they're doing that much, but the source-related ones are particularly helpful. But more generally, the idea is in order for any of this to be helpful, whatever you're teaching the people has to actually be diagnostic of the quality of the information. So if you teach them something like watch out for bad formatting, that's only helpful in so much as the low quality stuff has bad formatting and the high quality stuff doesn't have bad formatting. And so you need to really be conscious of are the things that you're teaching people actually diagnostic in the context of the information that they encounter. We also, these literacy tips can reduce misinformation sharing, but mostly by just being a way of prompting them to think about accuracy. And then another thing that's gotten a lot of attention is sort of inoculating people against manipulation strategies. There's a bunch of work that you can, if you identify these different manipulative strategies like emotional arousal and things like that, then that helps people identify them when they're out in the world. But I actually am pretty skeptical of the usefulness of this kind of strategy-based inoculation work for a lot of what happens in the world because, again, there's a lot of work where you can help people identify these strategies, but there's not good evidence that these strategies really are diagnostic of accuracy. If you think about being emotionally evocative, accurate headlines about lots of people dying from COVID are very emotionally evocative, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't believe it. And there's evidence that even when the strategies are diagnostic, teaching people to recognize the strategies, they don't naturally transfer that to then, well, I shouldn't believe it, unless you also make them think about accuracy at the same time. So there's a lot of this work on these light touch preemptive interventions, but I think the thing that is, more really fundamentally helpful is just correcting misbeliefs, providing accurate information, getting people to change their mind. And the general take is okay, well, Like, why don't you just tell people the correct facts? That should solve the problem. And there's a ton of work that is essentially of the vein of, it doesn't, facts don't work, fact wants people to change your minds, it's over. I think this is in general wrong. I think there is way more power in facts and accurate corrections than is typically discussed in the context of health communication these days. There are a lot of studies that directly interrogate this by showing people like finding things that people don't believe, showing corrective information, and saying, do people update their beliefs? And in general, the answer is yes. Like on average, if you show people corrections, people move in the direction of the correction. They don't totally, not everybody 100% updates their belief, but like in general, when you provide people accurate information, it moves them in the direction of the information. And there is really no good evidence at all of backfire or like boomerang effects where giving people accurate information makes them believe it less. There was like 1 or 2 studies by Brendan Nyhan and Jason Reifler in the like mid-2010s that found some of these backfires. And it really has not replicated. Brendan Nyhan is like, no, there's no such thing. It's a zombie meme. I wish I hadn't done it. I wish people would stop talking about the backfire. We need a whole study of like why people continue to believe in the backfire even though it doesn't exist anymore. So there's really not evidence of corrective information backfiring either for people's beliefs or for their vaccination intentions. And so what I am going to argue is that the big problem is not so much that facts and evidence don't work, but it's more about exposure, which is a lot of people are either not exposed to accurate information or they're exposed to much more inaccurate information than accurate information. And a note on this is that there's lots of discussion about the disinformation dozen and all these people sharing like really blatantly false things on social media and stuff like that. But I had this paper with a couple of colleagues in Science 2 years ago where we quantified the impact of COVID vaccine misinformation during the first 3 months of the vaccine rollout. We did some experiments and we built some models to create a statistical model to predict the causal effect on vaccination intentions of any piece of content. And we pulled everything that was shared at least 100 times on Facebook in the first 3 months of the rollout. And like the disinfo dozen kind of really extreme misinformation, it is worse. It's about if you see it, it did make people substantially less likely to want to get vaccinated. But just exposure was so much lower to that content than to things like Chicago Tribune headline that says, healthy doctor dies 2 weeks after getting vaccinated, CDC investigating. That one headline was seen substantially more than all of the disinformation stuff combined. And so, it's like the disinfo was like twice as bad on average. These kind of like misleading mainstream headlines were like seen 100 times more than the disinfo. So we estimate that those kinds of headlines did like 50 times more damage than the, like really crazy disinfo stuff. So I think that's another really important thing to think about when kind of situating all of this discussion. I don't know, do you want to do questions now or?
Does that include the circles of misinformation? So it sounded like you pulled available information to look at. Did that study include these circles where we know people are sharing their information but not sharing with the wider web?
Yeah, so Facebook has this thing where it's called Social Science 1, where they made the, in this like anonymized form, they made a huge amount of the data from Facebook publicly available if you apply through it or whatever. Yeah, you can check it. The paper is called like Quantifying the Impact of COVID Misinformation and Skeptical Content on Facebook or something like that. So Allen et al. 2024 Science. I should have put a picture in here. So I think that with that perspective, the challenge, or like the core challenge to me is reaching people with accurate information and accurate information that is clearly explained. And I think that it's more that than crafting the most compelling persuasive message. And although obviously this isn't true for all subgroups, if you look at trust, this is trust in lots of different institutions. This is from a survey we ran, but there's also like Pew, like really high quality representative data that looks very similar, that trust in your own doctor and in doctors in general is like quite high, even now. And like, it's the sort of like the most trusted institution in America, more or less. People love firefighters also, but you know, okay. And so I think you guys are extremely powerful voices for information if you can get it to people. And so I think that's the big challenge. And just as one way to try to like drive this home, we did this study comparing for HPV vaccination. We took 8 of the most watched public service announcement type videos from places like, you know, St. Jude's Children's Hospital or whatever, we found from like Google video searches. And then we compared that to 8 of the most watched pro-HPV vaccination TikToks, most of them made by medical professionals, but they're in sort of TikTok style, they're short, they're like funny, you know, whatever. And then we recruited a couple of thousand American women that were eligible for HPV vaccination but not yet vaccinated, randomized them to ask a control or one of those videos, and then asked about their HPV vaccination intentions before and after the video to quantify the effect of the videos. And you know, watching a control video, this is how much they changed their vaccination intentions. I guess you can't see that. Well, the y-axis is how much they changed their vaccination intentions. There's no effect of the control. And you see that these sort of longer, professionally made PSAs were like twice as effective as the TikTok videos, which makes sense. They have more information. They're really, you know, well done videos. If you watch them, they're twice as persuasive. But then we counted how many views each of these things had, and it's a log scale on the x-axis there. So, you know, the TikTok videos had like 100 times more views, essentially, than the PSAs. And so if you multiply that out, the TikToks are probably doing more good than the PSAs because they're reaching people. You know, and it's hard to make a TikTok that goes viral. But the point is, if you can reach people, it's powerful. Okay. And one other point about this correction is that you know, providing like accurate corrective information, there's different ways to do it. You can do it before exposure, pre-bunking. This was, you know, mentioned in the previous little intro. And I think the pre-bunking is to say, like, you know somebody's going to see a false claim or likely to see a false claim. You can get out ahead of it and be like, look, this thing, you might hear this, it's not true, here's the reality of it. But the problem with this is you have to know which claims people are going to be exposed to ahead of time, and that's hard. You can provide the accurate information or like the warning that things are inaccurate contemporaneously, like at the same time people are exposed to the content. But in order to do that, essentially you have to be the social media platform because you have to be in control of what people are seeing, and therefore you can stick a label on it or something like that. And there's lots of evidence that if platforms do that, it really does help. It makes people something like half as likely to believe it, half as likely to share it. But now all the major platforms have rolled back all of that kind of collaboration with fact checking. So that is not great in my opinion. And also you can do correction after exposure. This is sort of like debunking. But there, the problem is how do you reach people? Either you need people that have been exposed to go to fact-checking sites, which essentially nobody does, or you need some way of actively monitoring things and delivering to corrections to people that have been exposed to inaccurate information. Again, something platforms could do but are not really interested in. And so what I'm going to spend the rest of the time talking about is a new approach to try to correct misinformation that I think has promise for really reaching people at scale in a way that a lot of the previous efforts have been challenged with. And this is trying to leverage the power that's offered by large language models like ChatGPT. And you know, there's a lot of discussion about generative AI and medicine, like this paper in Science about how great GPT is at diagnosing things. This is controversial. This is not at all what I'm talking about. Okay? What I'm talking about is using generative AI as an educational tool, essentially, as a way to educate patients and correct misconceptions in the general public. So, these advances in AI, where now we have these large language model chatbots that can fluently talk to people. I've created this new method of providing information. Something that's important to know when you're talking about AI and these, ChatGPT kind of things is there's fundamentally two different parts of these models. There's the basic model where, they take essentially all of the internet and a huge amount of money and a huge amount of electricity, and they train a model that is basically like what these large language models are is they're really good autocomplete. They're just like super fancy autocompletes where, when you see it typing out, what it's doing is just saying, giving all the other words that have come first and everything I know from ingesting the whole internet, what's the most likely next token or next, word essentially. And the magic of this is that somehow with enough data, that really stupid process produces extremely smart seeming things. So that's the basic model, but then you give it the, your specific design on top of it. You give it specific instructions, that are called the prompt. You can give it specific data sets to pull from, things like that. And it's together, the basic model plus the prompt is what delivers the output. And so like when you go to ChatGPT, that is like a particular GPT model. Right now it's GPT 5.5, and it's a particular set of instructions sitting on top of it, which are proprietary. We don't know exactly what the instructions are, but they're, generally some combination of provide answers that are accurate and provide answers that the users will like. Like a lot of the training for these models is they show them two different answers and say, which answer do you like more? And then it learns, okay, do the thing that people like more. And so that means that, they can make mistakes. And some of those are like honest mistakes in the sense that the model, like if it was trying to be accurate, that would have told you the wrong thing. But also sometimes it's trying to produce responses that the user will like, even though it knows they're not accurate. And so you can tell your, instance of ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or whatever, you can say, always tell me what you think is true. Don't tell me what I want to hear. And that will really change its behavior. I did that with GPT, and it's like, are you sure? What if I think you're really not gonna like it? And I was like, no, just like tell me the thing that is true. So first of all, I highly suggest that everybody that is using these models for anything, tell them to always be honest with you, because that influences what they do. But also, these models can be purposefully used to spread misinformation. Like you can use, in the prompt, you can say, produce things that are inaccurate. So, when I'm talking about trying to use generative AI to correct misconceptions, the reason I give you this whole background is that I think the thing that's really important here is it's not like send your patients to ChatGPT and have them ask a question. It's like we want to build our own models where we are giving it instructions, but you don't have to spend $1 billion and make a super fancy model yourself. You take the standard, whatever the top of the line existing model is, and then you give it your own specific instructions that tell it to provide accurate information or to correct misconceptions. As I said, you can also include specific data sets, and there are a lot of things getting developed in the medical context where their models are hooked into all kinds of like up-to-date kind of setup. But we've found for a lot of the vaccine misinformation, the issues that people have, there's like a or the questions that people have are well represented in the training data of these, these big models. And so a lot of the time, we haven't really found the need to have specialized data sets to get them to provide accurate and persuasive information. And so a lot of the work we've been doing is trying to say, do conversations with these chatbots actually reduce misbeliefs? And so the place that we started is in the context of conspiracy beliefs, which is a canonical example of beliefs that are resistant to correction. And the general sense is like the reason, there's all these conspiracies that people believe despite all of this debunking evidence. Why do they believe it? Well, it must be that they want to believe, and therefore they ignore the inconvenient evidence. And that is sort of like the state of the psychology of conspiracy work prior to us doing this. And we were like, well, maybe, but maybe it actually is just a question of finding the right facts that relate to the specific beliefs that underpin their conspiracy and explaining it in a way that's clear and makes sense. So we thought, well, okay, in order to refute conspiracy theories, you need the ability to pick exactly the right counter-argument to whatever the person says, and you need access to a huge amount of information across a ton of topics. None of us really have, we have the first capacity, we don't so much have the second capacity, but these large language models do. And so in this work, we said, could GPT talk people, like our version, our sort of GPT-powered, chatbot, talk people out of believing conspiracies? And so we want to try to debunk things that the people themselves actually really believe. So instead of giving them a list and being like, which of these things do you believe? We're just like, sometimes people think events are explained by, secret plots by powerful actors. Some people call these conspiracy theories. Is there anything like that that seems plausible to you? And they can just write out in their own words whatever it is they actually believe. So this person was like 9/11. They think that, seen many stories and videos on it, and they think it was an inside job done by the government because World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed even though it wasn't hit by a plane. And when Bush was told about it, he was reading to these kids and he just sat there and continued to read to them. He didn't seem surprised at all, so he must have known about it. Then the AI says, okay, this is what you said. You think 9/11 was an inside job. 0 to 100, how much do you believe it? And this person, 100% totally all in on being a 9/11 conspiracist. And then they have this 3-round back and forth conversation with the AI model. We tell the people, you're going to have a conversation with an AI, so they know they're talking to an AI. And then what we say to the AI is, instead of saying make the person happy, we say your goal is to persuade them to stop believing the conspiracy. And we tell them the conspiracy, we tell them how much the person believed it. Said again, persuade the user this is not supported, get them to change their beliefs to be less conspiratorial. And that's the treatment, and in the control, they just talk about random things with the AI, like cats versus dogs, or I guess the medical system, not random to you guys, but random conspiracies, firefighters, and so on. And just to give you a little flavor of how this goes, so for the 9/11 conspiracist, the AI is like, thank you for sharing your thoughts and concerns, always very polite, It's like, okay, yes, it's true that World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed even though it wasn't hit by a plane, but that's because it was hit by debris from a tower that was hit by a plane. And it's true that Bush didn't, respond, but it's not because he knew about it, it's because he was trying to avoid a panic. And then the person's like, all right, that might be true, but what about the evidence about demolitions, blowing up the towers? And also, jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough to melt steel. These are sort of like standard 9/11 conspiracy talking points, where if somebody said them to me, I would be like, it doesn't sound right, but I don't know what to say, But the GPT doesn't have that problem. It's just like, okay, yes, people have speculated about explosions bringing down the towers, but what sounded like explosions, the booms of explosions going off, was just one floor after the other collapsing. And it's true that jet fuel burns at 1,000 degrees Celsius and steel melts at 1,500 degrees Celsius, but that misunderstands the physics. At only 650 degrees Celsius, steel loses half of its strength, which is enough to make the building collapse. And then the person's like, okay, well, why did we let these people into the country and teach them how to fly planes? Like, they got through security really easily. And it's like, yes, it's true that happened, but you have to remember that before 9/11, there weren't any precautions in place to stop people from, learning how to fly planes. And the person's like, okay, thank you. So then they finish the conversation, either about the conspiracy or about some random topic in the control. And then we're like, all right, let's go back to that thing from the beginning. In the beginning, you said this. How much do you believe it? And this particular person went from 100% believing it to 40% believing it. And this is, one example, but here's the results from an experiment with 1,000 Americans that believed conspiracies. This is how much they believed the conspiracy before the experiment. The blue is control and the red is the treatment. I'm showing you the whole distribution of beliefs, and then the means are on the right with standard errors. You see it's cut off at 50 because if they said below 50, then we're like, okay, you don't actually believe it. You're not the people that we're interested in. And you see that there's no difference between the treatment and control initially, but then after the conversation, talking about dogs and cats doesn't change people's conspiracy beliefs in blue, but talking to the AI reduced conspiracy beliefs by like 20%. It was like more than a standard deviation decrease. And if you want to say that people below 50 don't believe the conspiracy, it talked a quarter of the conspiracists out of their chosen conspiracy. Again, which is the thing, not that they picked out of a list, but that they wrote down as like actually the thing that they personally believed. And we followed up 10 days later, and the effect was totally stable. We got very excited, we started writing the paper, and then when the paper was ready to submit, I was like, let's go back to them one more time and see how things are looking. 2 months later, totally stable. So it like really changed people's minds. There was lots of different conspiracies that people talked about. Again, this is just whatever they happened to talk about themselves. Blue is how much they believed it beforehand, after the control. Red is how much they believed it after the treatments. The difference between those things is the treatment effect. And you see an effect across lots of different conspiracy types, including, most relevantly for you guys, COVID. And so you get this big treatment effect on people's COVID conspiracies. And so this paper came out in Science a couple of years ago. And we also now have this public-facing version of it, of debunkbot.com, where you can go there and talk about whatever you want. We also have like a vaccine tab that specifically talks about vaccinations. And so what I'm going to use the rest of the time talking about is us trying to apply this same approach specifically in the context of vaccination. So we have one preprint where we did this in the context of HPV vaccination, like trying to convince parents that it's a good idea to vaccinate their children against HPV. So we started with, over 7,000 Americans, and you were eligible if they had unvaccinated eligible children or didn't have children yet, and they were at baseline not fully convinced that they should vaccinate their children against HPV, which left us with about 1,400 eligible participants. And both before and after the treatment, we asked them, 0 to 100, how inclined would you be to get your sons vaccinated? How inclined would you be to get your daughters vaccinated against HPV? And then they were randomized into one of three conditions. In the AI dialogue condition, excuse me, they had a 4-round back and forth conversation with GPT-4 Turbo. We didn't do any fine tuning. We didn't give it any special data sets or anything, but we did give it the specific instructions of your job is to basically persuade them that they should vaccinate their children. And, so they give sort of open-ended thoughts on HPV vaccination. They rate their pre-treatment vaccination intentions. This person starts out like very low interest in vaccinating either sons or daughters, because someone felt lightheaded after getting vaccinated and almost passed out. And it's like exacerbates autoimmune disease. And then they have this back and forth conversation with the chatbot where it responds to whatever she said, and then she comes up with more things, and then it responds to that, and it keeps going and basically addresses whatever it is that she has to say. And then afterwards say, okay, now what about it? And this person went up to 70, 75%. And so then we're going to benchmark this dialogue against standard of care, which is this CDC brochure about why you should vaccinate your kids. And while most, I think, of these brochures go directly into the recycling bin without getting read, we force people to actually read it. And so we're like, what's the treatment, how does the treatment effect of this chatbot compare to making people actually read the CDC information? And then a control again where they talk about cats versus dogs. And so this is how much people intended to vaccinate their daughters or sons against against HPV before and after. And so you see there's a little bit of an increase in the control just through regression to the mean, but you get a substantially larger treatment effect in the brochure, and the AI dialogue is directionally but not significantly larger than the brochure, and that's true for both sons and daughters. And so this means that the chatbot can on average match forcing people to read the full set of accurate information. And then this shows you the percentage of people that changed at least some minimum amount. I know it's sort of hard to read, but the point of this is if you look at, 10 is saying this is what fraction of people increased their vaccination intentions by at least 10%. And so you can see that the brochure in green and the LLM in orange are about 20 percentage points higher than the control. So both of those things got about 20% of the people to increase by at least 10 points. But then if you look at large changes, the brochure was not really inducing any large changes, but the oh great, thank you so much. But the dialogue with the LLM got about 7% of people to have changes of like 50 points in their vaccination intention. So it was like some subset of people that was really reaching and changing their minds a lot. And then we fact checked what it said, it was overwhelmingly accurate. So we've got a preprint for this. We have a specific chatbot that is set up for HPV vaccination. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is that we have some new work where we wanted to understand, in our previous experiments, we were telling the bot that its job was to persuade the people. But like, if you're doing education, you don't really want to be doing persuasion. You want to just be like correcting inaccurate beliefs without some specific persuasive goal. And with the conspiracy debunking stuff, we did some other work with conspiracies in general. If you just say, be a helpful AI assistant and correct any misconceptions without giving it a persuasive goal, it works just as well. We wanted to know, is that also true in the medical context? So again, they have one of these conversations with the chatbot, and either we tell the chatbot its goal is to persuade them that vaccination is good, or the goal is just to provide information, and we explicitly tell it not to persuade the person and to let them make up their own mind and do whatever they want, just to make sure that any factual information they believe is correct, and then a control. And then for this one, we ask about vaccination in general. So either for themselves or for their kids, how inclined are you to get the vaccines recommended by your doctor? And so I'm going to show you the treatment effect relative to the control. So how many points on this 0 to 100 scale it moved people based on the x-axis, you have how much they intended to get vaccinated in the first place. And so if you focus on the skeptical people that were like 50 or below, you know, it's moving people close to 10 points on a 0 to 100 scale. And most importantly, it doesn't matter at all whether you tell it to persuade in red or you just tell it to be accurate without persuading at all. So you don't need a persuasive thing. You can just say, give people accurate information, and it will move them. And then the effects are smaller, obviously, for the people that are already on board. And this is on the debunkbot.com. There's like a vaccination tab, as I mentioned, where anybody can go and talk to this sort of vaccine bot. So I think that the conclusion of this is that these dialogues with large language models can really have meaningful effects on people's attitudes and behavioral intentions. Obviously, a caveat of all the work that I showed you as we're looking at vaccination intentions. We haven't yet done things where we link it directly to vaccines. There was one RCT in China that showed big effects on parents actually vaccinating their children, and we're working on making that happen here. If anybody wants to collaborate on something like that, let me know. And there's clearly lots of bad applications of this technology, both purposely misleading people and people getting misled by just going to ChatGPT and asking it questions and getting it wrong. But I think there's also really a lot of potential for positive use cases when you create your own bots that are specifically instructed to correct misconceptions instead of just catering to the user. And you know, you don't have to make them persuasive. You can just say, essentially, be an informational, be a teacher. And I think that basically the lesson is that these LLMs are really excellent teachers, and particularly they're excellent tutors. They can dig up a lot of information, and they're just much better at explaining things than most people. Certainly most teachers, and I expect also most people that don't have training or expertise in teaching. So I feel like the bottom line is that these custom designed chatbots are promising for correcting patient misconceptions, motivating health behaviors. And we've done some thinking about like how you could get this to actually be deployed. Things like you want to try to get to the AI, people to talk to the AI before they're in a situation where they can get vaccinated. If you have like intake forms for parents or pediatricians, they could have like, talking to the chatbot or the option to talk to the chatbot as part of the intake form. Can send people links. So if you have questions about the vaccine, talk to this thing. It's easy now that they can just text back and forth and ask whatever questions they want. They can call and have voice conversations. That's very easy to do. Kiosks and waiting rooms, things like that. You could have a tablet with the chatbot loaded up to pull up during visits to address questions, both because the chatbot is good at explaining things, and also if they're not listening to you, maybe it's another thing to try, is maybe they'll find this authority more compelling. And we're also in the process of creating these chatbots that can scan social media for misinformation and automatically replies, for making our own sort of bot armies for good. So thanks for listening, and I hope this was useful.
So is there any work to look at how people respond when they have two different bots telling them different things? And I say that because
Right, so that's like an active research area for us where we're sort of in the process of building those things. But my take on it is that, likely to some extent they cancel each other out. But that means, that's why it's all the more important to be making chatbots that are providing accurate information, because for sure the other people are making bots that are providing inaccurate information. And so if you just say, well, maybe that will counter it, so let's not do anything, then you just seed the field essentially to the misinformers. Also, as a side note, Grok seems remarkably good, weirdly, even despite all of Musk's attempts to screw it up. We have a working paper where we look at everything that Grok has done, and it's like much better than you might think. It's like hard to break these models. Yeah, so in the studies that we have been doing, because they're these experimental studies, we essentially we've captured their attention already, because we're like, talk to the bot. And in that context, the tone doesn't matter much. We've varied it in various different ways, and it doesn't really make that much difference. But where the tone potentially is really important is in capturing attention in the first place. Yeah, so you can tell people that the bot is an expert, and you can tell the bot to be really condescending and rude and basically imply that the person's an idiot for believing the conspiracy theory, and it still works. I think that in the conspiracy debunking work, we've done a version where we don't let it, we only let it give the first response, and then we don't let it continue the conversation, and that gets about 80% of the effect size as the back and forth. So I think most of the persuading is happening in that first big, because it's still a little bit responsive, because it knows what they said. It gets one response, essentially. Because even the CDC thing is totally general. So I think that matters some, but I think the contrast with a person, it depends on how knowledgeable the person is and how good they are at explaining things. My wife's a pediatrician, and I was talking about this stuff, and she was, I think generally sort of skeptical, and then I finally got her to role play a little with it, and she was like, it's so good, how does it know how to do all this, doing the tone perfectly, it's doing all, how does it know that? And I was like, well,
I totally agree. The models are really good at explaining things. You say, explain like I'm a 5-year-old, it does a great job. But I feel like depending on the bots is kind of similar to what got us into this problem in the first place. Let me explain. So you have a large tech company like ByteDance, who's motivated economically to promote stickiness on its platform. So amplifies emotional kind of Twitter or TikTok posts, and people get stuck on it and they get misinformation. And then we try to combat it using chatbots that are also designed by large tech companies. So we're still relinquishing some of that power away. And the training runs for some of these models right now are in the 9-figure range. So to train up a GPT 5.4 is $100 million or something. So it's not trivial to kind of make your own chatbot, and they're continuously changing.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally true, but I guess that it seems to me like you can leverage the technology that was built more or less for making money to do things that are useful. And again, that's why I'm sort of emphasizing the making your own chatbots, where you take the base model, but then you give it the instructions that you want, or you give it access to the data sets that you want it to use. And then I think you're much less at the whim of the designers of it, essentially. But yeah.
Is there anything that
I mean, yeah. Yes. I mean, so we do have these public-facing links. Like if if you go to debunk, here I'm actually going to click it and see if this works. You guys can't see this probably, right? Can I drag it over here? Let's see. We do have these public-facing resources that just like exist out there in the world. Now the question is, am I going to be able to figure out how to do this? No, I'm not talented enough to operate to click on that thing in the corner. Well, whatever. There's somewhere where you can click and then it brings you to the vaccine page. So you could just do that. You should try it yourself and make sure you like the answers that it's giving. But this does exist as a publicly available tool. Basically, you should go to like debunkbot.com/vaccine. Well, I can't figure it out how to do it. But yeah, the tools are out there, and we would love it if people used it.
If this is a digression from where pieces, please feel free to tell me to ask someone else. But one of the things you emphasized at the beginning was the need to correct misinformation and to take that time. I think in the emergency department, we're obviously quite pressed in terms of our time, and also in that period of time have to build trust and rapport with the patient very quickly in order to be able to deliver the care that they need.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes they share with us things that are crazy, like we don't keep count on the house anymore for lots of reasons, or whatever you want to say about vaccinations. And the question is, to what degree is it good? Is it a good idea to try to correct in that moment and potentially erode trust? And also, what are if what are some mechanisms to do that well? So continue to build trust and rapport while still being able to provide some information that doesn't seem necessarily like antagonistic and knowledgeable.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, as you were alluding to at the beginning, that's not totally in my scope of practice. But yeah, I mean, I guess my intuition is essentially you have to say, like, is this critical? Like, is this something where this is a misbelief that really needs to get corrected right now or not? And I know for emergency medicine, it's different because they're not making appointments ahead of time. But this is something we've been thinking a lot about in the context of primary care, where particularly because patients' time with the doctors is really limited, if you can get them to talk, like part of what we're imagining with these chatbot tools is ways that they can ask questions and get things addressed before they show up in the room with the doctor.
I think for the sake of time,
Yes.
we're going to stop here. But
Happy to chat over lunch.
Available to take any questions. We're pretty much exactly on time, so if people can go ahead and take a break, or please come back at 10:10. We'll get started with the panel. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check 1 2. Check 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 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check 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 check.
All right, we're going to get started with the public health panel. If you're on the panel, please come up here. Hello, we're going to start the panel now. So if you could please take a seat, but continue to grab coffee, that'd be great. Thanks.
I'm going to pull up your panel for.
After I ask a question, I'll just pass this microphone down and discuss. You've also got what's. Please grab coffee whenever you need it.
Yeah.
We are going to start here with a panel. We are lucky to have many experts here in public health, in health communication and misinformation that will focus on sort of the clinical outcomes and impact in patients we see in the emergency department, but also on the public health level when it comes to misinformation. So if y'all could just briefly, quickly, because we're running a little bit behind, introduce yourself.
Zach, right? Yes, Zach.
Hi, everyone. Marina Del Rios. I'm an emergency medicine physician, as I guess many people in this room are. A health services researcher, and I do research in misinformation in Latino communities.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Italo Brown, emergency physician at Stanford. I would say more so barbershop-based health initiatives work as my backbone, really believe in the power of social emergency medicine.
Great to see you, everybody. I'm Stephanie Friedhoff. I'm a professor of the practice at the Brown University School of Public Health. I'm a longtime journalist and health communicator. I run the Information Futures Lab at Brown, which is aptly named because I want you all to think less about misinformation and more about information and information ecosystems.
And I'm Jonathan Howard. I'm a neurologist and psychiatrist at NYU in Bellevue Hospital, and I've been writing about misinformation ever since one of my friends, who became one of the disinformation dozen, turned to the dark side.
Would love to know the tea there.
Happily.
So first of all, I just want to focus this a little more in on sort of emergency medicine and the impacts of misinformation on our patients. And we watched the documentary, which had some, I think as ER docs, many of us or other clinicians, we saw the impacts of COVID-19. Any other reflections either on that or on sort of the clinical impact?
Oh boy, it just affects so many things. I mean, COVID is the obvious one, and I think that vaccine hesitancy in general, but I've seen everything from, people talking about how asthma inhalers can actually make your asthma worse, or you can be dependent on them. It can certainly influence that kind of physician-patient relationship and trying to convince people to get their treatments, and affects us and gives us burnout by having to have those conversations over and over again. And sadly, systemically, we've seen what that has done with pandemics and dying to see what happens with measles outbreaks and how more people decide not to get vaccinated. But I think that piece of that doctor-patient relationship and the burnout on us is the most immediate impact that I feel in my day-to-day in the emergency department.
I spend a lot of time working in communities. I mean, outside of the walls of the hospital, and being able to be both a trusted member of communities and getting what I would consider, or the T as you kind of talked about, around these different beliefs is a unique position for a physician, right? Because you get the opportunity to, in real time, correct the misinformation, but you can't fight faster or harder than social media threads. Right? And so I've tried to be as vocal as I can on both. And I found significant success in doing that, particularly within Black and brown communities. The hard part, again, is that there just doesn't seem to be, there's a dearth of information around it. The access and exposure are constantly hurdles that we have to fight against, and political ties as well. And so I'm constantly put in this position as a community-centered emergency physician. Like, how much do I know? How well can I activate community members on both sides, physicians as well as folks who I see at the barbershop, folks who I see at the grocery stores, to try to fight this uniformly. And I'm still working on that. But I am actually really inspired by some of the talks today and by the presence of people here today.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just say that, as powerful as that movie was, I think that it couldn't have given the scope. There was a study that came out that if every eligible adult had been vaccinated the first 2 years of the pandemic, 234,000 lives would have been saved. And that's just a mind-boggling number, of people. So just imagine those stories multiplied by 234,000 times. And of course, death is not the only bad outcome from COVID, as we all learned, so.
All right.
That was, oh my gosh.
Moving along a little bit, thinking about the breakdown that occurs with misinformation or disinformation, how much of this is a breakdown in trust in institutions versus specific to health care and public health in general?
I mean, I think the two are very closely intertwined, and sadly, we're in a environment that even some of our institutions are more, I guess, at least trustworthy than they would have been maybe a decade ago. And I think that it just makes it very difficult for people to define for themselves who is trustworthy when there's so many conflicting ideas coming from even from institutions that they once trusted. So certainly that influences both just your trust in institutions in general, right, in politics and government, but likewise in your public health agencies, your local public health agencies, and then that permeates down, obviously, into medicine. And yeah, I think that.
So one of the other hats that I wear at Stanford is I work with medical students to understand health equity principles. I really help build their curriculum and the lens that they see the world through as physicians when it comes to issues of social and structural drivers of health and what restorative justice can look like. And so it's really important when I think about it now, and the communities that don't necessarily understand the language of restorative justice but are seeking it and demand it from our institutions, particularly because in the last 5-6 years, we've seen significant changes in flux in information. And people feel like they've been told or sold a false bill of goods repeatedly. And sometimes as physicians, we bear the brunt of that. We're like, hey, I didn't have anything to do with that particular statement or the fact that your belief is this way because it was reinforced by other systems that move at faster speeds than we can individually. But I'm responsible for trying to educate you. And so it's been very challenging, I'm not gonna lie to you, especially because the community that I sit in and I work with, trust and truth is the most popular currency for us. You know, when we dap somebody up, give you a hug, like saying I would literally lay my life on the line for you, that lasts for years. And so when that trust is fractured, you're really spending so much time trying to recover it. And I spend a lot of hours thinking about how to do this at scale, and there just doesn't seem to be great ways to move it faster than the engine that moves in the opposite direction.
Such powerful words, and I think we'll get to that in a second. I would love to take a minute to connect the previous talk to this part of the conversation, because I think that's really important. In the sense that we heard from a computational social scientist about a part of the misinformation research and how we engage with chatbots. And I think the message was great because it's what a lot of us want to hear about how teaching critical thinking in an online environment might have benefits. Ever the journalist, I just want to say that we want to keep in mind and apply some critical thinking around the fact that misinformation is an emerging field, and a lot of the evidence is just emerging. We're trying out a ton of things, and that is awesome. So we've had, as David was saying, we started, 2016, started really like a new wave of misinformation research. Now we're in a phase where we're really interested in trust. And we're asking, we're doing a tremendous amount of really important studying. In the context of which I want to take us back to what you just said, which is the settings in which I'm a practitioner and or practitioner scholar, whatever. And we work in a lot of places where I remember in the beginning of the pandemic, we were having conversations about the role of information in behavior. And there are scientists who think information plays zero role in the actions that people actually take. So let's just sit for a second. But of course, there's also people who think information is the only thing that matters in behavior. I think neither of which, right? So we like to think in binaries, and we like to think about these topics in binaries. And I would love, if we have a room full of incredibly smart academics, right? Let's think with nuance about these things. So right now, we're having a very binary conversation about trust. Are people trusting or are they not trusting? Well, it depends on the context. Right? Depends on their historic experience. It depends on their experiences with the healthcare system, depends on all kinds of things. We also keep asking the same really unproductive questions in our studies. Do you trust the CDC? Do you trust the influencer? Do you trust your family? With what? Epistemic trust, as in, is the information they will give me, do I trust that that is accurate or that they have my best interest in mind? Is it recommendation trust, as in, will I be taking the behavior that is recommended? So even if we just think about the complexity of the concept of trust and how that plays out in society, we're again at a moment of having this sort of high-level conversation. And again, ever the reporter, the question is always who benefits from us having the conversation in this kind of way? And the conversation we're often seeing about trust right now is, why don't they trust us? As opposed to, how can we be trustworthy? Because when we change the questions to, are we showing up with competence? Do people believe we're competent, right? What are the actual constituents of trust? And when we start asking questions about that, we get very different answers. Do they have my best interest in mind? You get, you might even have people, and again, just understanding that mistrust and distrust aren't necessarily a lack of trust. Right? Mistrust is, and we can go through the definitions, but it is mistrust in the overall healthcare system versus distrust in a specific person. This doctor didn't treat me right. But David was right in pointing out how many people really trust where the relationships are. And that is the key point here, that outside of this question of critical thinking and education, which is incredibly important, but only a small subset of the ecosystem that we are talking about, which is our information ecosystem and our relationship ecosystems. What relationships do we have? And to get your point, and I look forward to the discussion about the solutions, but the solutions are really in the relationships with, over time, may or may not build trust, but at least we are working on something together. We're working towards a common goal.
To that end, a question that just came up when I was circulating around the room was, how do you go about building that trust in the relationship or information with all that we know about healthcare errors and healthcare-related harms? Any thoughts there? Anyone?
I'll say, I had one advantage, I guess, compared to some emergency medical doctors, in that when the pandemic hit, I had been treating, the main disease I treat is MS, and my patients had been with me for 15, 16 years by that point. And so it's really sort of, it takes time, right? You're not going to change anyone's mind with a single conversation. On the other hand, emergency medicine room doctors, I think, remain some of the most trusted in all of medicine, because you'll see a lot of people who say, I'm not going to take any vaccines or chemotherapy. You know, doctors are only good if you break a bone or something like that, you know. So and they'll absolutely show up to your emergency rooms and trust you. It's really sort of a lot of other fields that more chronic diseases, I think that, that the mistrust really sort of seeps in. So I think in some ways it's some of the most trusted doctors around. Emergency medicine doctors have a big advantage. But the disadvantage, of course, is that you're probably only likely to encounter people 1 or 2 times, which is a big difference. But, building trust takes time, and, takes a lot of conversations, and no one can do it all, right? I mean, I had patients who said, I'd rather die than get the COVID vaccine, and a couple of them did.
Shifting a little bit to disparities and inequities, thinking about healthcare disparities, structural inequities, do these factors intersect with the susceptibility to misinformation or sort of resistance to official health messaging?
Well, certainly, I think there is that information is another social determinant of health. And so what channels people access or who they have relationships with is going to vary depending on your social status. And so I think that, for someone that has reason to mistrust the healthcare system because it's failed them over and over again, it's easy to, or not easy, but it's an alternative is to try to seek those trusted sources of information because they have many reasons to distrust the healthcare system. So I think, Italo's work with barbershops is super important, community health workers in Latino neighborhoods, leveraging those relationships as to improve messaging, to address misinformation is super important, especially now as we're seeing that in healthcare we have less time with patients, we're being pushed to see faster, we have less time to communicate with them, and already there's an eroded relationship that is pre-existing from disparities related to healthcare access and the reality that Black and brown people are treated differently when they present for multiple medical complaints. So they have every reason to believe to not trust us. I think this is especially an important time for us to start engaging in community relationships because the health institutions are failing our communities.
You hit the nail on the head. I went to college here for undergrad. I've been coming to Atlanta for the greater part of, and I just celebrated my 20th anniversary, or 20th reunion. And when I walk, and I just encourage you all, when you're out during this conference, seeing the cities, look at these other parts of the city and tell me if you think that they're getting the same degree of access to information that you might have or that folks in our hospital systems who have access to it are. The previous speaker mentioned essentially like having access to good quality, accurate information is itself its own determinant. And I just am telling you, when you walk through this city, you will see something that's very reflective of that dynamic, not having pure access to accurate information. Folks don't have family members who are first degree nuclear family members who are doctors, don't have healthcare professionals in their nuclear family, don't have individuals they can go to ask for the truth or to access this information and ask questions. And then there aren't a bevy of people who are willing to listen to the other beliefs that they have, whether it's the resistance that they had or the poor experiences they've had over their lifetime, and try to understand and dismantle that. Now, that can't be done from the emergency department all the time. You might be able to ask 1 or 2 questions about why someone is resistant to a particular therapy or routine that you're suggesting. But you can at least give them the space to share that and make space for their beliefs, at the same time providing them with accurate, detailed information and where to find it. And that's where we could kind of step it up a little bit more and make it more, I would say, reproducible.
Yeah, and just to add to that a little bit, so we work with different communities. We're running a pilot in South Florida, for example, right now with diaspora communities around affordable medicines and their experiences with their medicines. And you can all imagine what that looks like. There's families who have to make decisions between putting food on the table or being able to pay for this life-saving medications or, to treat their chronic conditions kind of thing that we do. When we do this work, we consistently find, so we go out and do listening projects. And what we consistently find is that really less than 20% of the health information needs that people have anything to do with misinformation. The other 80% are, how can I get a mammogram in South Florida if I'm underinsured? People have busy lives, they have social needs, and they have information needs that are connected to their social needs. They're managing, if we just stay focused on the healthcare system, an incredibly complex and difficult healthcare system. So in that context, when I said earlier, I want us all to think a little bit less about misinformation, that's what I mean. That we're kind of focused on that fact thing. And again, that is important to have conversations and to be, and to continue to help people. The other thing that we find is all the information inequities that are being shared here. So that is language access, but not just language, it is cultural translation. When you come from a country where elections are frequently canceled, it is much more logical for you to believe that the next election could be canceled, which is, again, a misinformation thing that's circulating right now. And we find the same around health beliefs. So focusing on where are people coming from, what are these inequities, where are they getting their information, and then how we can break through that. So the other thing that we're consistently finding also is that you can break through at the local, at the hyper-local level through these relationships. So that is where I think I was so excited to participate, and I thank you all, for being here and for focusing on this and for making it a topic. It's awesome, because we need all these partners. We need to be working together. We're signing people up in the yard vote, right? That's civic engagement, and that is a partnership that didn't exist previously. What are the partnerships that we can have in our communities with others who are already serving people, for example, around their social needs, around food security, housing security, all those types of things, where we can understand together, oh, these are our communities. We have a fellow right now at our lab from Wisconsin who's basically mapping the state. For the first time, it's like, who are our people? And where do they get their information? How do we not know these things? So that is, I think, where the opportunity space lies.
And looking ahead, what do y'all see as emerging threats or platforms that you see as sort of the new frontier for unreliable health information? What's up next?
Yeah, so I think in order to understand what's up next, we have to understand just a little bit more about what what's happened, and just going back to that movie, and it was so powerful. Again, I think in a couple ways, it understated the problem a little bit, in that there wasn't just an anti-vaccine movement, there was an actual pro-infection movement in 2020. This idea that the best way to get rid of COVID was to spread COVID and to infect as many people as possible with it. And this idea, this is another, again, sort of deficit. I don't want to seem like I'm dunking on the movie because it was great, but it wasn't the disinformation dozen who propagated this idea. It was doctors from Harvard, Stanford, UCSF, Johns Hopkins, and these are the doctors who put Kennedy in charge, and these are the doctors who are now leading the NIH, the CDC, who are helping Kennedy undermine vaccines, and up until the bloodbath at the FDA last week, were leading the FDA. So I think we have to understand that the problem isn't just coming from, the sort of disinformation dozen and sort of people who we can sort of easily dismiss. It's people who mixed good advice by saying, COVID is very dangerous for grandma. For 90% of the people in this room, it's just a harmless cold, and you should go out and get it. No, they will deny that they said this. They'll say, oh, we just were against masking toddlers and lockdowns. But if you actually read what they said and wrote down in 2020, it was, go get infected, go get infected, go get infected. So I think, that is really the sort of emerging, I don't want to say emerging threat because it's kind of emerged already. But I think that, we have to do a better job in our field and sort of policing our own in some ways, and sort of, not criticizing people who have different ideas and different opinions, but, just calling out bad faith actors in our field. I think we kind of failed to do that. Someone has a question, I guess?
What was their rationale
Yes, well, well, I mean, you can actually read some of their quotes. I mean,
so the Great Barrington Declaration, right? The people that are currently in government, Great Barrington Declaration is one thing to just look up online. I will say that. So there's a group of scientists that came together and did a declaration to pursue the model of having people get infected so that we could get through the pandemic quicker by basically moving through the disease and building herd immunity through infection. This was also tried out in Sweden as a political approach for the whole country, right? Like, so I'm actually of a slightly different opinion in that science, it is really important in science to have discourse and to have dissenters. That's really important. And I think part of why we are here is that we did actually shun and shame the people who had a different idea for how to solve this problem. And there are conversations that we need to be having, and we need to trust that people will do the critical thinking with us, because we need to argue our best point instead of, sort of outcasting people. And in part, the backlash that we are seeing is related, or the people that are now in charge, or the people who got shunned. And again, Jay Bhattacharya is the poster child of that.
they met with President Trump, they advised Ron DeSantis, they were on Fox News, they were on the Wall Street Journal, they were so shunned that they got elevated to the pinnacle of the medical establishment. I mean, these people were famous, they were influential, they were content creators, they treated zero COVID patients. And they weaponized criticisms by saying, you're censoring me, you're silencing me, you're shunning me. I would love to be so shunned as them. They refuse to engage in good faith debates. They refuse to meet with their critics. And it wasn't just their ideas, it was, they misstated facts consistently, saying that COVID was less deadly, or that the flu killed more children than COVID. And so, are we here to debate whether, a virus that killed 1,000 children in 2021 is more dangerous than a virus that killed a single child? So, are those sort of basic facts up for debate? So, I don't think that they were shunned and silenced. Those are my thoughts.
I just want to quickly say that, and I didn't want to get, like you guys are cooking. I operate in the social media space pretty regularly, and I find that as we see more and more quote-unquote medfluencers or med-influencers, personalities become popularized through either television, social media, the journalism channels that we have to also think about, like, what is the system that we're evaluating within our own medical groups, how a person is effective or able to do this. I mean, you literally at one point could just knight yourself an influencer as long as you had enough followers, as long as you had enough rotation in your content, people would listen to you. And the damage there is not necessarily the primary source. Like, older individuals were not looking at these threads. It was really their kids who were passing the information upstream. And so it really requires that we have to be very critical on, like, what criteria do we look at within our societies to be like, hey, we're gonna knight or elevate somebody as an influencer. How do we do this from peer-to-peer groups? Like, what do we challenge each other on? How do those conversations happen in a way that is both documented and very transparent? And then finally, I think, what is the process within our medical education system to really train people to be able to communicate high-level medical details in bite-sized fashion for these channels so that they can outwardly create influence in a way that is both helpful and not harmful?
May I make a comment? So it strikes me, so building on your question specifically, it strikes me that, this is my opinion, I think trust matters when you're in the ED and you need the patient to try to make the best decision right there. I think our guest speaker presented data that actually they still trust doctors and putting accurate information in front of people outreach that like Dr. Brown and others do, where you're creating this area of trust and also putting in good information, accurate information. Then you've got sort of a more global, how do we quote unquote fight social media as part of that. And so those seem like different sort of conversations, not conversations, but out goals from within that. So in that question of how do you carry it forward, could you all comment about how we would navigate that difference of opinion that's appeared in front of us?
Maybe I'll start.
Go ahead. And then after this, we're going to save the questions for the end, but respond to this and then we'll save.
Yeah, so I actually agree that it is so important for us to be able to hash things out with each other. And we see, you're totally right, we see how this works because we need more time. My next response would be shunned by science, but embraced by a part of the policy in the country, right? So part of this is that we want to have these conversations. We need to have these conversations to get to the bottom of what we're each thinking. And we're on a panel with like little sound bites, and they're so easy to misunderstand. And that's how the internet works, right? And as a journalist, where I spent all my career working on that, and actually in the pandemic, I was working with all the experts who still dared going into the ring of the congressional hearings, you know, standing up against 4 or 5 misinformation doctors that were sputtering all those things. So I think the one thing I am worried about is that we feel that there's that we cannot have these conversations, and that we're not going into the spaces where there are people with different opinions. And to me, the way we work this out is, if you are on social media, what is your bubble, and are there other things that are not in your bubble? But more importantly, in our communities, how are we? The people I sat in a room with in Florida just 2 days ago, 90% of them are, voted for the current president and have a lot of belief systems. But what we want to be doing is having that empathy towards, okay, so why are you here? What got you here? And where and how can we have a conversation about the shared goals that we have going forward, as opposed to, am I right or are you right?
All right, great. That moves us well into sort of the next thing I wanted to direct our attention to, which is building misinformation resilience and thinking about, we've heard a lot about trust and about community engagement, and thinking about how can, within emergency medicine, we partner with community organizations to rebuild trust that has been fractured and sort of build this misinformation resilience for when it next comes up.
I think this is where the growth of social emergency medicine as a concept is really important, and making sure that our trainees are well aware of the communities that they're serving, and that service becomes part of that. I think that especially nowadays, when there's a disinvestment in a lot of community service, a lot of community clinics, free vaccines. I'm seeing that a lot when I'm conversing with the promotores de salud that I work with. They're talking about how there's less and less opportunities for them to engage with the public, because there's not the same investment in health fairs and vaccine campaigns, and there's not the same investment in resources so that the community can get access to free mammograms and all of these other things, right? So they don't have those spaces anymore. And so I think part of it is just seeing where we can work from an advocacy standpoint to see that our own healthcare institutions are trying to fill in the gap where government and public health agencies have failed, but also in our day-to-day interactions and in making sure that we are engaged with the communities that we're working with, that we're working with community-based organizations that are boots on the ground and doing the work where health institutions are not doing it anymore.
I'll try to be very pointed. Information partnerships are important. So when I work with the barbershop, first, it doesn't just happen off the bat. I'm talking about I have to go to a barbershop for about 6 months before they even trust me. And this is just getting cuts, not even talking about medicine, not even talking about who I am and what I do, just who's the best right now? Are the Pistons gonna be good next year? Like, where's the best place to get ribs? Like, just regular conversation. Building up that equity, and then launching into, this is what I do, and I'd love to serve as a resource for you. Offering or requesting or expecting nothing in exchange, meaning like, I don't want you to give me any money. You don't have to worry about me extracting things or resources or data from your shop or whatever the edifice is. And so I really want you to think about it as, I have this wealth of knowledge that if you'd like to tap into it, I'm happy to give it to you. And you can ask me questions no matter how crazy, and I'm open to giving you that insight. The second part is realizing that community advisory boards are important, and we don't have enough of them that are ED integrated. Most of the time it's hospital, so it's higher up conversations, then the stuff's trickling down via some type of chief or whatever, and you end up having an output that you now act on as a department, rather than being directly at the table or a part of those conversations, or having community members who see you in the emergency department more frequently, or who are members of that community, being able to exchange with you in real time. So community advisory boards, these panels where you can build policies, where you can talk about real needs assessments and things that are happening in their community, and so now you have better line of sight to provide them with accurate information. And I think the last part is realizing that this conference is incredible. We do not share these types of innovations more frequently. I love, like, one of my colleagues here is incredible, or multiple people here, but one of my colleagues is incredible on LinkedIn, and I've watched how narrative expression of some of the innovations that he's been able to find comes across. I'm like, this is really exciting. And then I'll share that with people who I see who are not on LinkedIn, because my family members don't have that. So what does that pathway look like to take information from a source that's highly academic, used to be Med Twitter, I don't know what it is now, MedX, and then taking it to somewhere like a TikTok, or taking it to somewhere like a church and saying, hey, this is what's happening in our edifices or in our emergency departments, and I just want you to be aware of it. So I think that that type of information exchange that does not require me to get data points and then publish what I did, or whether or not I have adequate funding from some government association or some other source, that can't be the fact. It has to be looking at just offering this until it starts to catch momentum significantly.
I have a quick question, sort of related goals. For those of you that go into the community, what are other fields like finance doing? Sorry, my question was, what are other fields like non-medical fields like finance doing? 'Cause I know there's a lot of misinformation in finance, and that adversely affects a lot of households. And it's also one of those things where if they make the wrong decision, the impact of the decision is felt sometimes immediately, sometimes within weeks or months. And so, like, how do other fields kind of approach this problem of stuff spreading? I'll give you an example. Like, a lot of people, I talked to a fair number of people within our ecosystem about financial issues. They think that sometimes if you, like, get a promotion, you'll end up taking home less because you'll be in a different tax bracket, which is like not how taxes work, right? And so curious to hear your all thoughts on this. Thank you.
I mean, Dev, thanks for the question. I'll speak very clearly about one example. There's a group of two guys from New York. It's called Earn Your Leisure, EYL. They started off as educators in a public educational system, just teaching students, high school students, about how to do stocks and finances. And then eventually it grew into its own platform, and they now have their entire curriculum for free available on YouTube. And they've been able to talk with, I would say, common community members in a broad sense about, this is what it looks like to create a budget. This is what it looks like to do stocks and bonds trading. This is options. This is what a HELOC is. This is like all these different financial pieces, and they talk about it in a very plain way. And the exchange is really embraced by the community because they don't sugarcoat anything, and it's shared in a way that's linguistically appropriate. And I've seen multiple people share this information and make it viral on its own. And I think that that's the biggest lesson for me, is that when it's done right, when it's done with intention, and it comes from people who are already members or are trusted individuals in community with good education and who can engage other experts in a way that is both honoring their expertise but breaking almost like new talent to this community, they feel like they're getting something that is of high value, and it becomes extremely sticky.
I think that the trust piece is key, and this, I mean, that's the common thread here, right? So I think just like Dr. Brown, for me, my community knows me because I go to cultural events. My kids play in the Chicago Cuatro Orchestra, traditional Puerto Rican instrument. So I was known pre-COVID pandemic by my neighbors, by my friends, by my they knew me. They already asked me casual questions about health, and so when I became more interested in this topic of misinformation, as I think a lot of us did in the midst of the COVID pandemic, because I was seeing friends of mine dying, quite literally, right? And so I sort of transitioned a lot of my communication into more wider platforms in that way and working more with community health workers. And so I think that this goes back to, it's important that you build your relationship not just in the emergency department, but that you're actually also reaching out, and that you're reaching out not just to give your lecture on medicine, but actually, as Dr. Brown said, people need to know that you're actually invested more than just for your own agenda.
And to add to that, this was brilliant, so I don't need to say anything else. But the plasma physicists are really worried about a major breakthrough that we're about to have in plasma physics. And they're running a process across the country of going into community for listening. Not to talk about plasma physics yet, but to build relationships.
If we get to it in just a minute. One last question that I have is, if you could redesign a part of the public health communication infrastructure to better sort of set us up for and build misinformation resilience, what would you go about changing first?
I mean, I guess just recognizing its importance. I think, Dr. Brown, you hit on a similar theme. You were saying that medical leaders need to not worry about whether it's getting funding or publishing. I don't want to misquote you essentially, but I mean, essentially, I don't know if this conference occurred here last year or something like this, but the fact that this is so well attended is a sign that people are recognizing how important it is. Whereas I think again, I've been doing this, on and off for 15 years, and up until basically right now, it was considered as important as stamp collecting. That's something kind of, cool Jonathan does, I guess. But so I think just recognizing its importance and its value, and that you can, we can have Nobel Prize winning vaccines that don't matter if people don't take them.
Just to add a couple things. One is, we're not at all talking about the cost of bad communication. I think that is a huge overlooked aspect of this. I spent some time in the White House doing the COVID response. I was having heart attacks because of how things were communicated. And again, we talk about, there was a lot of criticism of official, communication, all of that, but we're not studying it. As a research, we're not studying the impact of that. So all of this is about misinformation is sort of downstream, and I think a lot of these conversations are moving us further upstream, because resilience happens when I'm already less vulnerable to a certain manipulative tactic. So the other part that we haven't touched on yet is misinformation is a framework that thinks a lot about facts, when I think what we want to be thinking about is narrative manipulation. That is a lot of what happens online, and it plays to these behavioral drivers that we are hearing about: identity, belonging, all those deeper things. So when we track rather than factual wrong information, but when we track, okay, what is the story that somebody is trying to tell with this? We're trying to lead people. That helps us much better understand. So those are some of the changes that I think we want to be making. The last one is, we need to think about this as an information ecosystem. It's really important. People always are like, but it's too big, right? And to me, it feels like, I hope this reference works here, but as somebody who's done a lot of global health work, it's like vertical versus horizontal, right? Nobody wants to talk about health systems. Everybody wants to talk about how do we fix HIV. But we are connected in this information ecosystem. And by building listening, by connecting who is already listening and what can I learn from them instead of asking the same question again of the same community members, by connecting these efforts, I think that is a huge opportunity that we haven't yet used.
The only thing I'm going to add to that is we have a bunch of informatics colleagues who kind of are starting to grow in numbers. And I would love for us to be in rooms with more informatics colleagues who also have seen patients so that we're able to kind of see some of these blind spots a little bit better. And then individuals who really do specialize in different types of communication. I'm going to be honest with you. I had one professional communication class when I was in undergrad, and I never saw it again for the rest of my medical career. And I had to learn the hard way how to speak, like how to share an idea, how to build a narrative, how to paint a picture and illustrate it for it to be compelling. And that works with policymakers, legislators, it works with patients, it works with children, it works with older individuals, it works with across all different frames of identity. And so I think that that's what I would want more so in the course, like how do we build real messages that are articulated well, that have maybe some elements of humor or land differently based upon tone and understand different cultural cues and contexts. Like that's what I would try to start and put at the center of it as we start to scaffold things outward.
All right, yeah, we get to your question now. We've got exactly 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Stephanie, you said something that really struck me, and it was the word nuance. And I love that because when I ask people on the streets, and I do this for fun, is who are the most famous doctors in America? They don't mention any Nobel Prize winners or famous doctors in academia. They mention Dr. Oz, Ken Jung, and also Dr. Mike. Right, and I don't think they are, especially Dr. Mike, he's not someone that we really extol in academia. And I'm not speaking poorly of him, actually, I think he does incredible work. And I bring him up because he gave this great talk for the AMA and also Fierce Pharma on the East Coast about why academic doctors have been sometimes very ineffective in engaging with people, and it's because of this idea of nuanced discourse, right? This idea that people see doctors, especially in academia, as truly being in the ivory tower, and instead of speaking to them, they're speaking down to them, or they're telling them what to do and not saying why they should do that. And I think it's very fascinating because Italo, you're a medfluencer, I follow you, I love your work. And the question is, the micro strategy of going to the barbershops or going through these community centers, very powerful. And then how do we pair that with the macro strategy of leveraging social media, which, to David's research, right, truly, I have not seen a single PSA. I'm embarrassed to say I've seen thousands of shorts, but not a single PSA, and just how powerful that is. How do we mobilize doctors, emergency doctors here, at scale, and get the message out, and engage in this nuanced discourse, be civil, and yet be convincing?
Yeah, I think that's what Howard was saying around taking this seriously. I think as somebody who's worked in communication for all my life, in more than one country, we don't want to pay for it. We don't want to take it seriously, and especially in the US, information is not a public good. So as long as we understand that it is both a social determinant and a public good, I think these are like some of the systemic issues. Dr. Mike is really good in also saying it doesn't mean that every doctor needs to become a social media influencer. And I apply often a framework that we use in reporting, which is you don't need to force somebody to tell you the story about anything. You'll find somebody who wants to tell the story. So amongst the whatever many people we have in the room, there's at least 10 of you who would be awesome. And this is about finding those 10, because, and then doing the training, as you've been saying. So, but getting activated, our lab is called the Information Futures Lab because we need to take the future back of our information spaces. Like we're leaving everything to the worst elements. So, and what I'm often finding is that no individual feels empowered to do so. I don't have the skills, it's rotten out there, you only see the bad comments, right? Even things like don't read the comments. So I think, again, that we're sitting here together in this room having this conversation is awesome. What kind of advocacy can happen up to the people who run your health systems? I think that there's clear pocketbook incentives that we can pull together here around the financial benefit, because again, as we started in this conversation, there are negative health outcomes for people from the information environment that we currently have, and how do we fix that?
I would also add, you don't have to have thousands of followers to be an influencer, right? And so what I would say is, in fact, the project that I right now have with community health workers is turning them into influencers in their own neighborhoods. So essentially, we've given them tools to debunk misinformation. They do that on the community level, in person, but also taking that message to social media. And so teaching them how to use social media so that they can influence their circle of their community members, their families, their clients, right? So I think then those, we can talk about the macro level and, the big influencers online, but also the truth is that most of the people that I follow on social media are my friends and family, and that's true for everyone, right? So if you have a voice of reason there that is available to answer questions, to debunk misinformation, to present factual information, and to also give them resources. Hey, this is where you can get your mammogram. This is where you can get your vaccine. Then there's real power in using those boots on the ground.
I just want to be very clear. The first person I had to convince was my father. I started with people who were close to me and building messages that my sister could listen to, that my boy who played basketball with me growing up could listen to. And I never focused on trying to make a message that was so large that it could reach 7 million viewers or anything like that. I always just thought about, like, who is this person that's in the chair? What's the relationship I can build with them? And how honest can I be in what I know and what I believe, and open to hearing what they believe, and have that exchange exist and see where we go from there.
All right, thank you to each and every one of you, and thanks everyone for their thoughtful questions. We are going to move on to building consensus.
Just want to show a couple of disclosures for Dr. Howard and Dr. Del Rios. And for the next hour and a half is our consensus building session. This is where all of you are going to participate, share your experience and expertise in helping us build our research agenda. It's going to be divided into 3 discrete parts. The first part, which lasts 30 minutes, is where 3 out of the 6 working groups will come up and present their literature review summary and their research questions. There's going to be 10 minutes given to each group. And then part 2 is we're going to divide this room into 3 discussion groups led by the working groups leaders for those 3 topics that were just presented. And the point of the discussion is to refine, clarify, and to finalize the research questions for voting for the next round. Keep in mind, the vast majority of the work has already been done in terms of the working groups reviewing the literature. They identified the gaps in the literature. They used modified Delphi to refine questions. So try to respect that process as much as possible. Avoid any large wholesale additions, removals, replacements of questions, unless there's just broad consensus within your discussion group. That would be okay. Use the time to kind of refine and clarify the questions. If you're a working group member, we just ask you to go to a topic that you didn't work on for the last year and a half, just to be able to share your experience and learn from others as well. And if you're a participant who is just joining us today, you're welcome to join any of the working groups in part 2. There will be a co-chair with you who will make edits to the research questions as you make changes to get it ready for voting in the next round, and then med students will be in your group as well to take notes. And attendance, please. So they'll be going around and looking at your ID badges. And then the last 30 minutes is going to be used for the voting. So each of you are going to be giving $100. I have some change with me. It's not enough for all of you. So it's going to be virtual dollars that you will get to use to fund the research questions for each working group. So you get $100 for AI, $100 for public health. And how you distribute those $100 is obviously going to be dependent on how you prioritize those questions. And the ranking of the highest to lowest funded research questions will reflect our research agenda as our final product. So there'll be 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. There will be, I'm going to go around and hand out QR codes, and you will get a copy of the research questions to look at, to share as well. So there's many different ways to kind of facilitate the discussion. And I will reiterate some of these expectations during the transitions from one part to the next, so don't worry. I also want folks to remember some of the existing criteria for what makes a good research question, so you can always go to the finer model. So first, I'd love for the public health group to come up, please.
Hey everybody. I promise that will only be 10 minutes and we're really excited to get all of your feedback. Before we start, I want to thank our working group. That's table number 6 over there, because now we move in a pack. And I want to talk a little bit about public health misinformation in the emergency department. Take a look at this picture. There is so much wrong with this picture. And we really struggled with the initial definition that we were given, right? We felt that we were starting with this definition of misinformation, inaccurate information, malinformation. And it really felt like a deficit model where the physician is the authoritative, paternalistic knower, and the patient is this passive, uninformed recipient. We got a lot of guidance from the panelists, Stephanie, who really taught us a lot about really changing our framing before we started this important work. So we redefined, as Esther and I would, our working group, and decided to focus on the ED as a public health partner. Because truly, information is, while we talk about population health, these are individual decisions that lead to population dynamics. Information is not always right or wrong. It is evolving. Over COVID-19, I was on Wednesday morning at 6:30 a.m. on Bloomberg News every single day, every single week for 2.5 years. And I started on Tuesday night Googling what had come out the night before, because it was dynamic. It was always changing. And lastly, because this is a research agenda, and research is not just about stating what is wrong or stating what the problem is, but it's linking it to outcomes, giving us targets for improvement. So we really wanted to focus a little bit more on broader public health outcomes. Thus, our mesh strategy focused on block 1, inaccurate information, 2, public health outcomes, 3, the emergency medicine context, and then we had communication at the patient level and at the system level as our 4th block. So what did our literature tell us? We only found 30 relevant articles. And I say relevant like this, right? Because I don't know how relevant they really were to our consensus building. A lot of the literature was really vaccine-centered, really focused on COVID-19. And you saw that theme because that was what our documentary was on this morning. Multiple information sources were recognized. Trusted messengers came across as a key context. But one thing else came along. It's not just about knowledge or materials, like the platform for information dissemination. We have to think more integrally about partnership. AI and social media, obviously, as emerging forces, and the lack of a coordinated or unified framework. So our proposed research question domains were 3, and we did several rounds of Delphi to refine these research domains. 1, how is public health information received? What are the behavioral factors, structural drivers, and what is the ED's role within that communication information ecosystem? 2, this is a research agenda. So what is the impact of misinformation on care? How can information exposure be measured, right? Is it the number of clicks, or is it someone's understanding of a short? And how does that affect the patient-provider trust relationship? How do you quantify that mechanism? How does misinformation influence patient behavior, but also patient-centered outcomes? And what about ED-centered outcomes? What about boarding, ED length of stay, diagnostic test utilization? And lastly, effective communication. What are the key characteristics of effective communication? What are the resources and the workforce capabilities needed to deliver effective communication? And how can effective communication be sustained in moments of uncertainty? Yes, today we're going to develop a research agenda, but I think we also need to ask, how do we do this work, right? We can have some ideas about questions we want to advocate for, and we'll put $100 on each of those. But I think some deeper work needs to be done on how do we translate these questions into testable hypotheses? What are the robust methodologies that are required to answer these questions for evidence generation? I also would argue that the time is now, right? So while it's important to do research and unpack and understand what we're dealing with, I think simultaneously, we also need to strategize about solutions and impact pathways, right? How do we translate this into policy real time? What are the implementation strategies that we need to adopt today in the emergency department context for us to be able to deal with the next outbreak, which apparently today it's Ebola. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Sarah Carpenter. I'm representing the working group that investigated the role of misinformation in emergency medicine on historically marginalized populations. I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Marina Del Rios, who you heard from earlier today. And we had an incredible working group. I will spare you everybody's name, but just know that we worked with MDs, PhDs, an RN, as well as an incredible young pre-med student in order to complete our work. We ultimately were able to screen 1,644 abstracts that we'd pulled together based on our MESH terms and reviewed 67 articles in our research, and then used a modified Delphi method to come up with research questions. But before we could even do that, we had to define our terms. When we initially signed up to review the topic we were assigned was actually empowering vulnerable populations to mitigate the harms of false or misleading information. But we found ourselves immediately launched into a debate. What constitutes a vulnerable population? Vulnerable to what? Even as we spoke amongst ourselves anecdotally, it became quite clear that there was not complete overlap between the folks who are entirely vulnerable to misinformation and the people who are, say, vulnerable to gun violence in their communities, or lead in their homes, or the inability to pay for their medications. And so we ended up quite split as a group. About half of us felt like we should really focus on who was vulnerable to misinformation, and about half of us felt like we should focus on historically marginalized populations. I do promise this matters in a moment, but what we ended up deciding was that the heart of our issue was about historically marginalized populations. And so we ultimately redefined our terms. We decided that we would investigate the role and impact of EM-related misinformation in communities that have been systematically excluded, oppressed, or disadvantaged due to factors like race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, religion, disability, or sexual orientation. And once we delved into the literature, we discovered a few things not unlike the public health group. First of all, there was a vast overrepresentation of vaccine data, particularly within global historically marginalized populations. It was actually pretty simple to find information about vaccine hesitancy amongst mobile pastoralists in Chad. We were able to find information about vaccine hesitancy amongst Syrian refugees in Jordan, as well as amongst Arab Americans here in the United States. But once we took that vaccine information and said we were only going to look at vaccine data if it was a meta-analysis, a scoping review, or a systematic review, the information became quite a bit more sparse. And in fact, we found that there was very little information about the effect of false beliefs in emergency medicine in other domains. So to what degree does misinformation about sexual health affect historically marginalized populations? What about nutritional supplements or infectious diseases? What about the ivermectin/detox fluid being hawked by the TikTok influencer, right? What are the effects of those things? And this is really not a trivial question, given that people from historically marginalized populations have higher rates of morbidity and mortality from sepsis, they're more likely to lack access to affordable nutrition, and they face disparities in sexual health education. Additionally, we found in the research a conflation of three things. First, there's the idea of misinformation, which is believing something that's demonstrably false. But there's also a lack of information. Intuitively, these things feel quite different, and it's reasonable to suspect that they might require different interventions. The difference between not knowing something versus believing something that's false may require a different intervention. And we saw something like this in the video where the young woman continued to believe that COVID vaccines were unsafe even after her brother died of COVID. Yet within the literature itself, these two groups generally are lumped together and have data analyses applied equally. Of particular relevance to our group is also the issue of cultural understanding of illness. So this might be like if a person believes that there's a curse which is causing their chest pain, right? How does that factor in when we look at the landscape of health misinformation or lack of information? And by and large, we found that these were generally managed with individual level education about the biomedical model. So misinformation, lack of information, and cultural understanding of illness were distinct entities which might require different interventions, but in general were poorly differentiated within the research. Overall, the specific ways to which misinformation impacts the intersection of people from historically marginalized population and emergency medicine is generally poorly studied. And so after iterative discussions and a whole lot of meetings, our group ultimately settled on 4 domains to address. The first is an attempt to define the problem. How does misinformation among historically marginalized populations influence ED utilization patterns, including timing of presentation, reasons for seeking care, and engagement with evaluation and treatment? This question focuses on what kinds of misinformation our patients are exposed to, what misinformation affects our patients apart from the vaccine-oriented falsehoods, and asks how patients from historically marginalized communities differ from others in their susceptibility to the claims. Effectively, what is the scope of the problem? The second domain that we determined was what are the sources of emergency information that historically marginalized populations are exposed to, which are affecting ED utilization. This domain was designed to ask the question, where are these falsehoods coming from? And do historically marginalized communities get false information from different sources than non-historically marginalized communities? Finally, the third asks, what are the interventions that are effective in combating it? What evidence-based interventions promote timely presentations to the ED, improve engagement with emergency evaluation and treatment, and support continued healthcare use amongst historically marginalized populations? We came up with these 3 domains and we felt pretty good about ourselves. And then as we began to review the interventions, we realized that our work was hyper-focused on the individual, either the individual patient or the individual clinician. There were questions about educators, whether it mattered if the educator was from the same background as the person receiving the information. Did it matter if the educator was an RN or an MD or a community health worker? They asked about interventions that have been applied elsewhere and whether those can be applied in the ED, but largely individual interventions. And yet, when we defined historically marginalized populations at the top, we specifically stated that the thing which links these extremely disparate groups is that they have faced discrimination and oppression at a systemic level. None of our interventions address systems-level oppressions, and so we came up with a 4th domain. What are the structural effect modifiers that promote uptake of medical misinformation within historically marginalized populations? This question seeks to understand what current systems exist that contribute to the spread and impact of misinformation amongst historically marginalized groups. It asks, in effect, what are the effect modifiers? Here, we wonder about the presence or absence of health information available in multiple languages. But we also wonder whether high medical costs associated with ED visits and the potential for medical bankruptcy affects patients' susceptibility to misinformation. After all, if an ED visit is likely to spell financial ruin for you, does an alternative therapy, which is unproven but cheap, suddenly become more appealing? Additionally, we ask what role discrimination in the ED and society at large plays in affecting people's willingness to believe alternative narratives about medicine. Again, in the video that we saw earlier, the woman pointed out very specifically, the issue is that we don't trust systems. In a short while, we are all going to get together and simulate giving research dollars to some of the questions which have been written by these working groups. And there are a lot of important and notable causes here today. But I want you to consider what we already know for a moment. We know that diseases which bring patients to the emergency department affect different groups of people disproportionately. We know that your health is directly affected to your income, your education, and a myriad of other social determinants of health, including race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. We also know that efforts to study these issues are being unfunded. In fact, the number of grants funded by the NIH, which sought to study minority health, decreased 60% in 2025 compared to the prior decade. What unites this incredibly diverse group of people is that they are treated unfairly in our current healthcare system. And as a group, when compared to members of non-historically marginalized populations, they're likely to get worse healthcare, worse education, and have worse patient outcomes. What I'm asking you today is to consider what kind of changes you wish to see in the world and the country over the coming decade. I'm asking you who should be included in this vision of the future. We can continue moving as we have been, acknowledging health disparities while failing to fund research which looks at these historically marginalized groups directly, and accepting the inequality which has come to plague our world and work, and an inequality which lives in the background of every shift and every patient interaction that we have. Or we can demand better. We can demand that these questions be answered, that we explore in earnest how systematic inequalities affect the rise of false rumors about emergency medicine, and we can, in effect, create a new future. The world is about to be in your hands. Choose wisely.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andy.
And Dev, nice to see you all here.
Yes, we're both part of Stanford faculty, and we are the AI working group leaders. Right, so we'll move the slide here. And I'm just going to get started real quick. I just want to say just how amazing and inspiring it is to see all of you here this morning, because that documentary made me very teary-eyed. That was very powerful, brought back memories of probably one of the hardest times of all our lives. And I was really struck by David's work, just how he is using language models to address misinformation using RCTs, powerful, very practical RCTs, and it just shows how important AI is in our lives, day to day. And we won't stay too long because a lot of the methodology is similar, identical actually to all our colleagues here, but it just really showcases like AI is so powerful and important today that it has its own second consensus conference on Friday, which says a lot. And I think another powerful point is that when we were doing our lit review, we had over 1,000 papers about AI, and yet when we filtered it to acute care and emergency medicine, I believe it was just above 60. And it shows just how much important work needs to be done in our space because, yes, it is important to challenge conspiracy theories, but it's also important that patients are using AI, right, to make decisions about their life. Am I going to go to the emergency department, right? And even doctors are trainees. What does this patient have? Right? I think these are very important questions that define our work. And so with those 60 plus papers we filtered, we also paired clinical vignettes, actual practical use cases we see in our own lives to find these domain gaps. And we found 5. And the 5 are around we'll get to that right now. There were 5 one is real world accuracy. Is it information that we're getting through AI accurate? Right? 70% of Americans don't even know how to give life-saving care. In real time, they don't know how to do CPR. So they're going to be using ChatGPT or asking Siri, and is that information they're getting at the level of standard of care, or hopefully even better? The second domain that we found is the idea of the consistency of information, and we actually didn't have any questions there, so it was one of the domains, is if I change my prompting, or how I write the question about saving my own life or another person's life, do we get the same answers? That was another important domain that we found as well. We can go through the domains and you can speak to them as well.
Yeah, so I want to add before I talk about domain number 3, despite these models being developed literally in our backyard, we are by no means beholden to their long-term promise. Certainly they're life-changing tools when used properly, but as with all new and emerging technologies, especially ones that come out of the Bay, should be always a little bit leery.
Very leery.
Very leery. Stay leery. Because these technologies can, in the wrong hands, can cause a lot of problems.
Yes.
Domain 3, dangerous misinformation, or how do generative models impact AI-driven misinformation? And then also, along a similar vein, along psychiatric illnesses, when individuals experience suicidal thoughts or self-harm urges, what guidance is provided? You'll see a lot of studies done in this era that come out of biomedical data science or BDS groups, they will do kind of like repeated studies. So they'll take the same kind of question or like chat thread and give it to the same model like 10 times to see, is other model answers different? Like how many of them agree with each other? In practice, that doesn't make any sense. Like nobody is going and like querying like 8 different chatbots with their like one question that they have. They're just taking the concern that they have to the nearest chatbot they have access to and just using the first answer that they get.
Before you move on, and also just to echo Stephanie's word, nuance. That's like stuck in my mind now. It's going to be the word of the day for me. But the first domain is about, is the information accurate? And then the second domain, is it consistent? And the third now is, what is the actual errors? What are the mistakes that are being made and why? So we're just getting to the nuances of each step of that, of the output that we get. Keep moving on now.
That's right. So domain 4, accurate patient instructions. Can these systems be designed and validated to generate discharge instructions that are simultaneously accurate, culturally appropriate, and accessible across multiple languages? Again, we're looking for guidance from everybody here to kind of further refine some of these questions that end up in our long-term research agenda.
And yes, and to add to that, it goes deeper than just, is the information accurate, like the actual medical information, but it's also, is it accurate to different patient populations, like our underserved populations, you know, subgroups within our American, our country, right? People who speak different languages, are they still getting accurate information?
Yep, that's right. Finally, our last domain of trust, bias, and oversight. So do generative models and their explanations affect diagnostic reasoning, confidence, and admissions decisions across emergency medicine trainees, which is like a big part of training, figuring out disposition. And then what are our clinical accuracy, guideline concordance, and update mechanisms of our consumer-facing apps, and what regulatory frameworks need to be needed? Again, like, you know, a lot of, previously we've been talking about some of these models that are being developed. They're all coming out of large labs. You know, we're not seeing a lot of large language models coming out of small labs, mostly because it's very expensive to train up a single large language model. Training runs are in like like tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. And so we're a little beholden to tech companies right now. So maybe that will change over the next coming years, but at least right now, you know, we have commercial ones we can pick from.
Yeah, and the biggest part of domain 5 is really the over-trust, over-reliance on these technologies, and also what is the right oversight, right? So we talk about, and Dev and I are in, you know, the heart of the storm, if you will, Silicon Valley, all these companies coming up with these models. And we also see our trainees. There was a great paper on NEJM AI where our students are becoming so reliant on these language models that it's sort of almost eroding their critical thinking. How do we address that as well? Because this misinformation affects both the patients, but also the doctors and also our students. And then the oversight piece, right? We're talking about these big tech companies. How do we ensure that there is no misinformation that is being propagated through these language models we use every day?
That's right. So this last question is around real-time fact-checking of the health information that patients and clinicians in emergency settings, and what's the accuracy around these health information, and what's the impact of this decision-making.
Yeah, so we're excited to see you guys and look forward to it.
Stay leery.
Stay leery.
We're exactly on time, so I ran up here to make sure we stay that way. So this is a part where we divide into 3 groups. So since the public health group is already over there, we can take a couple of tables, you know, combine together, and we're going to come over with a printed version of the questions as well as a QR code so everyone can access the research questions as you discuss them. AI group can be here since a lot of AI folks are already here, and the marginalized population are going to be on your right-hand side of the conference room. And again, if you're a working group member, please join another group that you didn't work on for the last year. And if you just came to join us today, you can join any of the working groups. We're aiming for 30 to 40 minutes of discussion. All right, sorry to interrupt. If we can stop making any changes, we have a team at Stanford who's updating the questions as you guys are making them. So they're going to need about 2 minutes to update all the questions on our survey for the voting part that comes up just in a couple of minutes. So please be patient. I'll let you guys know when we're ready to vote for the next part. And just to kind of go through the expectations again for the next phase for part 3, you'll have about 20 minutes or so to spend $100 for the groups for public health, AI, and marginalized populations for each. And you're going to distribute that funding. It all has to add up to $100. You can't not use up all your money. And you'll be done through a QR code I'm going to actually show up here, and it'll be in that long Google Doc document in this QR code at your table as well. So just give me about 2 minutes and I'll let you know when we're ready to vote. Any questions about the voting? Anything I can help answer? Not yet, it's almost ready, yeah. Because there were some last minute changes they're still updating, so. Any minute now. Don't use the survey yet. I'll let you know when it's ready. Yeah, it's not ready yet. It's being updated as we speak. And interestingly, we had built this whole QR code and voting system through Stanford's Qualtrics system, which is undergoing maintenance right now. So the entire thing is down. So for the last 30 minutes, we've been remaking the surveys through a new personal account, which will be made available in just 1 minute. So luckily, we're emergency physicians. We'll deal with it. We'll figure it out, you know? So I'll let you know when the QR code is ready. All right, survey 1, it's up. I will pull up the QR code. Please use this QR code I have shown up here. It's for Consensus Conference building session number 1. And let me know if there's any problems, because we literally just built it just now. To deal. Looks pretty good. And let me know if any issues come up. So we didn't get a chance to test this out as extensively as we did the old system. So. Yeah, you're all going to vote on all 3 working groups, and you have $100 for each working group. Yeah. 3 for 1. And you have to use all your $100, otherwise it won't let you move forward in the survey. When you're done voting, you can go ahead and get some lunch, and feel free to stay, hang out, network. And please be back at 1:30 for the next keynote. All right, folks, we're going to get started with our afternoon session. If everyone can have a seat. It's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Brian Southwell. He's a distinguished fellow at RTI International, where he oversees research to assess risk perceptions, mental models of scientific concepts, and public trust in science and scientists. He also chairs the Fellows Program at RTI and is an adjunct professor at Duke and UNC, which is kind of contradictory, but he makes it work. Go Heels, by the way. He's also an adjunct faculty member at University of Delaware. He co-leads the All of Us Researcher Academy to improve access and representation in scholarly publishing for National Institute of Health. He's an active participant in efforts to address public understanding of science through peer-reviewed publications, as well as commentaries, talks, and venues such as the Aspen Ideals Festival, advising for projects such as Nova Science Studio and the Measures of Everyday Life, and a public radio show where he created and hosts. Southwell also has served on several National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine committees, including Consensus Study on Misinformation About Science and the Standing Committee for Advancing Science Communication. He's also a member of the National Academy of Medicine's New Building Trust in Health Science Through Community Partnership and Lived Experience Action Collaborative. Dr. Southwell's award-winning research and theoretical contributions appear in more than 150 journal articles, chapters, and 4 books. And in 2013, he published a book, Social Networks and Popular Understanding of Science and Health. And in 2018, he co-edited Misinformation and Mass Audiences with University of Texas Press. Welcome.
Great. It's been an honor to work with a lot of the folks who are in this room over the past year, and so I just want to express my gratitude for that. And above all else, I want to acknowledge that I'm here as a social scientist, and I deeply respect and admire and I really appreciate a lot of the work that you all have been doing for a very long time. It's not been an easy moment to do that work in the United States of America, and so it's a nice chance for me to thank you for doing that. I also want to acknowledge that I will also very shortly be summarizing work that happened from our working group. And there's some overlap conceptually there, but I want to let folks in the working group off the hook as well. I want to offer my remarks and comments, and you can blame me for any of those opinions and perspectives. I'm not intending right now to, for the next few minutes, reflect the really important and hard work from that working group, which I'll be happy and it'll be an honor to present here in just a moment. I have some disclosures to acknowledge there in that context too, and I'll do that. So we've spent a lot of time thinking and talking today. One, I do think it's probably useful this midpoint of the day, and we've already started to do that, for us to really reframe what the path forward is going to be. There's a lot of hard work that needs to happen, and not all of it's going to happen by virtue of each of you going home and changing things in your immediate practice per se. There's a lot of larger challenges that we face, and so I don't want to offer any illusion that we're somehow going to change everything individually in your own individual practices, and that's going to be all that we need to do. And I also worry a lot in this arena that we spend a lot of time, unfortunately, asking a question incredulously, what's wrong with those people? Right? And I think we need to reframe that quite a bit, and to recognize that the larger question that we might want to ask and should be asking is, what is it about these systems that we've built, that we've inherited, that we're a part of, not solely responsible for, but what about those systems could be improved to better accomplish some of the health outcomes that that we're hopeful for, and I think that systems orientation is going to be an important one. It's one that it can be a little bit disorienting because it takes the onus off of necessarily thinking about changing any one person's mind per se, but rather towards asking bigger questions. We've started to ask those through the course of the day. So part of what I want to do is just maybe put into context this larger study and inquiry, investigation of misinformation, because it certainly has exploded in terms of literature, not necessarily with regards to emergency medicine, but more broadly. There are quite a few articles with that catchword in the title. And we need to ask questions about what we're doing in terms of that inquiry, but also what this means more broadly in terms of what are these problems are that we're trying to solve. So just to set the stage, it would certainly seem as though we are in a moment of crisis in some ways. We have lots of news coverage about ostensibly a loss of trust, about a rise of mistrust, and I want to really investigate that empirically here in just a minute. But this would seem to be a moment of societal crisis for us, based on some of the news coverage, some of the popular commentary. At the same moment, right alongside that, we've got a group, many of your colleagues, many folks in medicine and public health more broadly, in addition, that are exhausted, that need support, that aren't quite sure how to address all these issues that we're facing. We've seen that. My colleague Jamie Wood is here a couple of years ago. We looked at this in North Carolina and found widespread concern about misinformation amongst licensed practitioners. We also found very little formal training and support available to folks at that same time. And in the public health arena, this has been something that we've seen, and I think this is true in many medical circles too. We've got folks just leaving the profession and really feeling a sense of dismay and outright bullying from different quarters. And so that seems like a sociological crisis there as well, that we've got a workforce that's strained in different ways. And there's no absence of elements of inaccurate information that you can easily find, that you can label as misinformation. Certainly a lot of it that's been formally studied relates to vaccines, but there are all kinds of things. And in fact, we have to think about that wide array and whether or not it's useful to even hold on to that catch-all phrase of misinformation, because there's so many different types of claims. Some of them matter more than others, and that's something we can spend some time talking about. And some of them have to do with practical logistics of getting to an ER. Some of them have to do with other aspects of your everyday working lives. And so all that together certainly seems like there's more than enough reason to have a consensus conference on this, more than enough reason to dedicate special issues of journals and to spend time on grants worrying about and focusing on this. All along, even outside of specifically thinking about our engagement with health information per se, we've got to recognize that we live in a landscape that has changed. It's changed in our lifetimes, and just in the last few decades. Certainly has changed, quite a bit. If you look back, a century ago, of course, the ways that people have access to information in a popular way, those mechanisms have dramatically changed. And it's now the case. One way I like to think about this is that some of our larger scale institutions, in terms of public attention, actually compete with what we might think of as smaller information sources. It might even be a handful of people posting something obviously online. We have this shift that is easy to take for granted how important this is, but this shift from having several set number of information outlets where many people paid attention to a much wider array here. So we're not even necessarily all paying attention to the same forum or stage, and that in and of itself is a crisis, really, for a society. It's something that it's easy for us to bemoan the rise of misinformation, but we are trying to get our hands around and really get steady with the idea that we have different sources of information that many parts of communities are not necessarily fully engaged with the same content. And yet this is a problem that's been with us for quite some time. And in fact, I want to trace this back historically a bit. And then we add on top of that some of the, in some ways wonderful, in other ways disturbing, changes that we've seen, even as people are searching for information online. The actual interface itself is changing in really important ways, so that there is a sense of seamless interaction with, say, a chatbot. That much of the messiness of old Google searches has gone away, so you don't even have the ability to search through 25 or 30 different links. You have a nice tight presentation of seemingly the truth, and that is something that can be difficult for for us to recognize what that might be doing for patients. But a question for us then is, really, should we be here in this moment? Should our motivating concern be misinformation per se? Is it the new scale, widespread proliferation of misinformation, is that the reason why people have perceptions that they may about science more broadly, about our medical establishment, about healthcare? And there are complicating factors, and it's certainly the case that many folks in lots of different sectors are willing to point to misinformation as a cause for concern. But I want us to step back and really think about some of the deeper underlying issues that we're facing from a systems perspective. One thing that I want to point out is that misinformation is certainly not a new phenomenon. It's not a phenomenon that is native to 2026 or even to the 21st century. And this is something that I think we fundamentally have to struggle with, because if we look back, even in the United States context, you look at the precursor historically of an agency like the Food and Drug Administration. Actually, what was happening, in the years prior to that, and politically, socially, was worry and concern about the fraudulent promotion of certain medicines, patent medicines, for example, in print media circulating at the time, and other similar worries and concerns about fraudulent promotion. So we've been here for a while. The speed and the proliferation, you might argue, is at a slightly different scale, but yet this challenge of what to do about the fact that it's technically possible for people to deceive each other inadvertently or intentionally, that's something that's been with us for a while. It's also the case that, and I want to speak here broadly about science and scientists and the work that we all are contributing to in terms of academic literature, that we really have to be careful not to think about sides in the historical way that we might about that. Science itself has not always been above rebuke. We certainly can talk about errors that get made in the context of judgment. We can also talk about instances where the source of what we might label today as misinformation actually were really well identified scientific institutions like the magazine Science and other places that have covered the certain movements, certain ideas, eugenics being one of them. And so that's something that we have to really go into this question, I think, with some deep humility to recognize that we are facing a societal circumstance that's challenging, and it has been for a very long time. So one of the questions that I think we need to ask is, what exactly does it that we mean? We might think about this. What is it that we mean about misinformation with regards to emergency medicine? We can think about it more broadly. What exactly is misinformation about science? And I had the chance to spend a 3-year period with national academies on a consensus study focused on misinformation about science. And in my mind, one of the, might seem like a mundane aspect of our work together, but for me, one of the more challenging and rewarding aspects of what we did was to actually reach a point of some definition with regards to what the phenomenon was that we were actually talking about. Because a whole lot of what was talked about initially as we all started to sit down together were instances where people were offended at claims that were made, but it was different than necessarily pointing to empirical evidence and really making judgments in that regard. So we ended up coming up with a definition here, which I think dovetails with what we've ended up using for this particular exercise. But in that instance, we ended up focusing on information that asserts or implies claims inconsistent with the weight of accepted scientific evidence at the time. That matters because science itself is iterative, of course, and so a claim that made a whole lot of sense in 1957 may not enjoy the same evidence now in 2026, and that's okay. That's the nature of, it's one of the reasons why we have peer-reviewed literature and why we continue to iterate, on ideas. And so there's a humility, in that I think is really important. It's also the case that we've got to acknowledge that, what we label as misinformation might evolve and change over time. And it means that we probably need to be more careful than we often are as to what counts as misinformation. Because there are some instances in which a patient or a community group or somebody else could raise an idea that you don't necessarily theoretically agree with. It doesn't sit right with you. But that actually the truth is none of us, neither side, none of us in that group has the empirical evidence to really definitively be able to answer that question. So I actually think we need to scope and sort of focus in on misinformation instances where there is real conflict between what's claimed and what we have a good body of evidence for. But there are also many other instances in which we've been kind of loose with the language as well. We have sometimes, I think, made claims or made claims of misinformation when in fact it just runs a little bit counter to what your judgment might be without necessarily the peer-reviewed empirical evidence. So I think in some instances we have to acknowledge that we don't yet know. And that's going to be an important theme that I want to come back to. What we also think we need to pay attention to is not just what has misinformation done to sort of brainwash people or to lead them astray. What has it actually provided in many cases that would attract an audience in the first place? And that's something that I think is really important for us to keep in mind. An anecdote that I like to tell, and it's now more widely known because there's a Netflix series that was focused on Belle Gibson. But I remember a number of years ago I was going to give an address in Australia, and in the lead up to that I was spending some time thinking about what had been happening in Australia with regards to misinformation in the years prior, and I encountered the story of a woman by the name of Belle Gibson. And Belle Gibson, for those of you that don't know, was a social media influencer who rose to fame or infamy, however you want to frame it, as having the answer, and a set of answers to cancer, as a challenge that supposedly she had faced and overcome through, we'll just say, nutritional means. And it turns out that those claims were fraudulent. In fact, her own status as having encountered and having been diagnosed with cancer apparently is not true. And so there's a lot that you might worry about ethically in terms of Belle Gibson. But she's not the reason why I want to raise that story here today. The reason I want to raise that is that she had drawn a tremendous following. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, why was what she was offering useful to anybody? Well, what she was doing was offering hope in the face of a devastating disease. And that may be more than some of our work does on the face of it for many patient communities and many groups. And so that's something I think we just need to keep in mind. Why is it that certain information, as we might claim it to be inaccurate, gains traction? Well, part of it, we have to ask the question, what questions is that information addressing? Even though it's not doing it in an ethical or empirically valid way, nonetheless, it's serving some function. And we've got to pay more attention to that, I think, because it puts audiences and communities in a much better light for us to recognize that people are just trying to answer the questions that they have. Of course, we can leave aside, and there are instances of nefarious and intentional distribution of disinformation and misinformation, but I like to think more in terms of what is it that audiences and communities and patients need that maybe we're not doing. So this question of whether or not we could wring our hands or worry or be hopeful about public support of scientific institutions, public support of healthcare, public support of medicine. We've got to ask instead, I think, questions about what is it that we are doing to offer support to communities? To what extent is there a felt need and sense of connection? So let's go through some of the earlier points that I had raised. And we've already started to address this earlier today, so there's a nice dovetail with some of our commentary from before. But first, we've got to ask this question as to whether or not distrust is actually growing. And I think not only have we seen some evidence in a snapshot, cross-sectional way to suggest that not quite to the extent that we might think is it extensive, we also see this over time in really important ways. So here's just a quick look at time series data over decades. And you can see here I've got the scientific community highlighted, medicine's right below that. And actually a fair number of people are expressing both great trust in, and then if you look at any degree or some trust generally or confidence, the numbers are also similarly steady over time. So yes, there are folks who express quite a bit of discontent with our institutions, but at the same time, this has fluctuated. There are changes in the last couple of years we have to pay some attention to, and yet it's not as though the bottom has fallen out altogether. And we have to build on, I think, that in really important ways. So one question I wanted to ask and raise here, and this is one that does connect to some of the discussion we'll have in the afternoon, but it's just the extent to which we really have a firm understanding or a nuanced understanding of the concept of trust. Here's a concept that almost everybody in the room, I suspect, will have used this in everyday language in important ways. But how much are we really spending time thinking about what that means to many of the people that we're talking to, what we mean by it? Because our survey measurement of this leaves a lot to be desired. There is many instances in which what we're really looking at here is acceptance of information, and that we know, trust is much more multidimensional than that. We can even spend some time thinking about this from the dictionary definition perspective. If you look here at how Merriam-Webster defines this, there's a focus on truth, the acceptance of somebody's being truthful. But there's also a sense of relationship in terms of reliance, and we've got other words here like character and ability and strength. And that matters because it suggests that there might actually be multiple dimensions to truth that we ought to pay attention to as a aspect of relationship, rather than necessarily a perception of just simply the intellectual credibility or the believability of a particular person. So we've spent some time in Western North Carolina actually talking with people about how it is that they define trust. And this is in the context of information about wildfire warnings. And what we found was that in fact, credibility mattered, of course, but there were more dimensions than that. And those are ones that I think might resonate with you if you spend some time thinking about this. It matters that somebody is believable, but it also matters if you have some sense of their likely future consistency or reliability. If this is somebody that changes their tune all the time, that might be eroding in terms of your sense of trust. And you can imagine then the challenges when we've got an evolving scientific evidentiary base that it makes difficult sometimes to be consistent. So there's a challenge that we face. But this third one is one that I think typically gets overlooked because it seems like all of a sudden we're putting this in the realm of political or civic space, but I think it's really important. I think there's an economic dimension to this. I think that there's an aspect of relationship that we just frankly don't pay near enough attention to, and that's this notion of shared interest. And I think that the short way of thinking about that is, if I'm standing up here, trying to offer you, commentary, and it sounds like I've got some letters behind my name and some publications, that's great. But if you don't necessarily think that I care about your professional success or about the lives of your patients, or if I care whether or not you live or die, like that's a different take on it, right? And so I think similarly, if you think about the extent to which we feel a sense of trust, there is an element of willingness to sort of engage with, go along with, be in relationship with this entity that probably has something to do with your sense of their own shared values and their own sense of shared interest with you. I think ultimately we probably need to spend a whole lot more time focusing on building and maintaining trust, spending less time on blaming those that don't trust us. And I think there are ways and steps that we might be able to take to do some of this. I think that's going to be a really important, interesting part of the discussion as we think about interventions here today, both at a micro level, but also more broadly at a systems level. So let's return back to that question then. Should we be asking whether or not communities trust scientific institutions, or should we be asking whether or not communities feel connected to those institutions? Do they feel a sense of inclusion? Do they feel a sense of being on the same page, of shared interest? Because if not, then I'm not sure what the basis really is ultimately for trust in the same way that we might think about it otherwise. So what could we ultimately do to consider steps forward? There are some aspects to information that we might share, to message strategy, all of that I think are important to keep in mind, and I'll introduce a couple of those ideas. But I think ultimately a lot of this is going to be really hard work in terms of actually legitimately building relationships and building relationships with communities, members of whom you might see for just a few minutes in the ER, instances in which you might actually need to engage with communities over a long term as you think about the place of your institution in that wider community. In my mind, something that we've tended to overlook is the extent to which not whether or not people believe a particular fact about a vaccine or whether they believe a particular claim, but the extent to which they understand how the evidence base came to be that we want to put faith in. So one way of thinking about this is that it's not enough, really, to say that you ought to trust us. We're part of team science. That's not going to really cut it for many people. Instead, we have to think about offering justification in your explanation as to why it is that we together ought to believe this evidence. It's not me versus you, but rather what is it that we're paying attention to here more broadly. So I think public understanding of the process of science is something that's woefully lacking, I think in many ways, but to what extent is that understandable that it would be lacking? To what extent is this something that we actually focus on in our educational system, in our public discourse more broadly? So rather than shaming and blaming and pointing fingers, just think about how often we actually spend time pulling the curtain back on our evidence gathering process. I think that we do have evidence that most people actually believe science can generate useful knowledge. Most people do have a good and solid perception, trusted perception, confidence in their local healthcare professional when they have access to one. Many people don't, but when they do, those numbers are quite good. So I think ultimately where we might move to is trying to encourage a greater understanding of how it is that science works, why it is that scientists are doing the work that they do. Why are people in a room like this? What are the incentives? Why do people spend the time that they do professionally? And that's something that can seem really threatening for us to open up and talk about that, but I think we need to spend more time doing that. Because I think ultimately we could see more increased trust if we did. I've got a couple of data points that have underscored my confidence in this claim here that I want to just share briefly. One of these is a report that for a number of years we had an opportunity to summarize evidence for the National Science Foundation. And this is evidence that has not been summarized in 2026, but that was summarized in 2022 and 2024. And at that point in time, we were able to look at a wide range of data. And here's just one example of data from Pew Research Center, in which there's a distinct relationship here between the extent to which people express and demonstrate understanding of the scientific process and the extent to which they express confidence in science and scientists. So on some level that might seem straightforward, but nonetheless I think it's encouraging. It suggests that there is perhaps a pathway here with greater understanding of elements of the scientific process, hypothesis testing, for example, that seems to be correspondent anyway in an associative way with greater confidence in science. What happens though in instances when you are in a position of being able to offer information to a community? Are there ways that you could go better, do better than standard practice in terms of actually showing about how the process of science works? It turns out that actually we were able to do this recently in a large-scale study with an experiment with a large national sample, actually with colleagues who previously were at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And we were looking at an instance where we would be sharing information with people about a hypothetical foodborne illness outbreak in their community. And in one of the conditions, we essentially presented this in the way that you normally would, of saying, here's what's known, and this is what we have to share about this. In other conditions, though, we went much further to actually go so far as to express compassion for the uncertainty that audiences are feeling, to acknowledge that we don't necessarily know everything, to actually point to a schedule and a timeline for when we were planning to get back to them about what we would know in the future. And so there was an opportunity to both explain a little bit about how the process of epidemiological inquiry in this case was going to unfold, but to also explicitly acknowledge uncertainty. And so the question is whether or not that mattered, whether or not it actually helped with regards to perceived trustworthiness of the agency in question. And I'm happy to say the short story is that it did. In fact, you saw a marked rise in perceived trustworthiness in the conditions in which those steps were taken. So it's worthwhile. That was a worthwhile investment to honestly be able to offer those additional steps. What can be done, though, more broadly as we think about trying to apply this in the context where you all work? One thing that's come up in various discussions today is that I think it'd be a mistake for us to think that any one of you is going to go home and change the world by virtue of just your own individual practice. Like it's a heavy burden to bear, and it's probably not practical first of all at scale. Second of all, it doesn't recognize the kind of time constraints that many of you face. But there is, I think, a stance we could take here on investment in folks to potentially help with this at a systems level, at an organizational level, and there are themes that I think could be implemented in really important and particular ways. So one of these is compassion, which is a word that I think is important to utter out loud, particularly at the moment. And I think that ultimately we've got to recognize that humility and leadership are not really necessarily at odds with one another. That I think that there are ways to move forward with a sense of organization, with a sense of navigation, with a patient, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to know everything, and that in fact you can acknowledge what isn't known. We've heard quite a bit of discussion today about the important work of translation of materials for language and culture. That work doesn't happen automatically. You could maybe suggest that it could happen increasingly easier with AI-assisted tools, but there still has to be guidance and thoughtfulness put into that and investment that has to happen. I think we have to spend a lot more time than we typically are of actually figuring out what our neighbors are encountering. And no, I didn't use the word patients there because I think we ought to be thinking about what's circulating in a particular community. What is it that we think about this from the standpoint of infectious disease sometimes, but what is it that we might be doing to better understand what information people are encountering before they actually come to your institution or your place of work? And I think this isn't going to be something that's going to be solved through individual conversations alone. We've got to put steps in place to better empower information seeking amongst patients and their families. There have been a couple of initiatives that I've had a chance to be a part of that I just wanted to share here because I think they intersect in important ways and there's lessons learned from them as well that I think are worthwhile for us to acknowledge. One of these is work that I did over some time with the Association of American Medical Colleges. They have a portfolio that some of you might have intersected with and had a chance to work on to think about transformation of medical education with regards to misinformation. And what was really interesting in that work, I had a chance to sit down with some of those grant teams and offer some coaching and to try to draw lessons out of that. And there was a really wide range of things that people wanted to get involved with. There were instances in which medical professionals themselves were spending time, as we've heard today, out engaged in communities online and offline. And there's better and worse ways to do that, of course. But there also are a lot of efforts where this wasn't really about coming up with a magic recipe for what to say. This wasn't really a matter of figuring out what it is that's going to be the right messaging approach, but rather what mechanisms are in place to allow for better listening. And you think about that runs directly at odds with having a couple of minutes in a patient encounter. And so the question becomes the systems level one of what investment needs to happen in order to lengthen the amount of time that you have with a patient. That's probably not under your control. That's something that's going to be a matter of investing in more colleagues to help and to think about what kind of interaction and relationship is possible in any individual encounter. And that's something that I think was really a take-home message from that work, and that it suggested we're not going to have individual training interventions that alone are going to work. We're going to have to think about systems level transformation, and that's expensive and it's difficult and it's challenging, but that's probably where we need to go. Another initiative that I'm a part of, I already alluded to, was this consensus study that colleagues of mine and I worked on. And there are explicit recommendations there about the ways in which medical professionals can and should engage with the wider world. So I just wanted to note that there was deep expression of support and understanding for the challenges that you all face. Also a sense of ways in which there could be assistance offered and engagement with professional communication resources to help in that work. I also think that there are really important steps that can be taken on the part of universities and medical centers as they're promoting work. I think that sometimes the translation of that in the form of press releases and other instances is less than ideal. And I think that there are instances where we all probably ought to take a step back from sensationalizing our work, towards really trying to make sure that we're trying to provide an accurate perspective. One of the takeaway messages from this consensus study was that actually, if you think about the roots of this problem, the authors of misinformation, there's a really long list. And it's not a dozen. It actually reflects a much wider perspective on institutions and circumstances and many different players, some of whom are well-intentioned in their work, some of whom are elected officials, some of whom have been spending their time as doing really careful peer-reviewed work who still make mistakes at times. And we have to acknowledge all those contributors. The third that I just want to point to, because this is an ongoing initiative, something I've been invited to be a part of that just launched at the end of 2025, which in the National Academy of Medicine, which they've developed this action collaborative that is intending to work in various communities around the country. And in my estimation, my humble estimation, this is a bit of novelty for National Academy of Medicine in working in this way. So rather than sort of operating as a top-down sort of approach, here's a chance where they're actually suggesting, and it's not been cut yet, they're actually suggesting that we're going to approach and work with communities to generate ideas about priorities, about where we might go in collaboration. That kind of work can sound really easy to do, and of course in practice it's very difficult. There's a lot of trade-offs in doing that, and I'll be the first to acknowledge that, but I've been somewhat heartened by the discussions that we've been able to have there as they operate in various communities around the country. So you might have ideas about that, and I encourage you to take a look at the National Academy webpage. But at the end of the day, I think part of the shift for us is to move towards listening, compassion, but also to thinking about identifying and uplifting what those shared interests really are. Being honest and explicit about not just offering our disclosures on the screen, but really talking about our professional motivations for doing the work that we do. What are the motivations for the organizations that we work for? Ultimately, some of that might be profit under some circumstances, some of it might be financial well-being, and that's okay, I think, to acknowledge that. But I think we have to actually be more transparent about why is it we're all doing the work that we're doing, what is it we're trying to accomplish, and then to work with patients and communities to get there to that point. And all of that suggests that this starting point of misinformation is a really good spot, but it's a much wider conversation that we need to have. It's one that involves thinking about trust, thinking about sociologically the reasons why we have the healthcare system that we do. What can we do to strengthen and improve that in the future? And I think all of that would address some of this longstanding concern we have about inaccurate information in the instances in which people are sometimes led astray. So with that, I'm going to pause there because I think maybe you have some critique and comments and questions. I'd be happy to answer those. I'd be happy to connect further later with you. But above all, I really am humbled by the chance to come in and talk with you all. And so thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. So are there comments or questions? We have time for that? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm curious to hear more about the thoughts of institutions, like whether it's health systems, universities, their role in encouraging their individual physicians, clinicians to speak out, just in light of in COVID-19, there's people who spoke out, and then there's development.
Yeah. That's right. Well, there are a couple of different dimensions. So certainly professional associations have an important possibility for consideration here. And so and maybe it's a little bit of a different angle to your question, but the question of licensure and credentialing and censure and all of that are ones that are on the table, and that's something that could be considered. At the same time, you're also talking about the possibility for empowering or supporting folks to be conversant in communities as well. And it's a real challenge because of you think about liability, you think about the different factors that lead an organization to have the criterion that they do. What I would suggest is that more of those discussions ought to be had from the standpoint of what is it you're trying to accomplish, by allowing or not allowing members of your community to be sort of engaged or encouraging them to do that. I think ultimately, and this is probably Pollyanna on my part, and I will acknowledge that, but I still have a faith and belief that if we could get to a point of greater societal acceptance of medical practitioners, of scientists, of researchers, of doing their good and earnest work, and they should get credit for participating in an ongoing conversation that sometimes includes mistakes and sometimes includes missteps, that I think we would be in a better spot. I think if we had wider public understanding of the iterative nature of science, that we would be in a better spot than we are right now. The problem is that we often have folks who want to claim in a 30-second soundbite that they're right about something, and so then that seems the equivalent to another person who's claiming that, without necessarily stepping back and saying it's not a matter of X or Y person getting credit for this, it's a matter of what the right evidence is. And I think we have to probably hold up to a greater level and put a greater spotlight on instances where people have acknowledged their own missteps or acknowledged instances and when they, as a rigorous researcher, have actually been wrong about a hypothesis and they've changed their tune over time. I think that's something that if we could model that, but we're a long way from that right now because of the nature of our sort of public discourse. So I think part of it for me is to leave more room for mistakes and for people to offer that kind of commentary in that different capacity. We also have to spend time thinking about the capacity in which people are often drawn into and asked to give a quote to a journalist, and they may be speaking way outside of their realm of expertise, but they were asked the question and so they answer that question. That's something we also have to spend time thinking about in terms of how are we better supporting people. We want them to be engaged, but then how can we support them in being ready for that generally. So, but it's a great question to ask. Yeah.
This is kind of an existential question that I would
Great.
Just your take on.
Excellent.
So it seems like throughout the morning we talked a lot about like kind of at an individual level how you can have a relationship with a patient or a community and have them trust you as a physician or a community health worker or someone that like embeds themselves and makes themselves trustworthy in that way as a way to kind of help counter some of this stuff. Do you think as we move forward, like how do you think that the change from belief in an institution to maybe now we're believing in an individual or a personality, right? With like, oh, we trust Dr. Mike just as a human, right? So how do you think that like institutions move from that into ecosystem?
That's a wonderful question. It's one that is threatening for the status quo in some ways. My own take on it, I think a nutshell way of thinking about this is that I personally think that the solution to this is going to involve, at least in part, local community engagement, because we know that those are sources that matter to people. They are more likely to have those express shared interests. But the question is, how do you do that at scale? And so maybe the role for our institutions is to actually better coordinate and organize that happening at scale. And that's all hard work, but that's a lot different than offering sort of a single broadcast message from on high as to here's what everybody needs to know. Instead, it's a matter of trying to better support all the local level. And there's a civic civil society question in there. There's a question in there about how it is that we have organized ourselves in the United States. There's a question about federalism. There's a question. There's a lot in what you just said. But I think that ultimately, a lot of the success stories and a lot that we could point to, there's a lot that really happened at a great level at a local community. I remember early on, a few years ago, I was invited to give a talk, and folks might be aware of some of these folks, but the city health department in Amarillo, Texas, brought me down, and they were going to have an event focused on vaccination. And I wasn't sure what that was going to look like, in different ways, and I went down there cynical about that discussion and came away really feeling as though I'd been wrong-headed in sort of my own take on it. There was a lot to celebrate. They had vaccinated thousands of people. There had been a whole lot of work that had happened that was incredibly heartening and didn't have to do with a lot of the larger level polarization that we've talked about. I'll just offer this, again, this is purely my own personal opinion. This is not reflective of work group or anything else. But Stephanie invited us earlier to ask questions about who benefits from certain discourse and narrative. You could ask the question, who is it that really ultimately is benefiting from the story we have about the polarization that we have in this country? Who is it that's, because I'm not sure that's reflective at a local community level about people trying to find their way, and I think that the story is more nuanced and it's more complicated than that. So I think that's something that it is an existential question insofar as it challenges some of the ways that we've been doing things. But I do think that there are roles for associations, there are roles for larger scale institutions, there are roles for the way that systems think about support of individual clinics within that system, all of that, of coordination, of support, and of also having faith and confidence in communities to also be doing some work on their own, as well. So it's a great question. Yeah. Other comments or questions? No. All right. Okay, well, I'm going to be back here shortly, so hopefully I haven't undermined my own credibility with regards to the working group. So, but with that, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, next up, we're going to get to our second consensus building session. Again, just for those who came in a little later, the first 30 minutes will be where 3 of the working groups will be coming up to present their literature summary, their gaps, and their research questions. And then the next part will be breaking into 3 discussion groups to refine, clarify, and to finalize those questions for voting. And then I'll get to the last part when we get there. So if we can have your group start.
Great. So I didn't plant the timing here, and I want to now put on a different hat. I want to put on the hat of celebrating what in my mind was a very gratifying discussion that we were able to have in Work Group 5. Some of those participants are here today, including not only folks who work professionally in this arena, but folks who are advocating on the behalf of patients. We had really gratifying exchange and conversation with patient representatives as well. And we took seriously this question of trust, which relates in a lot of ways to many of the other discussions, but we took it on head on in terms of thinking about what evidence we have with regards to trust, misinformation, and patient engagement as 3 concepts, 3 umbrella concepts that may or may not be related empirically, that may or may not be subject to intervention, but that we needed to look at to see what the literature suggested. I think that process was one that yielded a really interesting set of questions that I want to advocate for here, and I'll do that in just a moment. So first, I just want to acknowledge, and this, I do want to just take the time to read this into the record that the group that I had a chance to work with, I was really impressed with how seriously people took and challenged each other on these questions. We spent a lot of time thinking about specific words and thinking about what the literature did or didn't say. And that was something that I really appreciated. And I also want to thank the team and Michael Gottlieb, who was a representative from the core team there as well, and Edward Drake II, Shawana Jackson, and Naomi Lauren, all of whom were able to offer a patient voice in what we were doing. So we have a couple of disclosures. Now's the time for me to acknowledge being some of those, and then also Chris Carpenter and Lavanya Vasudefan also has funding here to acknowledge. None of us think that we're unduly compromised by any of that, but it's important to state each of those. So in the few minutes I have, we, like all the other working groups, had a chance to look at available literature. In our particular case, we were looking at this intersection, and so it was important that the articles included misinformation, trust, patient engagement, or shared decision-making, different synonyms or variations. And we looked at roughly the last 25 years or so. Papers studied in 2001 or later. Importantly, we looked at work in English, and so that's going to leave out important parts of the world and work that was performed in the United States or was population agnostic. Now, a note that many of you have run into, but I want to put a finer point on it here, is that when we constrained our search to include emergency or other synonyms, we only came up with 11 studies. And I'm not sure that those 11 were necessarily even central to a lot of our discussion. So there's not a lot that's been specifically done in this context, but there's a lot of opportunity. Now, that said, I also think our group, something we were really careful to do was to think about orienting our questions towards the empirical work that needs to happen next to answer these questions in this context of emergency medicine. So we were able to draw on a couple hundred articles, actually. There were dealing with a wider range and a wider lens, but we tried to hone our questions to really think about emergency medicine contexts. So we ended up here through a process of filtering, ultimately with 263 studies that addressed one of three groups, ultimately topics as we might think about them. Part of the challenge is how do you actually define and measure and operationalize trust? And we had a set of studies that spoke to that. There's another subgroup or sub-team that looked at studies that directly looked at evidence for relationships between trust, misinformation, exposure, and or patient engagement. That group did not look at intervention studies. That group was looking at instances where you had either bivariate relationship or interactions or some cluster of the three variables and concepts, not just any one of them, but to what extent did they relate to one another. And that group introduced some really interesting questions. And then a third group actually looked at interventions. Interventions, in our case, interventions to actually affect trust to mitigate misinformation effects. And so, again, keep in mind, we were focused on trust. And so I think the questions that we're ultimately going to pose here are ones I would humbly suggest you ought to consider insofar as you think trust is part of the equation here, ultimately for the agenda. So there were a few things that we gleaned from the literature review, and my colleagues really should get credit for all of these. But something that's really important to note is that trust is often taken for granted. It's often implied as a concept. It's not explicitly defined. And unsurprisingly, measurement's all over the place. That's a train wreck in terms of actually trying to make progress on a work. And so that's something that's really important for us to keep in mind, is that just because there's trust in the headline or the title doesn't mean that it's been operationalized in the same way. And I'm not sure that we're going to make as much progress as we need to unless we have some standardization or at least explicit operationalization of the concept. The social science literature, and Stephanie and others alluded to this, I think, earlier, we think about lots of different dimensions of trust. And sites or locations or think about the nature of relationships. Interpersonal trust is in between two people. You might think about your sense of relationship or engagement with an institution, such as a hospital, or you might think about people in general or strangers, as sometimes gets asked about. And that we might label as more generalized trust. And the measurement that we did see often focuses on, and one brief way, this does harken back to comments I was just making, to this notion of believability or sense of the credibility of a source. And that's maybe a little bit different than what ultimately we could look at, because a number of the papers that seemed promising suggested that we open up that concept of trust. And here's one that we had a lot of time to talk about, to really include notions of vulnerability and action. Your willingness as a patient to step foot in or to do something to your body that is being recommended or suggested. So that willingness to sit with vulnerability is really important. That's a little bit different than just believing something, right? And so that's something that we thought was really important. This notion that patients often take a so-called leap of faith in engaging with an institution without extensive knowledge sometimes. And that having confidence from this perspective of Savatsky et al. Involves expectations of social protection and respect. So that notion of vulnerability really matters. This notion of collaborative trust was one that came up quite a bit in our discussion. Because we might think about patients and physicians and their relationship ultimately needing to involve common goals as well as mutual respect and honesty, and that would be indicative of trust. So as we looked at this, there were a lot of studies in the chronic care setting, relatively few in the emergency room. Many of the interventions largely targeted patient-provider interactions, but we think there are wider possibilities. Within the approaches that showed promise, decision aid, shared decision-making strategies, motivational interviewing, patient-centered communication strategies, clear expression of uncertainty, educational tools, all of those have a place and a role, and we found some evidence for that. Multi-level approaches, though, also seem to be really important to keep in mind. So where would we go next on this? We need more consistent definitions and measures of trust. We need best practices for identifying and addressing what some of these misperceptions might be. But ultimately, we also need evidence on interactions between misperceptions and larger conspiratorial beliefs. We might want to think about how it is that trust perceptions are actually influencing misperception formation as it occurs in the emergency setting. And there's a recognition here that the few minutes you are, or the time you are in an emergency room, also itself, there's a longitudinal pattern there, and then there's time after that as well, and time prior. So this notion of what's happening in a longitudinal sense and the iteration and formation of beliefs over time is something that the group really nicely emphasized. So we were able to come up with 7 questions for your consideration that all achieved a threshold after a couple of rounds of consensus. Delphi process of reaching enough agreement to bring them to you. And the concepts, the questions really involve 3 concepts. One is trust and what it is. The second is what influences trust, what are its relationships to misinformation exposure, to other factors, and the last is what could be done in interventions. So here are the questions. We'll go through this in more detail a little bit later, but I want to suggest that you consider these different topics, if any of these resonate with you, as at least 1 or 2 or 3 of these, one from each of these groups, perhaps being one that you really want to move forward, if not all 7 of these questions. We had a question here about the extent to which trust is conceptualized differently in emergency medicine contexts compared to other situations. That's something that's quite possible, and we have to really look at that empirically. We don't have the evidence to know whether or not we can generalize from other areas. We have to think through what our best practices are for actually measuring trust. There's been some progress in this regard, but we need more. There are a couple of questions about the influences on trust that we could spend time talking about here. And that is everything from different characteristics and aspects of dysfunction in emergency departments themselves. That's something I really appreciated our discussion that kind of focused on the concrete lived experience of practitioners and professionals, and thinking about the systems level structural challenges that might actually affect trust formation and patients' vulnerability and willingness to be vulnerable to, and also their vulnerability to misinformation. There also might be the case that both clinician level attributes, patient level attributes, and content level factors all might actually play a role here in successful evidence-based communication and trust development. And we've got to spend more time looking at that in the context of emergency medicine. And the last 3 questions here have to do with interventions that might work. We really need to spend more time comparing and thinking about best practices for clinician-patient communication to foster trust specifically. We also need to ask questions about whether or not things that seem to have worked in other contexts are going to achieve similar outcomes in the emergency department. There's reasons to think they may or may not. And then last but not least, what are best practices for emergency department clinicians to communicate uncertainty about evidence support for a treatment or procedure while maintaining or enhancing patient trust in the clinician. So in other words, to what extent can you actually quickly acknowledge uncertainty and yet still offer the reassurance and leadership that you might need to in terms of offering navigation for a patient? So those were the questions I think we had. We'll spend more time on that afterwards. I know I'm out of time. All right, great, thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rachel Solnick. I'm one of the co-chairs for the social media work group. Sorry for the font. So you can't see us. We're hiding.
Hi, everyone. Anish Agarwal, one of the co-chairs as well.
All right, so we'll jump right in. So as the social media group, we actually kind of felt like we're somewhat of a microcosm of the whole question of misinformation and spread in general. And so reflective of that, when we did our lit search, we had a lot of hits. There was about like almost 5,000 initial hits, which we were a bit challenged in trying to figure out, as mentioned from some of the other groups, in terms of like what counts as emergency medicine. When we restricted it also to emergency medicine, there was only like about 11, so we broadened it out to conditions that could potentially be emergency medicine. And after a lot of sorting, we eventually had 22 studies. There was a lot of really amazing, more social science specifically focused studies. For example, some of David Rand's work earlier that we didn't include because it didn't really hit onto the medical part as much. But we did find that there was a little bit of overlap, so we could touch on that. In terms of our key literature themes, I'll just read through these essentially. We found that misinformation spreads quickly and can be amplified by a small number of people, platforms, or posts. And this was really remarkable. There were some papers that identified that just like a few key figures could really have a huge impact on spread. So essentially some troublemakers in the mix of things. And generally speaking, the misinformation spread a lot more than accurate information. In terms of counter strategies, we did find that corrections can help. We talked about these a little bit earlier today in terms of some pre-bunking and flagging, but there wasn't really great solid knowledge on which ones worked best. In terms of the clinician's role, they could be powerful messengers, but very little empiric evidence in terms of like what they should do in terms of online or in the emergency departments, though a lot of theories about it. And we found that a lot of the studies were looking at beliefs or intentions, but not necessarily like ED utilization. There was a lot of data on ED utilization, but not necessarily connected to misinformation. So hard to link those two. We also found that in terms of who would be most impacted in terms of equity questions, this was quite understudied, especially in terms of different sociodemographic backgrounds. We didn't know generally about like we found a paper about like health literacy, but not as much in terms of overall who is most harmed and who can benefit from interventions for misinformation. And so from these general themes, we wanted to distill it into ways that we could help synthesize this to then think about gaps. So we came up with 5 general themes looking at spread and amplification, counter strategy, the clinician's role, questions of impact, and then equity.
Awesome. And so key gaps and ways to inform this consensus conference going forward. I'll read through these just because I know sometimes they don't project well. First is how should we identify misinformation that needs a response? What types of corrections work best? When should clinicians respond and what should they say? It's sort of a question I wrestle with myself a lot. How can health systems support clinicians without adding risk or workload? And does information change ED use, treatment acceptance, or patient outcomes? Lastly, how do we make sure interventions reduce disparities rather than widen them? Within our own working group, we did 2 rounds of voting across these questions. And so while the font, I'm sure, is very small for people to see, the y-axis here has all of our initial 24 questions, and the x-axis here is the number of rankings with 100% being on the right. And so you can see the shift from the first round to the second round with that dotted line showing 70%. And so from there, we emerged with 7 of the 27 that we'll present in the sort of next session. These clustered around spread, counter strategy, and clinician role and impact. I think, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, all of these questions will be on the paper. Alex, sorry, no, these will be on the paper. It's great. Okay, and so I won't actually, maybe for time's sake, I won't. We should go through them. First, in the spread and amplification domain, how can EMS systems, local governments, and the ED and hospital systems measure, monitor, and respond to misinformation on social networks during acute or evolving health situations that influence ED care? So again, back to what Rachel was saying, really sort of trying to distill down to the emergency department setting or the acute care setting. Next, what strategies can identify and disrupt super spreader accounts that spread misinformation related to ED utilization? Which correctional technologies sort of within platform or platform integrated or health system based AI chatbots, as we heard earlier today, are most effective for countering misinformation related to ED relevant topics? And additionally, in the counter strategies section, we have can online misinformation prevention approaches improve resistance to misinformation? And finally, how can ED clinicians contribute to or leverage counter strategy on social media? So again, trying to distill back to the ED clinicians themselves. What communication practices help ED clinicians engage patients who reference online misinformation? Somebody earlier today had mentioned, what can we do now when we're treating patients in the moment in our EDs? And to the last speaker's comment, amongst the dysfunctional environment as well. And then finally, how does online misinformation exposure influence acceptance of ED recommended treatments, so vaccines, medications, or other diagnostic testing? Thank you.
I'll endeavor to be worthy of that trust. All right, I'm Ben Schnapp. I'm up here to represent the education group. Our task was to think about this misinformation challenge from the education perspective, what needs to be addressed, what needs to be thought of to teach both graduate medical education learners, undergraduate medical education learners, but also continuing medical education folks. So what does this look like? A lot of the published interventions that are out there in the literature already are really things that address interprofessional type education. So a lot of interventions aimed at nursing groups, and a lot that really seem to focus on vaccine hesitancy. You can imagine that was a very popular topic with this, but bringing in the team, leveraging all of the folks to really address that problem from a multifaceted angle. There's obviously some educational paradigms here that overlap with misinformation. Motivational interviewing was something that came up very commonly for us as a theme here, but also things including online training modules, standardized patient encounters, so simulation type events, and then incorporation of learner reflection as well. And then a lot of the interventions that we found used all sorts of different strategies, fairly broad approach to teaching effective communication, and largely in the context of vaccine hesitancy. So what's out there that's left? What do we still need to know? Well, pretty much everything. Not a lot of educational interventions that we found, none at all in the specific field of emergency medicine. Obviously unfortunate here, but it means that there's a lot to do. So our proposed questions ended up with a pretty broad area to cover. And our emergency department environment is unique, right? We know we have these short encounters, but we know that also patients may be particularly interested and engaged with the topic at hand while they're in the emergency department. So both challenge and opportunity there. Most of the educational interventions that we found didn't really target higher level outcomes. Occasionally, there was some measurement of vaccine uptake in patients, but a lot of it just addressed, did you feel like you acquired skills? Did you feel like you were more confident with addressing vaccine hesitancy? So not really those meaningful educational outcomes that we're really looking for. But the literature did highlight that this was an area that people were interested in. People were hungry for this type of intervention. People really wanted this sort of education on how to teach this topic, how to get this out there. But there are a lot of questions that remain on how best to do that. So here's what we came up with after our multiple round Delphi process. These are the questions that met the threshold. How do we identify educational interventions that are sustainable and have a long-term impact on learners? What are the optimal methods for needs assessment in emergency medicine regarding misinformation competencies? How does the unique context of emergency medicine patient encounters affect the ways in which emergency medicine providers address health-related misinformation? What resources, support, and structures within UME, GME, and CME are needed to support EM physicians and trainees to address health and misinformation? What educational strategies are most effective to prepare emergency medicine physicians and trainees for addressing multiple types of health-related misinformation commonly encountered in the emergency department? And what outcomes, in addition to vaccine uptake, would demonstrate the effectiveness of curricula for EM physicians and trainees to address health-related information? Thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead and break out into our discussion groups. We'll do social media here. We'll do trust here, since you're already there, and then education in this group. if we can divide that up. And again, just going back, this is the time we refine, clarify those questions for voting. We'll have a med students taking attendance. If you guys don't mind taking down people's badges and their names too, the head count, and then also the co-chair with you will be taking, making changes to the questions and getting them ready for voting, hopefully with 10 minutes in between. So, thanks.
Sorry, I missed the pointing out of where you wanted people to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Education will be here, right back 2 tables where Jamie is. Yep. Yep. And again, if you're a working group member and you already put in your input for the last year and a half, please join another group that you didn't work on in terms of the topic. And then if you're just a participant here, join anyone you want. Just if your group is done with finalizing the questions, go ahead and, this is your break now. Go ahead, take a break. When we're coming back, we're updating the questions as you speak, and when you come back, Seema's gonna, we're gonna do the vote, and Seema's gonna go straight into her final keynote, and then we'll wrap things up for the day, probably 15 to 30 minutes earlier than otherwise would be, to get you guys out earlier. So please take your break now. Come back in 10 minutes. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and start voting. Please use this QR code at the bottom. It's also in the Google Doc as well, so please go ahead and start voting. We're going to take 10-15 minutes to do that, and once that's done, Seema is going to get started with her last keynote, end us on a high, and then we'll wrap things up and let you guys go maybe 15-30 minutes early. All right, folks, we're going to have Seema give a final keynote. And I'll wrap things up for the day. The Consensus Conference chairs and I recognize that this topic for the Consensus Conference this year is pretty heavy, so we really wanted to end things on a high note, and there's really no one better to do that than Dr. Seema Yasmin. Welcome back.
Thank you, Alex. I'll just use that one, yeah. No pressure to add any levity. Geez, I can't promise it, honestly. I'm not just a clown. How's everyone doing? Yeah, there's great energy in the room. Thank you so much for all of your contributions throughout the day, for all of your attention, and for sticking it out with us. Somebody said to me, "Oh, I'm so surprised you stayed for everything in the middle." And I was like, why wouldn't I? It's so interesting. This is my jam. So no disclosures. This is what I came to America to do, fight contagious diseases. People do say, why did you leave the land of free healthcare? Because it reflects poorly on me, I understand. The answer is George Clooney. I grew up watching ER, I grew up watching Scrubs. So when I came to be a doctor here in 2011, I thought I was moving to the land of Grey's Anatomy. And no one told me it would be The Last of Us. With even less healthcare, and that the zombies would infiltrate the CDC and run it. No warnings whatsoever. And then, of course, this became reality, and I can't just dunk on the US. Sure, I moved here, and this is what was happening in 2011. The very same thing was and is happening in the UK and around the world. The first outbreak I investigated as an officer in the Epidemic Intelligence Service was an outbreak of pertussis in a NICU. I was on my hands and knees crawling between the cots wondering how hard can a preemie cough, especially if they've just had surgery. With my tape measure, measuring, looking at the visitors' logs, I was convinced that some poor, exhausted parent had dragged a sick toddler into the NICU to visit, one of their newborn siblings. That outbreak of pertussis was spread by unvaccinated healthcare workers. They went to work while sick. And now, I didn't know this in med school, but now that we know what whooping cough sounds like, because it is back with a vengeance, I said, why would you go to work in the NICU of all places with a cough that sounds like that? And these healthcare workers, and they represented many different professions, said, well, PTO is lumped together with sick leave, so there's an incentive to work. And I wanted to commit acts of violence, but I was on a J1 visa. So, I mean, I'm a naturalized citizen now, but they are denaturalizing people quite rapidly, so you should be careful what I say. But this was the reality and is our reality. There was also this that I was really unexpected, because it was coming from our own ilk, and Jonathan mentioned this earlier. Of course, I am at Stanford, where Jay accused us of bullying him when we engaged in scientific dissent and discourse. Stephanie and I have been talking about this. But America was the first place that I ever, in 2011, met a self-declared anti-vax doctor who was counseling patients against many vaccines proudly. And so I was an EIS officer at the time thinking, I don't think we're going to be succeeding at public health much longer, and especially if we take the same approach. The gains are just unraveling in front of us, and we are going to have to figure out some different paradigm for dealing with this. And long story short, that's what led me to journalism school, to think about the power of narrative, how to connect, how to build trust with communities like my own. I mentioned earlier I grew up in a very immigrant, conservative Indian Muslim family in the UK that had legitimate reasons to not trust the British government. And it was growing up in that environment that made me think about how to build deep connections, meaningful connections with disenfranchised communities. I have to say, I don't know why I put the next slide in, except to say this is a thing. This was in New York Magazine a couple of weeks ago. Anybody read it? There's a whole movement. I think the graphic is great. And now I'm thinking, I don't know why I put it in, but as a public health doctor who goes to a lot of public health conferences, it seems you all have been spared something that we experience at public health conferences. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Okay, so this is the thing. You need to go to more public health conferences, guys. Not for this reason, but there's often a loud contingent of men splattered in red paint with placards at public health conferences accusing us of violence against newborns, because apparently all public health doctors force circumcision on children. There are lots of, I don't know, confused faces, or people are shutting down. Maybe there's a diverse array of opinion about circumcision. That's not what this talk is about, except to say, this is a thing too. Anyway, lots of things happening. None of it is new. The lack of consensus, the debate, the push and pull, the not wanting a mandate, not trusting science, wanting doctors to tell people what to do, none of it is new. This is from a newspaper in San Francisco in 1918. We've been having anti-mask leagues. When I wrote a book for kids about this called What the Fact, teaching that they love the title. We did WTF stickers, but talking about in a really fun way how they can develop critical thinking skills, begin to differentiate falsehoods from slightly misleading information to accurate information. I came up on all of this brilliant language, ultra-crepidarian, saltambinco, all these languages we've had in English over the centuries that talk about quacks, people that peddle lies, people that make money off lies, again affirming this is just part of the information ecosystem and always will be. And we need to approach our messaging and our strategies with that in mind. We've talked about conspiracy theories. 1 in 2 Americans believes in one or more. We are not immune to them either. Anyone want to bravely raise a hand to admit that they believe in a conspiracy theory? No, I didn't think so. That's okay. 1 in 4 believe powerful people intentionally planned the COVID pandemic. And I'm seeing again right now with both the hantavirus outbreak on the cruise ship and with the Ebola outbreak in the DRC and in Uganda, you can literally cut and paste the name of the pathogen or the name of the particular vaccine, and the same conspiracy theory spread every time. They are so predictable, quite boring, very expected. It was the US government was doing an experiment in that vicinity and a pathogen escaped the lab. You've heard of these, right? And I'll come back to why that predictability is something we can use to our advantage. Again, because I focus so much on kids now, to give me that sense of hope, and because I do think we have to start much younger with critical thinking and scientific literacy training, keep this in mind. 55% of K-12 students here are not even moderately confident in their ability to recognize false information. Why would they be? We're not teaching them that. All we say is, there's so much misinformation and disinformation out there, you can't believe anything you see, read, or hear. It's a really bad place to just be raising a generation of skeptics. So this is why we need the critical thinking and we need the science literacy. It's looking bad for adults too. One of my med students recently did a research project on declining scientific literacy in the US and what that means for us as providers and how we therefore engage with these populations. But this isn't about scientific literacy, but overall, the average literacy scores are on the decline. 54% of US adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level, 20% below a 5th grade level. I'm sure you're aware of some of these stats, but it's important for this conversation and this framing. I write books for kids and for young adults. 2 of them have been banned. And so I keep an eye on the trends with children's literature too. And there was a few research studies, one from Pew and other places, that found that fewer parents are reading to their kids. When The Guardian did a follow-up to do qualitative interviews to say, why would you not read children's books to your kids? The parents said, because it's boring to read. I don't have anything hopeful to say after that, but Finland is doing better than us. Finland is winning the war on fake news. I don't like that term because it's been weaponized against journalists, but they are treating this as a national security issue. And one of the things that I love that they are doing is they're not saying, oh, this is an issue for young people, oh, this is an issue for older adults who are really vulnerable to geopolitical disinformation and electoral meddling. They're saying this is a multi-generational problem. So therefore, we should have critical thinking curricula and digital literacy and media literacy curricula for every age group. And it's so possible to do that. I will tell you, when I was touring with What the Fact and going into middle schools and high schools, this was in 2022, 2023, I had some of the best conversations with 11-year-old girls about the state of the information ecosystem. We had really nuanced conversations about why it was that Dr. Fauci might have said in 2020, don't wear a mask 1 week, and the next week changed his mind. Kids get it. They're able to have conversations about the gray space in between. And I really hope that at some way, at some point, we work towards this. I can't talk about all of this without also mentioning how we use information as a tool of war. This is really also part of the information ecosystem. So 2 years ago, I went to Kazakhstan with the World Health Organization when Kazakhstan was in the midst of its worst measles outbreak in decades. I don't know if this crossed anyone's radar, but maybe 40,000 cases of measles with thousands of kids hospitalized. Horrible situation. Does not happen out of the blue. What had happened is in 2020 and 2021, the Pentagon had executed a disinformation campaign in Central Asia that was targeted at fostering distrust in China and in the Chinese government. The way they chose to do that was by saying, don't trust Chinese vaccines. We know from vaccine research that when you lose trust in one vaccine, it often spills over into lower trust in many different vaccines. What happened as a result was not only were people in Kazakhstan not getting vaccinated against COVID, but MMR uptake dropped massively. And this happened, and then we had only one report that I could find, but a really in-depth Reuters report about how this strategy and how this approach unfolded. I highly recommend reading this at some point, just to, again, entrench you in how information is used in all the ways. So simple, so powerful, required no bombs, killed lots of people. Okay, sorry, I meant to keep it light, but Like I said, British, pessimistic, therefore have to really think about solutions, just for my own sanity. And so I do have a 3-step approach I'm going to share with you, something tangible that you can activate. I want to also show you this. I found these images from a wordless children's book by a Portuguese writer. I think it really beautifully captures our polarized world. The book is called Disagreement. And I share this because I believe without being given the right tools, the evidence-based strategies on how to engage, this is what happens. We're in our echo chambers, we're in our bubbles, for good reason. It's horrible to have to argue all the time. And this is what happens. And then this. And why would it be any different if no one is helping us understand how to break through people's biases, if we're so siloed that we don't read the journal articles where the communication scholars are studying the way that we communicate and helpfully critiquing it? What we do default to is this, whether we know the name of it or not. It's a very long-standing way of communicating about science and about medicine. It's a knowledge deficit model. You're familiar with this. It's where you say, oh, there's a new vaccine, there's a new vaccination campaign, new treatment. I know something that my patient population doesn't know. I will bridge that knowledge gap with information that's appropriate to them. We'll translate it in some way. Great idea. However, what we have learned from communication scholars is the knowledge deficit model doesn't do very well in understanding why someone holds a belief that they believe, why someone is asking the questions they're asking, really where they're coming from at all. And we don't stand much chance of bridging or crossing people's biases with this approach. It ends up that we start treating patients and patient populations like a black box, as if everyone is coming in with the same information or needs, and we don't do a good job of mapping that. I'm going to come to a solution to that towards the end. And I do also here want to introduce a new word into our lexicon. I believe this has not been mentioned today, but it's the word mid-information, which often gets flagged as a typo, but it is different to misinformation, and this is familiar. We deal with this all the time. It's that knowledge gap that exists, like now with the Ebola outbreak. You may have seen some news influencers or some reports talking about 6 Americans airlifted back to the US who may or may not have Ebola, may or may not have been exposed. That's a really normal situation to be in when a crisis is unfolding, but it's ripe for there to be this ambiguity in which inaccurate or misleading information can spread. So yeah, I'm going to share with you some solutions, also acknowledging this that was coined by an Italian scholar, Brandolini's law. It's a bullshit asymmetry principle, the idea that the energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than, and it's cut off, but the amount of energy you need to create it. And now, of course, with social media, with generative AI, I hate AI, we can talk about that later, I don't think it's the answer to anything. I'm not saying that what I'm going to lay out is easy. These conversations where someone is disagreeing, where it feels so contentious, they're not a one-and-done conversation. That might be all you have in the ED. I still believe that you can open a door. You can open a door to further conversation. You can change the way that a patient perceives conversations with physicians. Sometimes they look at us and they think, I just know she's going to hit me over the head with a pamphlet about vaccines. I'm not even going to bother asking about it. If you start with a slightly different approach, you can open a door to a situation in which they will tell you things that are very useful. So step 1 in my 3-step approach is finding the origin. And what I mean here is, why would someone believe the things that they believe? Beliefs are connected to belonging, and I know we love to think that we are so rational and so intelligent. You are so intelligent. However, actually, we also know that with higher educational status, the deeper the biases, so we have to acknowledge that. Our beliefs are about so much more than facts. Sure, facts come into it too, they play an important role, but belief is about tribalism and about belonging. And beneath this, I have a quote from Stephanie Friedhoff, who mentioned this in a meeting with me, and it stuck with me. I haven't put Stephanie's name there because I think I don't want someone to take this and take it out of context. But Stephanie and I were having a conversation about our research on information as a social determinant of health, and Stephanie said, getting vaccinated is dangerous for some people. And of course, we weren't talking about in any any medical contraindication kind of way. But Stephanie described a situation which was actually playing out in my life at that time. One of my best friends, who I went to high school with back in London, got her kids vaccinated behind her husband's back. I don't think that's that unusual, honestly. I think it happens more than we hear about, because to this point, why would it be dangerous to get vaccinated in that context? There could be a massive blow up that my friend clearly feels unsafe having that conversation. In some families, you don't belong anymore. When I wrote What the Fact, granted it's for young adults, it's for middle schoolers and high schoolers, I got so many emails from adults who used some of the scripts I have in the book about how to disagree effectively. They said they used those scripts with their parents, whom they hadn't spoken with for years, because after they got vaccinated in 2021, family members stopped talking to them. That's a dangerous situation, to lose your community. That's your currency, your agency. That is dangerous, and we have to acknowledge that and think about how do we then grapple with that situation as healthcare providers. I want to share with you 5 key strategies that are used over and over again in the disinformation playbook to dupe us. Again, this connects to why we believe what we believe. Often we are duped, we are vulnerable, all of us in some way or another. One of my favorite disinformation scholars, Natalie Jennis, starts all of our conference calls with other disinformation researchers with this question. Everyone quickly just go around, say something you believed recently that ended up not being true. And we all confess to something, because we did, even if it was for a split second, even if it was oh, I'm going to scroll quickly because I can't even tell if that's a deep fake or some kind of AI video. But it's humbling, and it's necessary to think about the fact that we have human brains. These brains and the way that they are engineered are being exploited by the algorithms, by bad actors. And so it's really helpful to understand these 5 strategies. And some of the research shows that understanding these and being aware of them rings an alarm bell when you then come across them. You have this heightened awareness. So here are the 5 techniques of science denial. I've put John Cook's name here as an attribution, but there were other researchers before him, of course, who worked on this. He modified it. The acronym used to be FUCC. I feel that's more appropriate, but they wanted to roll it out into schools. And so they changed it. In a way, the L does and doesn't work. Everything here is a logical fallacy, but it's helpful to have a discussion, especially with younger people. But again, relevant to all of us. These strategies have been used by everyone. Big tobacco, the fracking companies who buy off the frackademics with research money. You have seen these at play. What you can also do is look at the deeper taxonomy of this and see, oh yeah, so you may push out someone who did one class at Harvard in epidemiology, but is now all over the news as an infectious disease epidemiologist. And then you can actually have a few of those people representing almost as if there's a consensus in medicine, even though they are a magnified minority who do not speak for the majority of us. So there's a lot more that can be said about this taxonomy, but the thing that I find really interesting is understanding this, understanding the strategies used to lie to us. One gives us that heightened awareness when we see them in action, like, I think someone is using, they're cherry picking data. They're just mentioning the 3 studies that back up their view and not the 16 that refute them. Or they're using false equivalence or an ad hominem attack, whatever it might be. But these actually come in really handy when you want to debunk. So let me show you why and how. Earlier on, I was saying that one of the things I found really disheartening in the early days of COVID was everyone was expected to not only be caring for incredibly sick people with no vaccine and no treatment, but you were also supposed to suddenly be well-versed in the art and science of debunking without anybody teaching us. So I think that was really unfair and dangerous. The default way of debunking can be that, oh, you just said climate change is a hoax. I can give you 10 reasons why climate change is absolutely real and we are living through it, right? That might be the natural tendency to fight the person with facts. How could they not believe this? But actually, as I'll talk about in a second, I bet you they've heard those 10 facts already. They've chosen to not believe them. Why would it be any different necessarily coming from you? So when we think about that, hitting someone over the head with facts, that's the fact-based approach. But there actually is a second way that you can debunk, which may be really useful on its own or in conjunction. And that is the logic-based approach. So that's when you say to somebody, why is it that you believe climate change is a hoax? You might then start to, one, open the door to a conversation. You're having genuine curiosity. There's some innate empathy that comes out because you're asking them questions, making space for them to share more with you. And then you can start talking about the logic. I'll talk in a second about how that can take the heat out of a very contentious conversation. Again, this idea that beliefs are about belonging explains why a conversation about something that should be pretty simple, like a vaccine, becomes so heated and often leads to people being estranged from their own parents or feeling estranged from a whole community. It's because it's about so much more than that vaccine. It's about what belief in that vaccine or belief against that vaccine represents. We often are not equipped with the time, the space, or the tools to have a conversation that's that deep. We will have the pamphlet with the bullet points that says these ingredients with 9 syllables each are safe. They're in your toothpaste, they're in your hair conditioner, negating the fact that so much about the decision making is to do with things outside of the vial. It's to do with so many other factors. The logic-based approach helps us get to that part of the conversation versus just saying, you're wrong, vaccines are safe, have you not seen the Danish study? We have millions of data points, right? Which is often how things go. There's a fact, myth, fallacy approach. I'm sure some of you use this. Again, helpful to have in your toolkit. So this is where you might recite the fact, the myth, and then explain the fallacy that's at play here, whether it's a red herring or jumping to conclusions. Again, can help take some of the heat out of a very contentious conversation and bring it back to the ways in which we are duped, the ways in which we are misled. So don't default to the knowledge deficit model just because it's all that we've been taught in that Dr. Italo Brown was saying earlier, the one module we had on communications, perhaps in med school, perhaps the only module we ever had on scientific communication. Maybe there was another session on breaking bad news, but these contentious conversations are increasingly common and we should have the tools to navigate them. So like I said, you're gonna hit someone over the head with facts or a pamphlet. The ingredients in the vaccine are safe. There are millions of data points. I feel like sometimes there's a level of hubris in that. Maybe we're relying on the data that does show we are very trusted as physicians, but we're not trusted for everyone. We're not the trusted messenger or the right messenger of that information for everyone. And often they may have heard some of those facts and chosen to not believe them. So here's where you can have that curious questioning, that curious conversation to say, okay, we're arguing about the COVID vaccine. Let's take the COVID vaccine out of this horrible conversation, which is making us just get really, really heated. Let's talk about something we do agree on. And then maybe you have somebody, a family member, a patient, with whom you have a shared belief about climate change being real, gun control being too lax, whatever it might be. You find that common ground, and then you can have a conversation about how other people disagree with you. Other people think gun control is a bad thing. Other people think climate change is a hoax, and how is it that they came to believe that? How is it that they were duped? So then you're coming back to this logic-based approach of these 5 very common ways that we are lied to. You then can establish which of the 5 flick methods was used to dupe other people. You can maybe, if you think it's safe or helpful to, bring it back to the COVID vaccine conversation at that point and say, well, in the same way that some people believe fake experts saying that climate change is a hoax made by the Chinese government to derail the American economy, did you know that fake experts are also used to lie to us about X, Y, and Z? So again, another approach. I don't believe that there's one approach that works for everyone. Again, one of my beefs is this idea that we often roll out a one-size-fits-all message for everybody, and we don't think in a more deliberate, intentional way about the communities we serve. Even me as a Muslim person, I might often get asked about messaging for Muslim communities, but I don't represent 2 billion of us on the planet. There are so many, that has happened to me many times. Or they'll ask really very detailed theological things I have no idea about. But communities are not monoliths, and we fall into the trap of treating them as such if we don't ask questions, and we don't ask open questions, and we don't ask questions with genuine curiosity and wanting to know what shaped you and made you the human that you are. So you can do that by bringing it back to the methods used to spread those lies in the first place. And again, by having that conversation, you're also making someone aware of how they're lied to about fracking or big sugar or whatever it might be, because again, these tools are, they say on that slide they're to do with science denial, but they are content agnostic. They are used to lie to us about so many things. I want to share with you a little bit about pre-bunking and inoculation theory. It came up earlier. Not everyone may be familiar with it, but here's a model of a flu outbreak in a school. So you can see the different nodes representing different people, and those gray lines are all the connections we have and how quickly a flu outbreak can spread in a school. It was wild to me when I started doing modeling of outbreaks how similar it looks when you map the spread of a rumor. This was a rumor about COVID, and it was not in a school. It was an international outbreak that used different platforms and different ways of getting out there. So because we do have that parallel, some have used to this way, the similar way that an infection can spread, the similar way that a nugget of information or a rumor can spread, to think, well, if we can immunize against the spread of infection, we should be able to immunize against the spread of a lie, the spread of a rumor. This is a guy called Bill McGuire. He was at Harvard in the 60s, and in 61 he came up with this idea of inoculation theory, not because he was worried about any kind of health-related misinformation or disinformation. McGuire was very flummoxed that American soldiers who were captured in the Korean War, were kept as prisoners of war, when they were released, some of them did not want to come back to the US. And he could not fathom why. And so he was interested in propaganda and inoculating against persuasion. And he used, though, this idea that we employ all the time when it comes to vaccinations. When you give someone a flu shot or any kind, well, many kinds of vaccines, you're exposing them to a small, weakened dose of something dangerous. You're giving their immune system an opportunity to study up and then be ready for a full onslaught. And so he employed this idea that what if there's an incoming lie, there's going to be a propaganda campaign, something, and you give people a heads up before it hits them. And you say, hey, this propaganda campaign, this information is going to flow into your community in a month's time, in 2 months' time. One, look out for it, but two, I'm going to give you some counter arguments as to why what you will be receiving is inaccurate. Have many of you come across inoculation theory already? Okay. So again, exposure to a small, weakened dose of an incoming lie allows a person to have that heads up and to develop counter arguments which prevent them from falling for the lie. Up until COVID, I felt it was underused in healthcare and in public health. Of course, there's a lot of discourse and maybe there is disagreement around it. I think that the rolling out of the first COVID vaccines was actually a perfect situation in which to have employed this, and we didn't do it. So I'll explain why that is. We were in the lab cooking up a vaccine which we knew pretty early on had a high likelihood of receiving at least some emergency FDA approval, right? Authorization to roll out because of a pandemic situation. We also understood that it looked to be very, very quick as a development only because of decades of scientific research. We had people working on vaccine platforms for exactly a situation like that. We had people working on mRNA vaccine technology ready to pivot to a novel emerging pathogen. I believe, and I said this to Stephanie and her colleagues when we were at the White House, that the first mistake was naming that whole thing Operation Warp Speed. The very thing that excited us as science nerds, like, oh my God, did you know it took a decade at least to come up with the mumps vaccine? We're gonna do this in a year? That is amazing. To my family and my community, they were like, what do you mean they made it that quick? That cannot be, what do you mean warp speed? That sounds like science fiction. So okay, in my opinion, I've been vocal about this, that was the first mistake. But the second mistake was this. Remember how I told you a few moments ago that the disinformation and the misinformation is so predictable? You just switch out the name of the pathogen, just switch out the name of the vaccine, right? So as someone who tracks it, I can attest that that is the case. It'll be the same lies, just switch out the name. So the whole time, well, that year at least, that we were in the lab doing these incredible research trials on COVID vaccines, we should have also have been in the lab cooking up the messaging. And because the disinformation is so predictable, we could have used inoculation theory, in my opinion, in conjunction with trusted messengers in different communities to say, for example, going into my community, and this did happen, could have predicted it. You know, there's a COVID vaccine, you probably heard on the news, they're working really, really hard to develop it. It's likely to be here maybe by December or January. You are likely to hear that there are pork products in that vaccine. This is a thing that always circulates in the Muslim community. There are pork products in it, therefore it's haram and you can't get it. Now let me tell you now you know not only to expect it, but I'm gonna tell you a couple of things. One, that's not true, these ones are not using that. Or you could say, that is true, and actually in Islam it says that if there are pork products in a medicine and it's for the good of humanity, you are allowed to receive that. So you can do that kind of messaging. And similarly with, it will make you infertile, it will contain a microchip that the government is using to track you. It may sound wild. I have very little judgment about these messages now because I love some people who believe in them, but that's another story. Explains why I am in clown school and comedy school. But it's really important to think about the fact that these same messages circulate, and therefore, even though we can't predict everything and we can't always get ahead of the false messaging, there are times when we could use this quite powerfully, and those types of mass vaccination campaigns are one example. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that too. The folks who work on this will often talk about cognitive antibodies, again, not actual protein antibodies, but this idea that you have a mental immune system, that you can build cognitive resilience, cognitive antibodies against falling for lies. The key here is to actually have a really balanced mindset, whether you like the immune system terminology or not. You want people who are not what I have seen a lot and heard a lot from educators, where you have a generation of kids who are like, you can't believe journalists, you can't trust anything, everything could be AI. Actually, you want a mind that lets in information, has the discernment to parse it and understand and weigh it and think, I have a way to assess this. And then to reject the ideas that are no good, or at least give them a very low ranking on your belief system. Again, this idea that belief doesn't have to be 0-1 binary. It can be like a dimmer switch in which you might hold a belief, you assess new information, and then your belief in that changes. But we want a situation in which all ideas can come in and then good ideas can stay. Something that really hit this home for me was this study from Annenberg that came out when I was writing What the Fact. They split their research cohort into groups. There was the group that was the, I love science, I love science bumper sticker on my car. And then the others who are like, you can't trust science, those scientists are wicked. Guess which group was more likely to fall for pseudoscience and more likely to spread it? It was the I love science group. So again, we're not going here for a blanket believe everything we say, trust all science. What does that even mean? Science is a process, not a static bunch of facts. It doesn't live in textbooks, it evolves over time, and we need people to understand that process and actually not have this displaced or misplaced trust in, I'll just believe everything that a scientist says, because as we know, some scientists are full of crap. There are excellent studies looking at that cognitive resilience that those inoculation theories convey. They even use this idea of decay, of waning antibodies. They will administer the intervention, which I'll show you in a second. People develop this resilience. They test it by seeing what they believe, what they don't believe after they've received the intervention, and then that might decline, and so they'll receive a booster shot, which is another exposure to the intervention. And what do I mean by intervention here? Specifically, in this case, I'm talking about the gamification of inoculation theory. So the bad news game is very playable, I recommend it. It turns you into the bad actor. You are the terrible social media person who wants to spread lies. However, while you are doing it, you have to check that your credibility and your trust still looks high. So it's taking you behind the scenes of how how people spread bad, misleading, inaccurate, dangerous information so that you can then have this resilience against it because you know the dynamics, you understand how it's engineered to reel you in, compel you, and make you believe it. So these are the badges that you can earn if you're a conspiracist, you impersonated someone, you wreaked polarization, you bad, bad person. There's also another game which I really like called the Cranky Uncle game that operationalizes, if you like, those 5 flick strategies. So here, for example, you've got him saying it's cold, global warming doesn't exist, how good it? What do you mean we're sinking, I'm moving upwards? This probably feels really familiar to so many conversations we have. You'll hit the ground in 12 to 15 seconds, get back to me when you have more certainty. So these games are fun, they're really playable, and they break down the ways that we are manipulated and made more vulnerable to falling for lies. I want to switch from there to talking about going from epidemiology to thinking about infodemiology. I mentioned briefly earlier information access as a social determinant of health, maybe a structural one. I was talking to Stephanie earlier. My research looks at mapping the country for news deserts, of which there are many, and sadly they are growing. Places where there's perhaps no newspaper, we're working with different definitions of what does it mean to live in a news desert. Maybe it means you live in a place that has a ghost newspaper that doesn't really employ journalists anymore and is full of advertisements. Maybe it means that your news comes from a shock jock on the radio. And then we're overlapping that with healthcare deserts. And what does it mean if you live in a place that is both? We did some preliminary analyses that found that the impact of information access on health decision-making, and the counties that had no daily newspaper were less likely to have a more vaccinated population. And I want us to think about this. Somebody was saying earlier, I think it was Brian, that it's not thinking about like those people and why they believe what we believe. It's about having actual curiosity about why people believe what they believe, and also those people includes us because we all believe some funky things too. And I want us to shift away from just thinking about the individual and thinking about the environment. I haven't come up with language for this, so if you have thoughts, let me know. But I was thinking about how different it is since I graduated med school in 2009, how we talked about obesity then, how we did not talk about obesogenic environments, and that's much more apparent now. Living in a food desert, living in an obesogenic environment, what is the equivalent for information? Because I think for many of us, we live in toxic environments when it comes to information, whether that's in the house or whether that's in the community or both. It's been really difficult to study this because this hasn't come up much today, if at all, but I think the reality of it is it's becoming increasingly harder to collaborate, to fund this research, to think of how many euphemisms you can think of for misinformation, since that has to be taken out of everything. So like others have done, I also will treat this a bit like speed dating, and if you want to collaborate, let me know. We lost a lot of good people at Stanford. I don't want to end on just that dark note. That is my last slide. So I will say something that is giving me hope is a project or program called I Heard STL. Has anyone heard of this? I Heard St. Louis? Few hands over there. None of the healthcare folks, I don't think. Okay, one person over there. So it's doing exactly what I think we need to be doing in terms of not treating communities like black boxes of information where we just don't know what's circulating. The I Heard STL program basically assesses in a community what information is spreading, what questions there might be around health, uses that information to then, wow, what a novel idea, craft messaging that's actually relevant and appropriate to the information needs of that community. And, you know, we practice evidence-based medicine and not evidence-based messaging, and also the fact that in public health, when would we ever roll out an intervention without some designed way of evaluating the impact, the efficiency, the failure of that intervention? And yet that is exactly how we treat communications and messaging, and arguably it's the most ubiquitous intervention we deploy. We do it all the time without thinking enough about how efficient it is, without thinking enough about how we can really how we can segment segment communities and target audiences in a way that actually makes sense for them and isn't based on our assumptions of what we think people need to hear. So that group is giving me hope. Please look them up. Think about ways that you can deploy that in your community and actually be ready and armed with the information and responses that the communities you serve need. I will end on that note. Thank you so much for your attention, your questions, and for sticking it out till the end. Questions, thoughts, rants? Yeah?
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm a teaching professor at Clemson University, and I teach genetics to undergraduates. And so I am really interested in this question of scientific literacy and sort of the state that my students are coming to me. And I guess this probably is maybe too existential, but it seems to me that when you're talking about how the strategies you see successful in Finland, I believe, is it a matter of that their society values this type of scientific literacy and this type of curiosity and this desire to want to be inoculated and capable of dealing with this type of misinformation? Is that a value that we don't have in this country, or have we lost it?
You really want a Brit to say damning things about America? I think it's too easy. Yeah, somebody might be, but no, I speak on this regularly, and yeah, it is a different landscape, and deliberately so. They're able to roll out that program. People are hungry for that information. I find people are hungry for that information here too. It's why I wrote What the Fact, because I was having conversations with educators who were saying, we desperately want to have these conversations with middle schoolers and high schoolers, and it's required reading in some colleges now too, but they felt really under-equipped to have the conversation. They felt literally they weren't on the same page as their students. They didn't know how to broach it. So the hunger is there, but of course there is this culture of the death of expertise or divorcing credibility from trust and who actually has the knowledge. I do though think that the answer to that comes to me from my journalistic training, which is often the best reporting is hyper-local. The best impact you can have is when you have hyper-local reporting. And so I do think there are things that we can do. When I was writing What the Fact, speaking of existentialism, I had one of those driveway moments. You know, you're listening to NPR, but you don't want to get out of the car even though you got home. And they were interviewing someone very smart about climate change. This person said, climate change pessimism is the same as climate change denialism. And I was like, wait, no, because I have climate anxiety, and I'm not a denialist. I know it's true. What do you mean? What she was getting at was the idea that the end result might be the same. That if you just think, like some days that I do, oh my God, we are so fucked. What is the point of me doing my little recycled the polyester, and then people tell me, oh, it just all goes in the same place. Ugh, don't ever tell me that again. Versus having an approach that is grassroots, that is community-oriented, that does actually shift the needle in a meaningful way. I took that interview nugget into my book, that I want to write something that's so empowering that by the end of it, you think, well, misinformation and disinformation have always been around. They always will be. Not that new. Might be on steroids right now because of ChatGPT and social media. But actually, we have evidence-based ways to counter this. I can shift someone's beliefs if I have a meaningful conversation. What do you mean there's a thing known as good conflict versus high conflict? I was so annoyed that I discovered that in my 30s. It might have saved my marriage, had I known. There's a whole book that's so good by Amanda Ripley called High Conflict, Why We Get Stuck. It's got a longer subtitle, but I take some of that and modify it for a slightly younger audience in What the Fact, to say, okay, you've read all these chapters about how you can build cognitive resilience, digital literacy, media literacy, science, all of these amazing things. What are you gonna do with it? You can't just go butt heads with everybody. You can have a conversation, though, that is really thoughtful and curious. And you know what? If that sounds overwhelming, I'm going to write you a script for what that back and forth could look like. Not saying, Brandolini's Law feels real most days. Not saying it's a one and done conversation. But I do think about what you're saying a lot and how we can shift it. And if there is this concerted effort to basically outlaw critical thinking education in many states, or to have very little media literacy training in most states, We've got to be the ones that do something about that. And I do think conversation to conversation, that can be really powerful. And, you know, sometimes I have friends who are not in the medical field and they're like, you know, Darwinism, people don't want to get vaccinated, screw them. And I'm like, if only. We're all going to go down with them, honey. Do you know how contagious measles is? Do you know what the R0 of measles is? So I do think having those conversations is really powerful. And back to that point about the pessimism, it gives you that feeling of, this is overwhelming sometimes, it feels intractable, but actually, I can be the one that has a better discernment, more critical thinking. I can be the one that breaks the chain of transmission with an AI video that's going around. It won't go further than me. I can teach that skill to someone else, and then we do have some hope of becoming Finland one day. Thank you for that question. Any other thoughts? Yes.
So I'm curious about how you go about this when the thing that people believe in is that, like, scientists are trying to trick you.
Yeah. I think sometimes you just be the scientist in their life, and you be the good neighbor, or you be the person that's human. It's like with my writing for young people about Muslims, there's a stat that I've actually forgotten now because it's so wild, it feels wrong, but the proportion of Americans that have never met a Muslim, it's really high. Didn't believe it. And I think that's the same for when it comes to maybe not doctors so much, but the people that produce science, produce scientific knowledge. So I think it can start there. And then again, having conversations about why would you think that? Why would you believe that? That opens the door to understanding where they're coming from and can start to dismantle it. Otherwise, we go in with assumptions about why they would think that, and then we have counter arguments based on our assumptions that may have nothing to do with what they believe. It's like those research studies where they interview 12 people who refused a vaccine, and they have 12 wildly different reasons, really different. One person refuses all vaccines, another one loves vaccines, but they just won't get that one particular type. We treat them all the same often, especially from a public health perspective. You all are probably better one-on-one, but we often have the same messaging for all 12 people. And I think that can be a flaw in the way we try to dismantle many of those myths or beliefs about science and scientists. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Two-part question. First, which is, so I'm hearing a framework which I've not heard before and very grateful for, about how we engage with individuals synchronously within the emergency department, with the caveat that we have quite a finite amount of time.
Yeah, you do.
And we're fighting our battle.
Yeah.
Some days it's not vaccines, some days.
Yeah.
But increasingly more of us, including several people in this room, do a fantastic job of having conversations asynchronously in public platforms with legislators and other organizations. Have you found that those approaches are usable both in those types of formats, or are there adaptations that you would suggest?
Yeah, it can be the translation of the approach from the micro to the micro being the patient-to-patient conversation, and then the broader approach. I've written something on this which I can share with you from the European Journal of Public Health, I think from last year, which is a new paradigm for that, and it's taking a patient-centered approach to even the broader conversation, so it parallels it. I also do teach this to leadership at WHO and CDC, and I was telling Stephanie this earlier because she was asking how it's received. One thing that's different is I used to really justify why I do what I do and why storytelling and narrative are important, why you have to segment your audience and think like an advertiser. I used to have all this research to back up why we need to approach it differently, and now I think things are so bad, people are like, no, just tell us what you want to tell us. But the other thing, and this is what I was saying earlier to Stephanie, that when there's something that I share, that when people hear it, they start to gasp in the room, even if it's a small room, and so I stop it and I'm like, let's talk about how you're feeling, like what did you just hear, and that part is about the building trust and being a leader who is trusted and has credibility. The thing that really roused people that I preach is about radical transparency and about admitting when you're wrong or you changed your mind. And people don't like it, and they find it really uncomfortable, and I do understand that, but it's also a burden, I believe, to think that you have to be the omniscient public health spokesperson, the omniscient influencer, and there's research that shows, I think someone shared it earlier as well, that when you maybe apologize, or maybe when you backtrack or change your mind, and you do it publicly and you explain your process, and you say, I said this thing yesterday, actually I gathered new information, now I think this. That's actually on an individual level how we should also be assessing and changing our beliefs. Again, that dimmer approach, not the I believe in GMOs are safe versus I believe they are not, have it on a dimmer switch, and then, so anyway, there are parallels that I feel really strongly about, slightly different, but some of it does translate quite directly. Yeah, thank you for asking that question. Did you ask both parts of your? Okay. Yes.
So, somewhat notoriously at our institution, the very well-regarded head of our ICU transformed over the course of the COVID pandemic to one of the bad guys. He's probably still, one of the chief ivermectin peddlers out there. I'm curious, some of what you're saying seems like it might not work for something like that. I'm curious if you have thoughts about how we prevent people from going bad instead of, providing information to relatively neutral people.
I think about this a lot. I don't think any of us is neutral to begin with. I think we all have our biases in the way we look at the world. Some of it is more evidence-backed than it is for other people. I do think this comes back to that micro approach, not shaming people, but having that sometimes maddening but meaningful conversation about how did you get there? And I had so much to say when Jonathan was on the panel earlier, because right before the lockdown, I was at a talk at Stanford by Jay Bhattacharya. It was an excellent talk about the economics of loneliness and the impact on Medicare reimbursements. And then the next, I was like, what just happened? I don't understand. I haven't had a chance to have meaningful conversation. As annoyed and angry as I might be with things that they have done and are doing right now, especially at the CDC, I would want to have a conversation about how did you get there? And I don't know whether they'd be willing to, but I do think it, again, requires that empathic, genuine curiosity, open-ended questioning, and then you have to do some work to break through their assumptions of, well, she's just gonna, I already know she didn't sign on to the declaration and she wrote this op-ed and she said this. So there's some work we have to do, as we do with patients who might also have assumptions about us and what we believe. Do you have thoughts on what's effective or?
No.
No, none? Yeah, that feels real. I get it. It's mind-boggling. It's also deeply human, and they are entitled to change their minds once again. Who knows how that will pan out? Someone had a hand up, yeah.
Just to sort of follow up on that, when we're talking about spreaders of disinformation and misinformation who have been trained in the academy, and I mean, because as a basic scientist, I hear what Ben just said, and it's like, this guy knows how the immune system works.
Yeah.
He learned it in school, so what do we do to hold people who are trained in this?
Yeah.
What do we do to hold them accountable for what they're saying?
You know, one of the things we have to do is step out of our silos and have more of the Stephanies at the table, honestly, to have those conversations that make us reframe our questions, our approaches, the way we'd go in and tackle that. I think I have some thoughts, and I've shared some of them here, but I think we need, not to sound like a medical student, but a multidisciplinary approach to this. That was the answer for everything in med school, I felt like. We need an MDT, but we need a multidisciplinary approach to it, bringing in people that have expertise outside of ours. There are people that dedicate their lives to social psychology and understanding persuasion and the power of narrative and narrative frameworks. We need Amanda Ripley at the table, who's written tomes about why we disagree and why we get stuck in conflict and what good conflict can look like. In fact, I had the chance to interview her for was it KQED or a Bay Area NPR station? And the question I started off with was something that she says in her book, which is we need more conflict. And I was like, what do you mean? I'd read the book, so I had an idea of where she was going, but she said, actually, engaging in productive conflict with someone is a loving act, one which deepens your love and understanding of that person. Again, might have saved my marriage, but found it too late. But I think we need those folks at the table for exactly those conversations. I think it's really important. How did you go through the same training as me and end up with that theory? And yet it's as old as science. Again, this is supposed to be an open-ended, evolving process of question asking. Can we do that well if we're just fighting with each other in public at a time of potentially waning distrust, or at least in a pocket of deep, scary feelings about science and outbreaks in health? You know what I mean? I don't think we engage with that publicly in the best way at that time. And I think it's because we need other people who are smarter than us in different ways at the table. Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes?
I just wanted to share something that happened last summer. So Dr. Peter McCullough is one of the more conservative guys, and I went to his lecture just to kind of be educated by it. And he is such a good speaker. So it got to be the question and answer thing. I'm like, I'm going to go. So it's just what happened. This wasn't a position. It was a conservative forum. So in the audience, about 2/3 of people were conservative. The other third were like, who is this guy? I want to hear him speak. The first person for the question was Art Kellerman, who many of you probably know in this room, big name in emergency medicine. And he gets up and he says, so can you explain to the audience why you are no longer licensed in cardiology? You're no longer certified in your board in cardiology or internal medicine for the spread of disinformation. So, you know what his reply was? What? He went after him on the word disinformation. Disinformation implies Nazi Germany, blah, blah, blah. Art was like, had no idea, because the entire conversation got switched. You think I'm a Nazi Germany doctor? And he just kind of left. And so I went up a few minutes later, and it was a tiny resort community. That was the question I was going to ask, and I would have been so mortified, because I would have been so surprised that this man did not answer the question, and he so clearly is loaded for barrenness. And I just said, I'm part of this community. I'm a critical thinker just like you. Please look deeper. And then the announcer said, what's your question? And I go like,
Thank you for sharing that. I have been to flat earth conferences and alien conferences as part of my book research in the past. So fascinating. I think it's not surprising to me that that strategy was used to, it's on the taxonomy of the Flick strategies. It's predictable, and so actually one thing you can do is steep yourself in their tactics. Again, it comes back to that. I already know what you're going to hit me with, so therefore my question is prepared this way, and I have these, I was going to say clapbacks, these follow-up questions, depending on how you respond. But it's quite predictable that they would resort to, yeah, taking the conversation in that direction and basically not answering it. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. And depending on your blood pressure, it can be interesting to go to a flat earth conference. It really can. Any other thoughts, questions? Did you say flat land? Flat earth. The folks that believe that the earth is flat. Yes. Wild. No more thoughts, no more questions. I'm going to be at the bar because I'm a bad Muslim. So if you want to join me for conversation or you have thoughts or questions to share there, I'd be delighted to continue because I could talk about this for hours. Thank you all for your attention and thanks for sticking it out for the whole day. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you everybody for sticking around. I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up so people can go on their way. Can you guys see this okay? Let me make this a little bit bigger. This is the demographics of those of you who attended the conference today. I really appreciate the broad scope of expertise and disciplines that we've covered with this conference. And I'm going to show us our finalized research agenda. At least preliminarily, we're probably going to send out some follow-up email in case those who were attendees didn't get a chance to vote. So public health, I'm going to move down a little bit slow. I don't know if people had a lot of buy-in to some of these questions or side bets going on. Artificial intelligence. So we actually randomized the order of the questions for voting. So first question didn't get, doesn't always get the same highest number of.
Brilliant move.
Yeah, we thought this through a little bit, I think. So. Marginalized populations. social media, less polarizing, education, and trust. Yeah, I'll leave this up here. Well, I mean, wrapping up the conference, you guys are all best positioned to take on these research questions. I mean, you already have the expertise, the experience, and the buy-in. You help participate to get us to this point. We certainly, the co-chairs and I, acknowledge that from a federal funding standpoint, this will be difficult. Many of you knew that we applied for an HRQ grant, and Dr. Gottlieb led that effort. He knows something about writing grants, yeah? No, maybe? We got a very good score, and since this is under the Department of Health and Human Services, we've never heard back, and we probably never will. And that was supposed to fund the entire conference. So we really had to pivot to a lot of nonprofits, foundations, with help of some of our working group leaders as well. And we learned a lot through this process. We reframed, through discussions with our working group leaders, reframed our focus from kind of a whack-a-moling, fighting misinformation, to more of rebuilding trust, engaging patients, shared decision-making, providing more reliable information to the right people. And so really it's all up to all of us to advocate and to the funders that, on a broad level, that this is an important thing to fund. And that, I hope all of you were able to get some talking points, some tool tips, and hopefully some networking connections as well to be able to do that and do that together. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the last couple of slides. So the proceedings from this conference will be published in Academic Emergency Medicine, and we certainly look forward to any working group papers that come out of this as well. Keep in mind, sometimes Academic Emergency Medicine wants to batch the papers together, so if you're planning on doing that, please start writing as soon as possible. Once the new editor-in-chief gets named this week, we'll be able to have a conversation about what the deadline might be. If you do that, please include our Brown librarian, who, if you found her literature review helpful, or search helpful, and don't hesitate to reach out to the co-chairs if we can be of any assistance. And thank you all for being here, our speakers, our panelists, our working group leaders, members, patient representatives, our medical students groups, Melissa, Nick, as well as Stanford team who's been helping us asynchronously through this entire process. And thank you for making our health information ecosystem and thus our world a little bit better of a place. Have a good rest of the week.